A bloodied man drags himself upright, only to face a winged figure glowing with divine power. The figure proclaims that God has vanished, blaming humanity for trading faith for wealth and forbidden science, chaining themselves in the process. Clutching his sword, the man demands justice, yet when his foe coats the blade with radiant energy, he still charges, shouting against the cruelty of such a world. His final strike ends in failure, as a huge explosion wipes him out. The scene abruptly shifts. This battle is nothing more than gameplay from Arcane Soul, the most popular fantasy game at the moment. Behind the defeated avatar is Kim Jun-soo, a 22-year-old student, furious as he curses the game for being rigged and paid to win. His rival mocks him, amused that a free player got this far, though bad luck sealed his loss, especially since the entire fight had been left on auto mode. That rival, known online as Rich Heavenly Demon Chan, smirks and ends the match, admitting he's never seen a non-paying player reach such a level. Outside the screen, Jun-soo causes a scene in public, yelling over the 10,000 hours he wasted on a game where money always trumps effort. After calming down, he sighs bitterly, realizing the only fool is himself. Yet habits die hard. Before returning to his studies, he opens the game for his daily missions. With little expectation, he uses the free gacha pull, already resigned to pulling another worthless warrior named Kim. When the roll ends, he stares in shock. A shining platinum chest pops up on his screen, and his heartbeat quickens. As the prize is revealed, he can't believe it. He's pulled the Heavenly Demon himself, an SSR unit and the strongest character in the whole game. He asks himself how this is even possible since the odds of getting that character from a free roll are close to zero. With so many zeros in the percentage, it's almost a joke. Overcome with joy, he jumps up and starts dancing right there in public, shouting that the game now deserves to win Game of the Year and that he has to start leveling up his new hero right away. The game explains that the best way to raise a character's level in Arcane Soul is by sacrificing other leveled up units for experience. Suddenly, Jun-soo doesn't feel jealous of the rich players anymore. He decides to use all the extra warrior Kims he's gathered over thousands of hours to feed his heavenly demon. On screen, those copies are consumed one after another, their strength flowing into his new champion. Smiling proudly, he says he can finally play the game like the big spenders do. Lost in his excitement, he forgets where he is and absent-mindedly steps straight into the road. He glances to the side and mutters, "Of course," as his phone slips from his hand. The scene feels strangely familiar. The next moment, he opens his eyes to find an unfamiliar ceiling above him. Confused, he wonders why he's in a hospital bed. His head aches before the memory hits him. He had walked into traffic like a fool and almost got run over. He curses himself for being so reckless. Just then, a woman steps into the room, calling him Warrior Kim and surprised to see he's awake. He frowns and asks what she means, but the woman only says she'll fetch the doctor before rushing out of the room. Jun-soo, confused by the strange name she used, glances at the clipboard by his bed. His eyes widen. It clearly lists his name as Warrior Kim. The report also states that he suffered a concussion and a dislocated joint from the accident. Letting out a heavy sigh, he thinks this must be some ridiculous mistake. Maybe, deep down, he feels guilty for sacrificing all those Warrior Kims in the game, but that still doesn't explain why the hospital would use that name. Trying to figure things out, he attempts to stand, only for a sharp wave of pain to shoot through his body, forcing him to scream loudly. A nurse hurries in, warning him not to move. Gritting his teeth, he asks why the pain is so unbearable. At that moment, the doctor walks in and explains that he was hit by a truck, and given the situation, he was lucky to escape with only minor injuries. Still bewildered, Jun-soo asks again what they're talking about. The doctor replies that more tests are needed, including an MRI and something called a magical vision test. His eyes widen at the word magical, and he wonders if he's hallucinating or still stuck in a dream. Meanwhile, at the reception desk, staff calculate the costs of his stay, including CT scans and other tests. When he hears the final total, 22.3 million won, about $16,000, his heart nearly stops. Outraged, he yells that he's only been there 4 days, so how could the bill be so outrageous? Calmly, the receptionist explains that since he doesn't have insurance, he must cover it all himself. Still confused, he says that everyone in Korea has national health insurance. The woman stares at him as if he's rambling nonsense and asks what he means, saying he doesn't have coverage from the Legion or the Magic Tower. A cold shiver runs through him at those words. Legion, Megacorp, Magic Tower, Sacred Order, names he knows all too well. Then it hits him. These are the 4 factions that rule Arcane Soul. A world abandoned by God. A place where arcane science thrived, monsters roamed freely, and humans altered their bodies to survive. His mind reels as the truth begins to sink in. He shakes his head in denial. No, this can't be real. This world is nothing but misery. Hours later, he's in a dark alley, screaming in frustration, asking why he ended up inside this game. His mind goes back to the joy he felt when he pulled the heavenly demon and went to sleep happy that night. But now, fate feels like a cruel joke. He didn't wake up as the main hero. He's just a tutorial character. Maybe this is punishment for sacrificing all those Warrior Kims. Eventually, he makes it to Warrior Kim's house and looks around with disappointment. The place is so tiny it's smaller than his own bathroom. He sighs deeply, realizing how pitiful this life is. Worn out, he drops onto the bed, his body aching, his pockets empty, unsure what to do next. Then a chilling thought strikes him. If this is really the world of Arcane Soul, disasters are coming, nuclear wars, dimensional rifts, even the return of ancient gods. When those events happen, this world will turn into true hell. One thing is clear, if he does nothing, he's going to die. Suddenly, his eyes fall on his hands, and an idea clicks in his mind. Without hesitation, he picks up a pen and raises it over his palm. Whispering that he needs to test this before it's too late, he hesitates for a moment, then gathers his courage and drives the pen into his hand. Pain rips through him as he screams and yanks the pen out, blood flowing from the wound. But in seconds, a green light swirls over his skin, closing the injury right before his eyes. A smile spreads across his face. He knew it would work. He has unlocked a trait called Wound Recovery. At last, it all makes sense. The reason Warrior Kim had no base trait was because he was meant to learn and switch traits freely, making him the most flexible character in the game. For someone like Jun-Soo, who always relied on strategy instead of rare pulls, Warrior Kim was the perfect fit. And now, he has become Warrior Kim. This means he can gain any trait as long as he works for it. As he watches, the wound on his hand closes completely, healing thanks to the new ability. Taking a steady breath, he reminds himself of the rules of Arcane Soul. If you're weak, broke, or unlucky, you die. But he refuses to end that way. He's spent 10,000 hours in this game. He knows every trick, every shortcut, even how to bend the system in his favor. The screen shows his global ranking, dropping from 115,000th place to the top 7,000, then climbing higher until he breaks into the triple digits and finally lands at rank 9. He's now among the absolute monsters, the top players in the world. He doesn't fully know what that rank means yet, but he's determined to find out. With a new plan in mind, he tells himself the goal is clear: make money. Walking with confidence, he enters a talent agency, muttering under his breath that with Warrior Kim's body, he's holding a free ticket straight to the top. At the player registration office, a staff member flips through Jun-Soo's file, one eyebrow lifting. He asks if this is really Jun-Soo's first visit to a recruitment center. Jun-Soo nods and replies that he wants to sign up for work in the monopurification fields. The recruiter blinks in surprise at the request. Jun-Soo explains silently to himself that he needs cash. Those gacha pulls won't pay for themselves, and using his own body is the only way he can earn quickly. Leaning back in his chair with his feet propped up, the man sighs and gives him a curious look. They call it monopurification, he says, but does Jun-Soo even know what clearing a dungeon actually means? The badge on his desk identifies him as Seon-Soo Choi, Director of Player Recruitment. Folding his arms, Jun-Soo answers confidently that of course he knows. Choi chuckles dryly, pointing out how empty Jun-Soo's resume is, and doubts his confidence. Jun-Soo only rolls his eyes and insists he understands this world better than anyone. After all, it's the same game he spent years mastering. He explains that the monsters overrunning Arcane Soul came from mana itself. Clearing dungeons isn't just fighting beasts and grabbing loot. Staying too long in corrupted mana wears down a person's humanity until they change into something else entirely. That dangerous transformation is mutation, and it's why the job is deadly. Choi lets out a long breath and says he'll put Jun-Soo on a team once enough recruits are gathered. Though Jun-Soo thanks him, the man studies him with doubt and asks again if he's really certain about this path. Jun-Soo answers firmly, without a pause. Shaking his head, Choi warns that plenty of men came chasing money and left as hollow shells. Jun-Soo only laughs it off, joking that he'll walk out of here in better shape than the recruiter himself. The odd reply earns a frown, but Jun-soo just smiles, adding that surviving without spending a single coin has always been his strength. Soon after, he's introduced to his team leader. The man, Deer, greets him with arms crossed and a glare, asking if he's the rookie they'd been sent. Jun-soo shrugs casually, saying he's only here because it's where he was placed. Suddenly, Deer yanks him by the collar, pulling him close and demanding to know if he thinks this place is a playground. His voice sharpens as he warns that if Jun-soo shows even the faintest sign of mutation, he'll cut him down without hesitation. Jun-soo doesn't flinch, answering calmly with a smirk that he'll remember that. He's used to veterans trying to scare newcomers, but what catches his interest is who this man really is, an RN character from the game. Right now, Deer's legs are still human, not yet awakened. Before the situation can heat up further, another man enters with a sigh, scolding Deer for bullying recruits when their numbers are already thin. This is Hedgehog, a veteran with 5 years of dungeon clearing under his belt. Deer clicks his tongue and mutters that he hopes the rookie doesn't become a burden, then calls the team to focus. They've got 4 hours to sweep through 5 sites, no time to waste. Watching him, Jun-soo thinks to himself that Deer is far harsher than the version he knew in the game. Hedgehog notices and claps him on the shoulder, telling him not to worry. Deer might act rough, but deep down, he's reliable. Jun-soo brushes off the warning with a careless nod, barely reacting. Their first assignment takes them to a junkyard dungeon, and the moment they step in, complaints rise about the awful stench. One worker groans that no matter how many times he comes here, he can't get used to the smell. Ignoring the grumbling, Deer swipes his access card and forces the dungeon open, revealing a filthy wasteland piled with trash and laced with leftover mana. With a stern voice, he orders everyone into position. Inside lurk contaminated slimes, weak monsters that thrive on garbage and magic residue. Jun-soo studies them calmly, thinking to himself that the real task lies in destroying the tiny mana core hidden in each body. Cutting them in half only makes them multiply. As the group engages, frustration quickly spreads when the workers realize finding the cores in all this muck won't be easy. Someone yells in exasperation, but Jun-soo steps forward, telling them to move aside. Before anyone can react, he charges with only a shovel in hand, leaping high as he warns that if things go wrong, they shouldn't blame him. With a sharp strike, he drives the blade straight into a slime's core, shattering it instantly. Gasps erupt around him. Hedgehog stares wide-eyed, realizing the newcomer is cutting them down at an unbelievable pace, while Deer watches silently, intrigued. Jun-soo grins, pleased with the challenge, and keeps pressing forward, smashing cores before the slimes can split apart. The most astonishing part is that he does it all with a simple shovel, not a weapon. Workers freeze in disbelief as he clears enemies with ease, until one blurts out if such a thing is even possible. Jun-soo only smiles with confidence and says it absolutely is. 2 days earlier, Jun-soo crawls across a playground, scanning the ground with sharp eyes as mothers and children watch in confusion. Muttering that it must be close, he grins when he spots a coin glinting in the dirt, scooping it up with triumph. A faint message flashes in his mind, declaring a new trait, Treasure Hunter. Laughing in excitement, he twirls with the coin raised high, ignoring the horrified mother shielding her child nearby. For him, this is the key trait every warrior needs. Later, the scene shifts to a far less glorious moment where he clutches a trash can, vomiting violently as his body trembles. Groaning that he might have gone too far, he admits he had thrown himself into filth resembling an old sewer room to earn another trait. Again the message appears, announcing contamination resistance. Wiping sweat and bile from his face, he gasps that this one was the toughest so far. He recalls the rules clearly, just like in the game, fulfilling the conditions means the trait becomes his. In his mind's menu, he notes that up to 6 traits can be equipped at once, allowing him to swap whenever needed. With Treasure Hunter active, the hidden mana cores of slimes glow in his vision, making it simple to pierce them even when they split into massive forms. Back in the present, a huge slime unleashes a spray of sticky muck at the team, and Deer yells for everyone not to let it touch them. Jun-soo moves through the slime field as if it's nothing, silently relieved that all the suffering was worth it. The resistance trait keeps his body safe, though he admits he never risked testing it with his tongue. Later, on the ride home, he slumps against the window, mumbling that even with traits backing him up, a full day's work still drains him. Hedgehog, smiling, thanks him for speeding up the job and says it was something else watching him fight, then asks if he hopes to awaken like Deer. Junsu chuckles, saying all he knows is how to swing a shovel from army days, which earns a low whistle. Their light talk fades when small horns push out of Hedgehog's head. Junsu scowls, warning that too much foul mana is twisting his body. He tells him to rest, but Hedgehog just laughs dryly and says better to turn into a monster than be hunted by debt collectors. 4 days later, when the long job finally ends, the crew collapses in exhaustion, some even retching from the strain. Junsu hurries to Hedgehog and scolds that he told him not to push it, but Deer claps his shoulder and says he didn't think he'd hold out this long, adding that he did well. A faint smile crosses Junsu's face. He knows it was only possible thanks to his traits, though he can't help noticing how easily Deer handles the fatigue. Suddenly, a scream rips through the air. Junsu whirls around to see Hedgehog wrapped in a black haze, his body twisting in unnatural ways. Deer bolts toward him, yelling for him to hang on, but Junsu already knows the truth: mutation has begun. In moments, Hedgehog's form bursts apart into raw energy, shaking the ground. Junsu stumbles back, muttering that things have turned deadly. Where his teammate once stood now looms a beast covered in sharp spines, foaming at the mouth and ruled by animal instinct. Junsu accepts instantly that the man he knew is gone, and if they don't end this monster, no one will walk away. His stomach sinks with the cruel fact: none of his traits are built for fighting, only cleanup. He has no time to plan, because the creature's first strike is already tearing toward him. Junsu takes the full hit to the face, his body flung like a ragdoll into the wall before crumpling to the ground with blood spilling from his mouth. The difference in power feels ridiculous. A new notification blinks: trait acquired, endurance. He wipes his mouth with a faint smile, muttering that it's far too early to give in. Opening his menu in haste, he starts swapping his setup, deciding he needs traits fit for a real fight. Strength to amplify his body, mana heart to harness magical energy, and endurance to soften the blows. Once those are locked in, he keeps going: mana absorption to draw energy from the air, deep breathing to fuel steady regeneration, and finally corruption resistance to hold off the mutation. With the array complete, he feels ready. Hedgehog barrels toward him, shrieking, as he activates strength, multiplying his raw might tenfold. He swings his shovel with a roar, spinning into the strike until it lands flush, sending Hedgehog soaring skyward. For a heartbeat, hope surges: this might actually work. But midair, Hedgehog twists into a brutal spinning ball bristling with spikes, hurtling down like a living weapon. Junsu stares in disbelief, thinking this shouldn't even be possible, before the attack slams him into the ground with crushing force. Hedgehog pulls back with a manic laugh, but it quickly fades when the rubble shifts. Junsu bursts out untouched, endurance shielding him with tenfold resistance, his defiance burning brighter than before. He groans through clenched teeth, every nerve screaming, even with endurance cushioning the damage. Stopping isn't an option. If he falters, he dies. He braces himself and surges forward, fists hammering in a relentless storm of strikes. Hedgehog snarls, a spike curling back before launching like a missile. Junsu narrowly dodges, only for a barrage to erupt, spears tearing into his flesh and slamming him to the ground in a bloody mess. He drags himself up, breath ragged, whispering that he just needs to hold on a little longer. Charging again, he cocks his fist, but blood bursts into the air as agony rips through him, his hand shredded beyond recognition. Shock freezes his mind before reality sets in. Another spike flies, and this time his whole arm is torn away, pain crashing into him like lightning. His scream echoes in desperation, but Hedgehog presses in, fists raised for a final, crushing strike. Junsu shuts his eyes, gasping, resigned that this is exactly how it should be. The blow slams down, shaking the ground as if the world itself cracked. In that instant, memories resurface, back when this was nothing more than a game on his phone. Victory had been simple then, monsters falling at the tap of a button. He had never once thought about the character's suffering, only driving it harder in the name of training. Now, he finally understands what that torment truly meant. He finally grasps the truth: pain, suffering, and sacrifice are the cost of even the smallest gain. Hedgehog looks down, startled to see his finishing blow blocked. Junsu's arm has regenerated. Before the creature can react, he dashes forward in a blur, his fist smashing into its face with crushing force, sending it tumbling across the ground. Breathing hard, teeth clenched, he mutters that victory always demands a price. His muscles pulse and swell beyond control, body straining at the edge of collapse, when a notification flickers in his mind. Trait acquired, mutant muscles. Despite the agony, a grin spreads across his face. This is just the beginning. Spikes still protrude from his body as Hedgehog slams into a wall. Jun-Soo smirks inwardly. Every reckless charge he made was for this, to push mana, heart, and strength past their breaking point and awaken something greater. Now, as mutant muscles surge within him, Hedgehog barrels forward again. Jun-Soo plants his feet, thinking everything has led to this. The beast's punch comes crashing down, only to be blocked with ease. He lets out a sharp laugh, daring it to try again. Snarling, Hedgehog morphs its fist into a spiked weapon and drives it into his chest. The brutal impact hurls him to the ground, body riddled with holes. For a moment it seems over, until his body begins knitting itself back together. But it's not mere healing. The regeneration twists and rebuilds him, turning flesh into something new. Hedgehog hesitates, baffled, as Jun-Soo awakens another trait, mutant body. His frame stretches, muscles bulge, and his stature now mirrors his enemies. Rising tall, he grins, thanking Hedgehog for pushing him this far. Then he charges without pause. The beast roars, meeting him head-on. Neither yields, fists colliding in a storm of brute force, each blow shaking the battlefield as they trade strikes with equal might. Nearby, Deer stirs awake, his ears twitching at the thunderous noise. Groggy, he lifts his head, muttering in confusion, then freezes as his vision clears. What unfolds before him looks like a scene torn out of a kaiju film, Jun-Soo and Hedgehog clashing with inhuman force. His eyes widen when he realizes the human in that battle is none other than Warrior Kim. A normal man fighting a mutant like this? It shouldn't even be possible. Both fighters launch punches at the same moment, the collision hurling them across the ground. Jun-Soo grits his teeth, chest heaving. Matching Hedgehog's size is one thing, but drawn out like this, the fight could tilt against him. Hedgehog roars, a scream that rattles the battlefield. Jun-Soo narrows his gaze, knowing this is dangerous, but makes a choice. He calls upon corruption resistance, then erases it entirely. Deer's jaw drops. Did he really just delete his own skill? Jun-Soo's body convulses as if tearing itself apart. His skin grows darker, muscles swell beyond control, and he wrestles desperately with his own mind, but the change has already taken hold. The monsterification begins. His body swells to a towering frame, skin deepening to a crimson hue. Then a guttural roar erupts, so primal it shakes the air itself, freezing Hedgehog where he stands. Fear creeps into the mutant for the first time. Above Jun-Soo's twisted maw, a glowing circle forms before bursting with raw energy. The blast slams into Hedgehog, flinging him far into the distance. Deer, trembling, can barely comprehend it. What was that? His eyes lift again, and dread grips him as a hulking, grotesque version of Jun-Soo stares down. A chill runs through his veins. Did he really become a mutant? How could such a thing happen? Yet to Jun-Soo, it is nothing but another step forward, another trait gained. Mutant Deer feels his throat tighten, his whole body urging him to run. Terrified, he begins crawling away, certain his end is near when Jun-Soo suddenly stretches out a hand toward him. Shutting his eyes, Deer braces for death, but instead of a strike he hears heavy coughing. Opening them, he sees Jun-Soo panting hard, his monstrous form gone, a human once more. Then Jun-Soo falls face first to the ground, whispering that he made it. It's explained that corruption resistance is the last shield. Once erased, the body fully mutates. The world believes no one can ever return from that, but Jun-Soo thought differently. He gambled that if he swapped corruption resistance with the mutant trait, while clinging to his sanity, he could change back. Even as his body tore itself apart and rebuilt in agony, he forced himself to endure until the shift was complete. The battle ends, the view widening to show cleanup crews moving in while Jun-Soo lies drained. Muttering that it felt like every bone and muscle had been broken, he vows never to repeat it. Forcing himself up, he staggers to Hedgehog's body just as a purple orb drifts from its mouth. Grabbing it, he sees it's a level 1 monocore. A crooked smile forms as he jokes that the pain was worth the profit, then even dances around saying clearing monsters pays well. Deer approaches, asking if he's alright and pressing about the transformation. Jun-Soo brushes it off, saying he just gambled on being able to turn back and got lucky. Deer calls it reckless, but Jun-Soo hands him a few level 0 monocores since he already has the stronger one, then says he wants fresh air and a break. Everyone is left stunned, both by his strength and by his generosity. but Deer eyes him warily. Later, back at Choi's place, Jun-soo is showered with compliments. He frowns, wondering what's behind all the praise, until Choi explains they could have given him proper work earlier if they'd known he was superhuman. Jun-soo finally grasps why all the praise is coming his way. In Arcane Soul, anyone who awakens a skill tied to mana is considered a superhuman, and in this world, strength defines both power and status, making them the nobility. It's only natural that Choi assumes this since only superhumans can truly handle mutants. For Jun-soo though, it's nothing more than a quirk of game design, as he can acquire traits freely. Choi slips a hand into his pocket, saying Jun-soo deserves payment for the cleanup. Outwardly calm but inwardly smirking, Jun-soo agrees, thinking it's fine to let him believe the superhuman act a bit longer. Choi then pulls out a massive stack of cash, explaining that since they cleared 5 regions, they get 20% of the fee, which equals 50 million won. Normally, Jun-soo's cut would be 5 million, but this time, he'll only deduct 5% from his share and even add a 12 million bonus. Jun-soo's grin nearly splits his face as his mood soars, leaving the room practically singing. Others notice his cheer, guessing he must have been well rewarded, and he casually confirms, acknowledging one of them as someone he'd worked with before. That man then reveals he's come to ask a favor, explaining that his wife is ill and wondering if Jun-soo could lend him money. Though apologetic for asking, he insists he's desperate. Jun-soo warns that helping strangers is dangerous since it could backfire, and life is already tough enough as it is. Still, seeing the man's pleading hand, he softens, pointing out he's older and shouldn't have to beg like this, then hands him a pile of level 0 mana cores, saying it's not much but he couldn't ignore him. Later that night, the same man is laughing, mocking Jun-soo as a fool who gave away cores just from hearing a sob story. He brags to Deer that he even pretended to be poor, and could have gotten more if he'd claimed his son was sick too, bitterly adding that it's annoying Jun-soo was paid more than everyone else yet gave so little. Deer simply sighs, stating Jun-soo isn't actually a superhuman, and suggests maybe it's time someone taught him a lesson. The beggar leans in and asks if Deer has something in mind, and Deer replies with a sly smile that the fool probably has some odd skill up his sleeve. While Jun-soo keeps busy helping those in need, Deer coldly remarks that since they've uncovered his secret, it's the perfect chance to show him just how frightening the world can really be. The scene shifts to a fancy resort where Jun-soo is seen through a window enjoying a massage, murmuring that money truly is a blessing. He never thought he experienced something like this, and being inside the game feels far better than reality. As the masseuse presses hard on his arm, he admits he's spent 3 full days resting in the hotel but his body still aches. He realizes he'll have to be more careful with mutant-related traits from now on, since switching traits isn't as limitless as he once believed. His body changes with every trait, and the stronger the change, the harsher the side effects. Survival now means holding back on reckless use. Looking out the window, he spots a group near the pool and recognizes them as the Iron Fist Gang. He explains that in Arcane Soul, gangs, not laws, hold real power. With monsters everywhere, people depend on superhumans to survive. He notes he's managed so far, but relying only on traits in such a world would be a mistake. A grin spreads across his face as he thinks that at the end of the day, it's all about stacking up on gear. Later, he visits a general goods store where a woman at the counter asks if he's selling. He says yes and shows some monster parts, but she eyes his shabby clothes and warns that they don't purchase level 0 mono cores. He answers that he already knew about the low-value cores, then pulls a blue monocore from his bag, leaving her stunned. When she asks if it's a level 2 core, he confirms and tells her to check it carefully, remarking that her surprise is satisfying. He feels proud of himself, thinking all the effort at the hotel finally paid off. If he can sell this for a good price, then he's on the right track. He asks if she also sells weapons and armor, and she says yes before guiding him into the back. As he steps inside, he's amazed at the sight, muttering that it looks like she has practically everything stored here and that someone from the government should probably be keeping an eye on her. She tells him to relax, and he replies with a nod, growing excited as he thinks that now is the perfect moment to gear up. Stuffing weapons into his bag, he grins and says it finally feels like he's really playing Arcane Soul. Just then, a woman calls out to him. When he turns, she casually asks if he's a mercenary, saying she needs help. He denies being one and suggests she finds someone else, but she shows him some money and explains that the Iron Fist Gang frightened her while she's on a business trip. She asks if he could escort her safely to her lodging. He quickly realizes she's offering at least $500,000 for protection and wonders if he should accept, now that he's well armed. He places a hand on her shoulder, saying he can't turn away a woman in trouble, and urges her to lead the way. With confidence, they start down some empty alleys until she says they're almost there. He frowns, wondering why she's staying in such a shady area, pointing out there isn't even an insect around. Suddenly she darts around a corner, and when he follows, all he finds is pitch blackness. She insists they're nearly there and tells him to hurry, but he replies it's too dark to see. Then his eyes glow yellow as he activates the night vision trait, admitting he didn't expect this. As his vision clears, he sees her aiming a pistol at him, and she remarks that he's far more careful than she imagined. Jun-soo stares at the woman with the pistol and quickly realizes this entire request was nothing but bait, but before he can react, a mocking laugh rings out as Deer steps from the shadows, asking where he thinks he's headed and remarking that it's been a while, asking if he agrees. Jun-soo demands to know what he did to deserve this, but Deer simply calls him stupid, saying that being naive is reason enough. Weapon slipping from his grip, Jun-soo lunges at the woman to knock her down, but Deer scoffs, asking why he tried talking just to attempt running away. Ordering her to shoot, she pulls the trigger, and the bullet slams into Jun-soo's back, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Deer curses, saying she should have hit his leg instead of his chest, but she insists it's better than letting him escape. Deer mutters that he might actually be dead, though he looks fine enough, while the woman suggests his body could be valuable since he once turned mutant. The beggar pushes them to strip him of his gear, yet when Deer glances back, Jun-soo's body has vanished. Unease spreads as the street lamp above shatters and the beggar suddenly collapses with a wound to his neck. Panic ripples through the group as Deer insists there's no way Jun-soo survived, only for a calm voice to declare he won't fall to those who repay kindness with betrayal. Hidden in the dark, Jun-soo reveals that slipping out of the shop with a bulletproof vest saved his life, and thanks to it, he awakened the trait of feigning death when shot. Deer whirls around, blind in the shadows, demanding to know where he is, but Jun-soo steps up behind him, whispering that he's right there. Reminding him that he spared him once, he snarls that now he'll take his life, slamming a crushing punch into Deer's face. Jun-soo's fist smashes across Deer's face, sending blood spraying as the man crashes to the ground, yet Deer springs right back up, wiping his mouth before swinging a kick. Jun-soo dodges, snapping that he should be thankful for ever being spared, asking if trying to kill the one who saved him makes any sense. As Deer staggers, Jun-soo orders him to bite the curb and raises his foot for the finishing blow, but the woman fires her gun, striking Jun-soo in the arm and rushing to check on Deer. Jun-soo mutters he was careless, realizing in Arcane Soul the true danger isn't mutants or monsters but people, and he had been too trusting. Determined not to repeat that mistake, he draws his weapon, blasting the pistol from her grip and shooting one of the men in the shoulder, forcing both down writhing in pain. A sudden clang echoes off the wall, and Jun-soo turns, intent on ending Deer before he can recover, only for Deer to lunge with a surprise strike. Caught off guard, Jun-soo barely blocks the kick but loses his weapon in the process. Then his eyes widen as Deer's legs twist and harden, revealing he has awakened as a level 1 superhuman. Jun-soo mutters that this game really is poorly designed, explaining that superhuman awakening is the base growth system for all playable characters, and even at the first level, one possesses enough power to rival a civilian armed with an assault rifle. Jun-soo slowly backs away to widen the gap as Deer growls that he'll kill him, forcing him to face a superhuman with nothing but his own body. In a blink, Deer vanishes from sight, leaving Jun-soo cursing under his breath as he searches. It's revealed that Deer holds two unique traits, stereoscopic movement and kick. The first lets him use his flexible legs to dash in any direction, and now he's running across the wall before springing high into the air. Jun-soo looks up and spots him diving down, building deadly momentum with his fall. He rolls aside just as the ground shatters, and Deer, annoyed that the strike missed, warns that this time he won't escape. The impact shakes the ground, and Deer grins, certain of victory, until Jun-soo calmly says he never planned on dodging. He blocks the blow with an extendable baton, sneering that a mutt like him doesn't know his place. Earlier, at a small shop, he had hesitated about whether a weapon would be worth it, since warriors grow stronger but can only wield arms effectively to a certain limit. In the end, he picked a close combat baton, and now it proves to be the perfect choice. Deer's leg trembles as Jun-soo shoves him back, then slams the baton down to knock him flat, unlocking a warrior class trait called Strike. Wasting no time, he chains attacks together, hammering downwards, cutting upward, and charging forward with relentless swings. Even a side strike is attempted, though it's uncertain if it grants him another trait. Deer keeps searching for an opening, and the instant he spots one, he drives a kick straight at Jun-Soo. For a moment Jun-Soo hesitates, torn between dodging or holding his ground, but after making it this far he refuses to back down. Clenching his teeth, he braces and slams his elbow into Deer's leg, ignoring the pain and telling himself he has to keep striking no matter what. The clash turns into a furious exchange of blows until he unlocks a new trait, Combo, and a smile spreads across his face. This is it. The strongest early build for a warrior comes from pairing Strike with Combo. With his left hand he pounds punches while his right hand whips the baton, overwhelming Deer as if it were a cutscene. Gasping for mercy, Deer pleads for him to stop, but Jun-Soo hurls the baton into his chest, the Strike trait detonating on impact. Deer's strength drains away and he crumples to the ground. Crying out in triumph, Jun-Soo declares he has slain and awakened one. But the victory is short-lived. His arms ignite with a burning sensation, as though the very air is scorching his skin. His body throbs in agony as a red aura spirals around him, and he gasps that something inside is about to burst. Certain he knows what's happening, he suddenly erupts in a blinding explosion, and when the light clears, golden energy coils around his fingers. Staring at his hands, he realizes that this is the day he uncovered the cruel truth of the arcane soul world. Iron Fist demands if Jun-Soo even checked where he was before starting all this, and Jun-Soo replies he was ambushed and couldn't just stand still without fighting back. Unlocking his weapon, Iron Fist says that makes him more dangerous than his own gang. Jun-Soo stiffens, warning that fighting here will only lead to a pointless death, but Iron Fist presses the weapon to his chest, declaring he made a grave mistake and will now learn what happens when someone interferes with his territory. Jun-Soo pauses, then sneers if that's the best he has, adding that he seems to have overlooked something. Grabbing the weapon, he places his own finger on the trigger and fires into his chest, claiming he isn't the kind who dies so easily. Iron Fist freezes in shock, calling him insane for shooting himself, but Jun-Soo bursts out laughing, saying that was nothing and almost too easy. The truth emerges. He's acquired the regeneration trait. Iron Fist chuckles, intrigued by such an ability, while Jun-Soo explains that regeneration is an evolved form of wound recovery, only attainable at level 1 superhuman. He warns that underestimating him would be their downfall. Realizing he needs to bluff, he gestures at the triple homicide behind him, declaring that he didn't survive by luck, and if anyone dares cross Warrior Kim, they'd better be ready for the consequences. Iron Fist bursts out laughing, asking if that's really his name, saying he likes the boldness but will let him off this time, though now he owes him a favor. Resting a hand on his shoulder, he hints that Jun-Soo knows exactly what he means. Jun-Soo answers that he'll keep it in mind, though he wonders if Iron Fist might have recognized him. Extending his hand, Iron Fist proposes that they could work together on a job next time. Looking at the offered hand, Jun-Soo thinks he doesn't seem like the kind who would betray an ally, so making a connection here might not be a bad idea. He agrees to the deal, shaking hands and promising to see him again. The scene shifts to the superhuman tower in Jamsil, where Jun-Soo admits he had no idea when first seeing it in the game, but now in reality, it feels massive and beyond anything he's ever witnessed. A woman greets him politely, thanking him for visiting and asking how she can help. Stunned by her beauty, he thinks she looks familiar, wondering if she's an NPC. She explains that if he's here for certification, he needs to use the machine that measures mana and trade circuits. He thanks her and heads toward it, realizing he must look like a total beginner if she guided him without him even asking. He thinks once he's certified, his real journey in Arcane Soul will begin. Just then, a loud noise echoes, startling him. People around point to the ceiling, saying the saint has arrived. Looking up, he sees a glowing light descending from an airship, spreading luminous text across the hall as people are teleported. Shocked, he recognizes it as the Old Father's order and wonders why a boss monster would appear here, but then recalls that since this is still the tutorial stage, she is a saint, not yet a boss. As the truth slowly unfolds, it's revealed that the so-called order is nothing more than a cult masked as a religion, and the saint, admired by many, is in reality a deranged psychopath. While the crowd continues praising her, whispers spread that she must be here for her level-up renewal. She unleashes a crushing aura, golden light radiating in waves that force people to their knees. Junsu averts his gaze, muttering that her approach is far too showy and unbearably loud. As the machine begins scanning her mana, it absorbs her energy until the glow vanishes, leaving the hall in tense silence as everyone waits to see her results. The display reveals she is 27, a priestess of mana level 8 with a 6-layer circuit. Gasps ripple through the crowd. No one can believe she's only level 8. She smiles confidently as admirers marvel at her 6 possible traits, represented by the layered circuits. But Junsu sees it differently. Sweat beads on his forehead as he calculates that a level 8 superhuman is the equivalent of a walking aircraft carrier, a national weapon of war. He wonders bitterly why powerful women always turn out unhinged. Even if he tried warning the crowd, he knows they'd laugh, call him mad, or even stone him like it was some medieval trial. For now, he decides it's best to proceed with measuring his own mana. To avoid suspicion, he resolves to hide his full potential, lowering his traits to 3 instead of 6. Suddenly, the saint stiffens, her eyes narrowing as if she sensed something. Her followers ask what happened, and she replies that something unusual has caught her attention. In a blink, she's standing right behind him, remarking that he carries an intriguing ability. Junsu curses under his breath, startled, then repeats her words in disbelief, asking if she truly noticed that he tampered with his traits. Kim freezes for a moment as the glowing window lingers, while the crowd whispers in confusion over why the saint would bother with someone so ordinary. She suddenly takes his hands, asking for his name, and he calmly replies that he is Warrior Kim, remarking inwardly that in arcane soul, a priest only asks a name when preparing for something deeper. Before he can finish the thought, she proclaims herself as the representative of the Old Father's order and begins baptizing him, declaring that the Old Father craves power like his and urging him to surrender and find peace in this cursed world. An enchantment mark begins etching across his arm as the onlookers glare with envy, envious that she, the Old Father's first daughter, has chosen to baptize him. Yet for Junsu, panic rises. He knows that accepting baptism means gaining the baptism trait, binding him to the order as one of their paladins. Worse still, he recalls that during the war with South Korea, the Old Father's order was crushed by a single figure, the celestial demon. As the rite continues, he abruptly tears his hand from hers, comparing it to being forced to invest in a stock destined to collapse. Dropping to one knee, he firmly refuses the baptism. Her eyes widen, shifting into a deranged glare as she insists he must not have understood her command. Though fatigued, he assures her he's serious. Controlling her rage, she masks it with composure, saying service is a right, whether accepted or denied, yet warns him that the Old Father has already marked him. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she reminds him that a powerful divine energy is already lodged within him, and if he cannot resist such a faint trace of power, his fragile freedom will crumble in the end. Suddenly a yellow flame engulfs him, and his screams echo across the crowd as people mutter in disbelief, wondering how anyone could reject baptism so boldly, questioning if he has no faith at all. The fire is divine fever, a punishment of endless burning agony for those who refuse, one of the most brutal debuffs in the game, stripping away any chance at normal life. The only cure is to submit at a temple, but though he had prepared for this outcome, the searing pain tears through him mercilessly, rolling his eyes back until he collapses unconscious. Cold water splashes across his face, dragging him back to awareness, and through the haze he sees the same woman leaning over him, her expression marked by genuine worry. He mutters that nobody dares help the afflicted for fear of sharing their curse, yet he's thankful she took the risk. Forcing himself upright, he insists he'll endure a little longer, folding into a lotus position as a system prompt grants him the trait divine resistance. The flames still consume him, but now he begins building a defense. He explains to himself that his refusal wasn't reckless. The fever scales with mana, and at level 1, his suffering is weaker than it could have been. The first solution is to gain traits, which he has, and the next is to concentrate mana inward. Whether by unlocking his potential or triggering mana absorption, the process tears at him, drawing new cries as the woman desperately pours more bottles of water over him, urging him on. The chilling relief spreads through his body, mixing against the inferno, and he realizes this clash of fire and water is the key. Fixating on both sensations, he forces balance within, and in that instant, time itself seems to halt. The agony and the cold fuse into harmony as his mana surges, extinguishing the fever's grasp. His eyes snap open, glowing as a radiant blue light bursts from his body, blinding the girl, and a notification declares a new trait, Mana Barrier. The flames can no longer touch him. He steadies himself with a small smile, calling this the basic level 1 skill every defender warrior should gain. The woman leans closer, asking if he's alright, and he assures her he is, thanks to her help. Around them, everyone stares in disbelief that he managed to endure the divine fever, doubting if such a thing is even possible. He knows it's not a complete victory, just a temporary barrier shielding him from the flames. But at least the burning agony has vanished, and the black fire cloaking him even makes his presence striking. When it's his turn to measure mana, he steps onto the magical device, charging it as the energy rises higher and higher. With a confident grin, he waits for the result, and the reading shocks everyone. Level 1, yet a 6-layer circuit. Voices rise in astonishment, calling it the birth of a super rookie, saying it explains why the holy figure showed interest in him. Joe and Sue remark that he's drawn dangerous attention, wanting to be an overpowered protagonist hidden in shadows. The woman congratulates him, saying she has never seen anyone start with 6 layers, and now his license can be issued. In another chamber, she lays the license before him, officially certifying him as superhuman. Tears of joy run down his face as he says his hard work has finally paid off. She offers to explain the privileges, but he cuts in, saying he already knows them by heart, surprising her as he lists them one by one. He admits with a sly smile that he's either a gaming addict or, more precisely, a doctor in superhumanology. He warns that he hates wasting time, and with people staring, he asks if there's a discreet way out. She chuckles, already prepared, and rises with a smile, motioning for him to follow. His cheeks warm as they walk together, cloaked by concealment. He thanks her sincerely for caring for him, and she says it was nothing since helping one another is natural. Just by wearing the cloak, he gains the stealth trait, making his abilities even more overwhelming. At the final passage, she points to the exit, explaining she can't go further due to tower rules. He bows deeply, saying her kindness is more than enough, and she wishes him a safe journey back. Watching her steps fade, he mutters that he never thought such kindness could be found in Arcane's soul. Her beauty strikes him too, and he vows to repay her one day when he grows stronger. Curious, he glances at the card she gave him and freezes in shock. The name reads Soren Beak. His disbelief grows as he realizes she's one of the 3 strongest SSR-class warriors in the game, a berserker known for her fierce and intimidating image. He frowns, remembering that familiar face, never imagining she once carried herself with such calm grace, and wonders what path changed her into the person he once knew. He swings his blade through a slime, cutting it apart, then mutters that being a superhuman isn't cool at all. For the past week he's been stuck wiping out these weak monsters and he feels like he's about to collapse from exhaustion. Dropping to the ground with a sigh, he grumbles that he's only managed to clear 1 cave and his efficiency is pathetic. It's all because he built his traits around sustaining the mana barrier instead of specializing in monster cleanup, and now the debuff won't even let him handle other jobs. What he really needs is nectar, a rare potion that could erase the divine fever, but it's far too expensive, making this endless grind feel pointless. His mood sinks until his phone buzzes. Seeing the caller ID, he groans at this guy again, wondering how many times he'll keep trying. Just as he's about to reject it, a sly grin spreads across his face as an idea forms. At Choi's agency, the man rushes to greet him, practically glowing with relief that he endured the divine fever without baptism, showering him with flattery. When asked about the job, he admits it was brutal to arrange because nectar can only be acquired through level 5 or higher requests. Hearing that, he threatens to leave, but the man stops him, stressing how vital this exclusive contract is and that he made sure the request was secured. With a smirk, he leans back, saying he knew desperation for a contract would push him to get it done, then casually asks about the request itself. Handing over the papers, Choi asks if he's ever heard of Security No. 1. He shakes his head, guessing it might be a security firm. The reply clarifies that it's a top 10 private military company, founded by a married couple with martial arts bloodlines, their base unshakable. He frowns, asking what such a powerhouse could possibly be missing, and the answer comes with wait. The problem is their son, already past 20 yet still without a single awakening. Jun-soo looks surprised that despite both parents being martial arts elites, their son still hasn't awakened. Choi explains the rumor, that the boy has already built up level 8 mana yet can't awaken, which makes no sense. Their condition was simply for a warrior-type superhuman level 1 or higher, so it matches perfectly. With a sly smile, Jun-soo says he'll meet them immediately. As they arrive at the estate, Choi's legs tremble nervously, muttering that these people aren't ones to waste time. Jun-soo scans the lavish house, remarking on how costly it must be, when a woman's voice apologizes for keeping them waiting. The tension nearly makes Choi collapse as the couple finally enters. She introduces them as the clients. Her name is Lee Miri and her husband is Seo Jeongju. Choi bows politely, thanking them for meeting, and Jun-soo adds that both must be at least level 6 superhumans judging by the strong aura they emit. Jeongju glares, scoffing that he can tell just by looking this one is weak. Miri quickly scolds him, telling him to return to his room if he's going to act that way. He refuses and drops onto the couch, leaving her to sigh about his stubbornness before inviting the guests to sit. After they thank her, she says their presence means they intend to take on the request. Jun-soo replies that before agreeing, he would like to examine their son since there could be a hidden reason behind his inability to awaken. Jeongju slams the table, furious at the idea of sharing such matters with a mere novice. Miria calms him, apologizing, explaining that when it comes to their son, he always loses his composure. She says this is not something they can reveal to a stranger, but if Jun-soo accepts the request, they'll call the boy in and explain. She adds that it's clear he needs nectar badly, since the divine fever is taking its toll. Hearing that they already know his condition, Jun-soo smirks inwardly, saying that only confirms he'll accept. He agrees and asks to meet the boy. Soon, a young man enters, introducing himself as Seo Yujin. Jun-soo greets him warmly, shaking his hand while noticing he gives off no trace of mana. Then his eyes catch the cloak he's wearing, and he compliments it, saying it looks cool. Yujin replies humbly that it's more than he deserves but wears it with deep gratitude. With a knowing smile, Jun-soo suggests that perhaps it's needed to seal away his mana. The whole family looks shocked, and Jun-soo gives a small smile, saying that the gloves made everything clear to him from the start. He explains that although the case involves a noble family, he purposely set the rule for a level 1 superhuman and used the nectar issue to draw him out. Yujin had once been baptized under the order of the Old Father, but he rejected it and sealed his own mana to avoid suffering from divine fever. Since this truth could never be made public, the family struggled quietly, until rumors spread that Jun-soo had managed to overcome baptism himself, which led them to seek his help. Yujin, amazed, praises him dramatically, saying no further words are needed, and even jokes that Jun-soo acts like the lead in a detective story. Jun-soo lightly replies that he's watched plenty of Conan before and adds that knowing the future makes things even simpler. He says he realized the truth the moment he saw the photo, because in the future Yujin becomes a vanguard paladin of the Old Father's order, resisting at first, but after his parents lose their strength, he finally gives in to protect them. Jeongji steps forward, respectfully asking if there's any way for his son to escape baptism, with everyone staring at Jun-soo hopefully. He teases that Jeongji was so proud earlier but is suddenly humble now, then assures them there is indeed a way. He says his 10,000 hours spent in Arcane Soul give him the knowledge to solve this, and placing a hand on Yujin's shoulder, he tells him he understands his pain and will help free him. Tears fall as Yujin hugs him tightly, while Jun-soo thinks to himself that it doesn't matter whether the so-called saint tries to pull him into a false cult. What matters is that his future ally is already showing true loyalty by his side. Jin-soo steadies himself and gently pushes Yujin aside, saying that before they move forward, he wants to set one more condition. Jeongji narrows his eyes and demands to know what it is. With a calm grin, Jun-soo explains that since the request has turned out to be more difficult than expected, it's only fair he gains something extra. Miri folds her arms and admits he has a point. This isn't just about awakening their son anymore, it's about curing him of the divine fever, and they'll pay any price if he succeeds. Jun-soo leans back, adding that what he wants is to be taught the sword style said to split mountains in half. His words leave the couple in shock. While Jun-soo's smile grows, Yujin's face turns pale, and Sion's stiff posture screams that he senses danger. It's not Yeongju but Miria who steps forward, her aura flaring with a killing intent that presses against the room. She warns him that he must realize the weight of what he just asked. Jun-soo flinches, stunned by how much more terrifying her presence is compared to her husband's. He quickly understands her anger. The mountain-cleaving sword isn't something shared lightly. Inwardly, he admits that people might laugh at someone choosing to pursue swordsmanship in the modern world, but in Arcane Soul, strength is what defines one's place. His thoughts flash to the image of a woman swinging her blade and slicing straight through a tank with one strike. He calmly explains that in the hands of a superhuman, the sword becomes a weapon far stronger than modern arms, and in the higher realms of combat, entire martial arts techniques are valued more than squadrons of fighter jets. If a level 1 superhuman were to master and continuously train with the mountain-cleaving sword, they could easily rise to level 4, essentially breaking the balance of the early stages like a cheat code. He recalls hearing that only the most elite were ever allowed to study this skill, and he briefly wonders if his demand has crossed the line. He clarifies that he would only dare ask for such an exchange if he truly delivers on his promise. Ween's voice calling out to his mother breaks her intense aura, and she exhales before declaring that if he succeeds, she'll hand over not only the nectar but also a memory chip containing the sword technique. Jun-Su's eyes widen. He hadn't expected her to agree. He thanks her with a crooked grin, relieved he wasn't cut down where he stood, and now the chance to obtain the sword lies before him. She warns that failure will leave both her and her husband deeply disappointed, perhaps furious, to which he confidently answers that it won't come to that and insists they begin immediately. They lead him into a warehouse where Miria explains that a mana-focused circle and 200 intermediate-grade potions have been prepared per his request. He nods, saying that will be more than enough, and asks to work alone with the patient. She offers an apology for her earlier outburst, revealing that Yujin had been baptized against his will before he could even attend school, robbed of friendships and freedom, forced into isolation inside his room. Her voice softens as she admits her overprotectiveness, promising to place her full trust in him. Jun-Su mutters that they all suffered thanks to the saint's scheme, and Yujin assures his mother it's alright. Jun-Su reflects on the irony that in the game Yujin eventually turned against the very family that had once sacrificed so much for him, which explains his coldness in the future, and for a moment, he feels sympathy. With resolve, he vows to succeed no matter what. Left alone with Yujin, he notices the boy trembling and tells him to relax, asking what scares him so much. Yujin hesitantly admits he thought Jun-Su would torture him into awakening with something brutal like electric shocks. Jun-Su frowns, wondering what kind of treatment the boy has endured, and begins to explain. The standard method for curing divine fever is to drink nectar after awakening, but because his mana reserves were overflowing, the fever grew too severe for him to awaken, causing the process to fail. Jun-Su reassures him not to worry, only to remember one rule: what happens here must remain a secret. He steadies himself and declares that the procedure will begin. First, Yujin must expand his mana barrier to the absolute limit until it weakens. As the divine fever begins to devour him again, Jun-Su quickly uncorks the healing potions and pours them down his throat, urging him to endure. Yujin coughs and swallows desperately, grimacing at the relentless cycle and muttering that the taste is downright awful. After countless bottles clatter to the ground, Yujin suddenly gains the drug addiction trait, his body paying the price with increased damage intake and mana drain, though the potion's effects intensify. Jun-Su remarks that by channeling the drugs into the mana shield, it can evolve into an area shield, and once the formation locks into place around them, he wipes his mouth, announcing that the divine fever has been completely purged from the barrier. Yujin stares in awe, calling it incredible, but Jun-Su cuts him off, saying it's too soon to celebrate, and orders him to remove his glove. Startled, Yujin asks if he's serious, but Jun-Su explains he must push his bare hand through the barrier and simply grab hold of his. Yujin protests that the two divine fevers will resonate dangerously, yet Jun-Su, already stepping out of the barrier while the fever scorches his flesh, insists the pain is manageable inside and urges him to just obey. Yujin's pulse quickens. This is the first time since his forced baptism that he's dared expose his hand. As he thrusts it into the barrier, fire rips through his skin, the searing pain eclipsing even Jun-Su's torment. Jun-Su is shaken by the sheer mana coursing through this boy, terrifying in its depth, but he clasps his hand regardless, enduring the unbearable blaze. Agony tears through him, worse than his baptism, bones feeling like they're shattering from within. He bites down hard, forcing himself to stay conscious, until a notification chimes and relief finally comes. He yanks himself and Yujin back into the barrier, both collapsing onto the floor. Gasping for air, Jun-Su sees that he's still gripping Yujin's arm when the boy suddenly manifests the damage absorption trait, granting him the power to take on harm meant for others. Jun-Su, drenched in sweat, declares it a success, while Yujin stares at his unloved hand in disbelief, marveling that the pain is actually tolerable. Jun-Su reveals that everything unfolded exactly as he planned. Between the barrier and the shared trait, he siphoned off a portion of Yujin's fever, leaving the boy's condition dramatically weakened. Now, he says, only the final stage remains. Jun-Su hands Yujin a wooden sword, telling him there's no stopping now and that he must strike until his awakening comes. Yujin nods, saying it's time to put his lifelong training in swordsmanship to use, then swiftly takes a stance and charges forward. His blow lands against Jun-Su's forearms, forcing him to block with armor, yet Yujin darts past him with frightening speed. Jun-Su freezes as he notices the iron guards on his arms snapping under the pressure of nothing but a wooden blade, proof that things are about to turn dire. A new notification appears, granting him the protection trait, but even with it he realizes that a single clean strike could leave him in ruins. The thought that this raw power belongs to someone not yet awakened chills him. As Yujin presses forward with another attack, Jun-Su narrowly sidesteps, spinning midair while placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, baffled by what kind of training he has endured to reach this level. Landing back on his feet, he spots a faint aura radiating from Yujin, and at the same time, he himself acquires the evasion trait. Jun-Su allows a thin smile, knowing that this glow signals an imminent awakening. But his relief falters when Yujin's aura surges violently, his wooden sword beginning to shine as if alive. Jun-Su mutters that this is bad. The boy has just reached SSR rank, awakening the terrifying trait known as One with the Sword, where blade and wielder merge into a single existence. It's a monstrous gift for a warrior, but now is no moment for all. Lost in a trance, Yujin releases a devastating wave of aura straight toward him, and Jun-Su stares at the oncoming force, grimly admitting that if it hits, he won't survive. Jun-Su mutters that he must stack every defensive trait he has and channel the barrier into his arms, relying on the mana circle carved into the room for support. As he layers the defenses, Yujin's wave of aura slams into him, detonating with such force that the ground shatters and a shockwave ripples outward. When the dust clears, a shield shimmers through the smoke, and he realizes he has unlocked the mana shield trait. Breathing hard, he admits he barely made it, noting that protection combined with mana barrier created this shield. He chuckles weakly, confessing he nearly lost his life. Then he notices Yujin staggering before collapsing to the ground. Jun-Su raises a brow, remarking how calmly the boy can sleep after trying to kill him, though relief spreads when he sees it's not a seizure but simply exhaustion from awakening. He recalls that in the game Yujin was also an SSR rank, though instead of becoming a paladin, he awakened as a warrior and gained the sword trait first. Lifting the unconscious boy, Jun-Su muses that this change could alter the story, but for now, what matters is that someone this privileged and powerful owes him. A grin flickers, and he thinks that Yujin might just grow into a dangerous villain. Later, as Jun-Su rests on a bed, the family bows deeply, overcome with gratitude that the divine fever has been completely defeated. He brushes it off, though another immediately starts doting on him, pouring a drink with overeager hands. Miria strokes Yujin's head, whispering how long it's been since she has seen him sleep so peacefully, and admits she cannot imagine how to repay such a debt. Jiangji solemnly agrees, adding that beyond the nectar and memory chip they had promised, they want to offer an additional success fee. When one mentions a sum of 1 billion won, Jun-Su nearly chokes in shock before forcing a grin, joking that it would break his heart to turn down such an offer. Jun-Su can barely contain his excitement at the thought of 1 billion won, though he hides it behind a calm smile. Later that night, as he and his companion head back, Choi remarks that today was nothing short of a lottery win. He admires the reward, agreeing it looks impressive. When asked if he will drink the nectar immediately, Jun-Su replies that he will, since he must eventually consume it anyway, and he plans to rest for a while. His companion understands, noting that Jun-Su wants to avoid drawing the attention of the order or others who might covet the rewards. Still, he regrets that drinking it unrefined means losing the chance to massively boost his mana. Jun-Su admits it's true. Had he refined it, his superhuman level would have soared even higher instead of being spent curing divine fever. At a hotel, as Jun-Su steps out, his companion offers to find the necessary equipment to refine the nectar and advises him to hold onto it for now. Jun-Su agrees outwardly but inwardly dismisses the idea, ripping the label and deciding to drink it immediately. The world of arcane soul has taught him its cruelty, and trust is a luxury he can't afford. With traits like mana absorption and potion dependency, he knows he can maximize its effects. As the liquid burns through him, he drops the bottle, writhing in agony as if every muscle is being torn apart and rebuilt. He forces his focus, feeling the overwhelming mana surge within, and his eyes blaze yellow as a radiant beam bursts through the window. He has reached level 2, though the divine fever still lingers. Even so, he's elated. This is one of the strongest Tier 1 traits, and with it combined with the mountain sword, he can now focus on training without worry. Just then, his phone rings. Annoyed, he ignores it at first, but as it keeps buzzing, he finally answers, snapping about the constant calls. On closer inspection, he finds hidden words embedded in the text. It warns him to run from the Dagger Gang. Realization strikes. This isn't betrayal. If his ally wanted to deceive him, he would have stalled by phone. The hidden message means he was caught. Likely, the information slipped while his companion was preparing refining equipment. Guilt tugs at him, but he shakes it off. Arcane soul is merciless, and everyone must fend for themselves. Meanwhile, we see Sansa screaming in pain, bound to a chair and surrounded by 3 men who sneer that he's a tough one. Despite hours of interrogation, he has revealed nothing about the rookie. He declares firmly that he signed a contract in trust and won't betray it no matter what. One captor sighs, saying he didn't want to go this far but has no choice. Gripping an axe, he asks mockingly if Sansa prefers to lose his left hand or right. With no answer, the man laughs darkly, deciding he'll just take the right. But before the axe falls, an explosion erupts behind them, shaking the building. Startled, they turn as a man drags himself forward, crying out that a lunatic is attacking. He wasn't lying. As a barrage of rockets tears into their base, a figure declares they've made a grave mistake. In this brutal world, someone who keeps their word cannot be left to suffer alone. With a grim grin, he fires again, announcing that this blast will be their lesson. The war has only just begun. Explosions rattle the walls as armed men flood out of the hideout, scanning frantically for the shooter. Jun-Soo watches with a smirk, calling them cockroaches spilling from a nest. Though the building looks ordinary, he knows it well. This is the Dagger Gang's lair, a dungeon he's cleared countless times, almost to the point of boredom. With 6 buildings making up the hideout, and the whole setup flagged as a tutorial mission, he's confident he can finish it blindfolded. Crouching low, he launches from the rooftop, grinning that he's about to speedrun the place. In an alley below, patrolmen grumble about Iron Fist being the only maniacs who dare attack them, swearing they'll wipe them out once caught. One of them hears a noise from a dumpster and edges closer, urged to check carefully. As he peers inside, Jun-Soo bursts out of the shadows, seizing his face and slamming him hard into a wall. He laughs, mocking the man for not recognizing him even up close, boasting that nothing beats feigned death and stealth for infiltration. With the guards distracted outside, he slips into the main building through a hidden staircase concealed beneath a dumpster. Gliding through the corridors, he notes their obsession with hostages and recalls the boss's office sits on the 5th floor, meaning he must press on quietly. Suddenly, the intercom blares a warning: an intruder has breached the base, and all members must rally at the lobby. Standing at a door, he weighs his options. The lobby is the fastest way up via the central staircase, but the gang has fortified it for crossfire. Despite knowing he'll walk straight into their guns, he grins and steps through. Chaos explodes as he whips out a Gatling gun and mows down the front line, bullets shredding everything in sight. Those in the rear rally and return fire, but Jun-Soo tosses a grenade into their midst, retreating with a laugh that stealth was never really his thing. Gripping a bundle of explosives, he hurls 8 more into the room, shutting the door as screams erupt, then fade into silence. When he steps back out, corpses litter the floor, though he keeps his guard up. Sure enough, a survivor staggers upright, screaming his death. Jun-Soo sidesteps the gunshot effortlessly as a notification pings in his head. New trait unlocked, sensory awareness. Grinning, he mutters this was exactly the reward he came for. He fixes his eyes on the trembling man, coldly telling him he's the only one dying tonight, then ends it clean with a bullet to the skull. Turning his gaze upward, he declares it's time to advance. With the gambling den on the 4th floor behind him and the boss's room looming above, he steels himself. This is where the real fight begins. Jun-Soo moves through the eerie silence of the gambling den, frowning as he senses something off. He pushes the door open and finds the place completely deserted, the atmosphere so heavy it prickles against his skin. A sudden notification rings in his head: new trait acquired, focus. Just as the word registers, a faint whir above catches his attention. His eyes snap upward to find a drone hovering overhead, releasing a grenade. He instantly recognizes the type: flashbang. The blast erupts, leaving him blinded and deafened in an instant. Seizing the moment, a figure lunges from a side room, charging from behind with a knife raised high. The blade slams down, and mocking laughter fills the air as the attacker boasts of catching a rat. the gang's boss finally appears, a level 2 assassin leading the Dagger Gang. But Jun-soo smirks unfazed, telling him he really shouldn't celebrate so early. Assassin's grin fades as he realizes something's wrong. The knife didn't pierce. Confusion flashes across his face as he leaps back, trying to make sense of what just happened. Jun-soo scoffs, mocking him by asking who the real rat is here, suggesting maybe it's his own fear speaking. Though the ambush wasn't supposed to trigger on this floor, Jun-soo isn't shaken. In the original game, the chain trap began the moment players stepped into the boss room, and without the sensory awareness and focus traits, anyone would have been doomed. Assassin may be skilled, but Jun-soo knows victory lies in predicting his attacks. When the assassin demands to know how his strike was blocked, Jun-soo just smiles, saying it's the bare minimum required to survive. Without hesitation, Assassin draws his blade, his eyes narrowing as he warns Jun-soo that he'll regret ever making him the target. Jun-soo strikes with speed, but the assassin ducks away just in time. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes and reappears behind Jun-soo, mocking how slow he seems. The assassin throws a dagger straight at him, and Jun-soo, noticing the motion, spins his sword to deflect it cleanly in midair. He immediately recognizes the dagger's enchantment, poisoned, deadly with the slightest contact. The longer this fight drags, the worse the outcome could be. The assassin grins, suggesting a cruel bargain: surrender now, and only one arm will be lost. Jun-soo rolls his eyes, dismissing the offer, signaling that actions speak louder than words. The assassin laughs, teasing that he can tell Jun-soo is a gunman just by the way he handles a sword and talks too much. Jun-soo wonders about his confidence, realizing it likely stems from Jun-soo's reputation with firearms. With a menacing yell, the gang leader charges, vowing a painful death. Jun-soo raises his sword, focusing on a single decisive strike. The assassin dodges easily, laughing at the attempt, but that's exactly what Jun-soo intended. Mid-swing, he twists his body, spinning the blade to redirect the strike straight toward the assassin's head. The assassin's eyes widen, panic registering too late. A marksman combining with melee? He barely manages to block the blow, stumbling back. Jun-soo shakes his head, smiling, and releases a faint aura, announcing the switch: no longer a marksman, now a classic warrior trained in fencing. Jun-soo shifts his stance and channels the Mountain Crusher style. His blade crashes down with immense power, slicing through the air and splattering blood. The assassin screams as the strike tears through his chest. Jun-soo laughs, taunting that he had dropped his guard, and that's why he lost. On the edge of death, the assassin clutches his knife and hurls it forward, insisting he won't go down so easily. Jun-soo, caught completely off guard, hadn't expected another move from someone already defeated. The knife hits, spraying blood across the room, leaving the assassin sprawled and motionless, but Jun-soo's gaze flicks to the blade embedded in his own body. Damn it, he thinks, dropping his guard like an amateur. The poison spreads rapidly through his veins. Wasting no time, he reshuffles his traits to counter the toxin, enduring the intense pain. Outside, voices call urgently, warning of an intruder inside the building. His vision blurs, energy draining fast. No time to hesitate. He needs to escape. On the 5th floor, Choi finds himself tied to a chair. He struggles, slipping to the floor while reaching for a shard of glass. I need to get out of here, he thinks, as footsteps draw near. Looking up, he sees Jun-soo standing with arms crossed, questioning how he was captured. Without waiting for an answer, Jun-soo crouches and unties Choi. Once free, tears threaten to spill as Choi asks if the Jun-soo came all this way to save him. Jun-soo merely sighs, saying they'll talk later and need to leave immediately. Choi struggles to stand, barely able to move, frustration rising as he watches. Crouching, Jun-soo tells him to climb on his back. Hesitation flickers, but urgency wins, just this once. Choi mounts his back, apologizing for the inconvenience. He is struck by the loyalty and realizes this world isn't completely devoid of trust. Back in the Seonsu workshop safe room, Jun-soo downs healing soda bottles one after another, purging the poison from his system. After hours, he finally exhales with relief, poison resistance achieved. Choi keeps bringing more bottles, but Jun-soo takes only one final bottle and refuses the rest, satisfied he achieved his goal. Choi bows his head, overwhelmed with guilt, explaining that the nectar's preparation had been compromised and that he shouldn't have trusted his staff. Jun-soo smiles faintly, reassuring him that it's fine, he drank the nectar anyway. Shocked, Choi asks why, and Jun-soo responds casually that without it, he wouldn't have been able to save him. Choi feels an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing Jun-soo wasted precious nectar for his sake, and Jun-soo prefers he thinks that way. Suddenly, a loud banging echoes from the door. Panic sets in as Choi asks if it's the Dagger Gang. Jun-soo merely smiles, ready to greet them. Jun-soo opens the door, and Choi freezes in surprise. It's not the Dagger Gang waiting outside, but the Iron Fist Gang. Their leader studies Jun-soo with a faint, knowing smile. "About time I showed up," he says, crossing his arms. "I always suspected you weren't ordinary, but wiping out the entire Dagger Gang? That was unexpected." Jun-soo takes a moment before replying, explaining that it's his turn to claim the reward for completing such a tough mission. He recounts how the two gangs constantly clashed over territory, and in the game, the tutorial required the player to eliminate the Dagger Gang by aiding the Iron Fist Gang in taking their building, which granted various advantages. Now though, Jun-soo wrestles with a personal dilemma. Iron Fist asks if he plans to form his own organization, but Jun-soo shakes his head firmly, saying that's not his way. He called them here to offer the former Dagger Gang's territory entirely to Iron Fist. Surprised, the gang leader asks if Jun-soo wants nothing for himself. Jun-soo explains he prefers working alone and has no interest in entering the criminal world, insisting this is the best deal he can provide. Iron Fist considers it, noting that compared to past debts, this is like a bonus, and Jun-soo laughs, agreeing that they're aligned. With the territory transferred, Jun-soo finally voices his own request. When asked what he wants, a dark laugh escapes him, tempered by a genuine smile. "I want a house." The leader blinks, taken aback. "A house?" Jun-soo explains he's been alone for a long time and needs a proper base. Jun-soo shakes his head when asked what kind of house he wants, dismissing villas or apartments. He needs something secluded, equipped with security, soundproofing, and an underground training area. Iron Fist considers it, listing a few options, and finally mentions a house on the outskirts of Jeonabong Slope. Jun-soo hides his excitement behind a calm expression, but inside he's thrilled. This is the first base a player gets in Arcane Soul. Arriving at the house, he can hardly contain himself, laughing at how much better it is than he imagined. Memories flash back to when he first fell into Arcane Soul, struggling to even cover a 20 million hospital bill. Now, with this house and income from the city's largest security company, he could pay off a year of bills effortlessly. Yet, he knows this is no time to relax. The story moves forward, and enemies like the Saints still threaten the city. Grabbing his pickaxe, he heads to the underground training room, tapping along the walls until he finds the right spot. With determined swings, he breaks through, confident his instincts won't fail him. The digging is deeper than expected, but he presses on until he hits a water source. Drinking from it, he feels a rush of revitalization, his body warming and energy returning. This is a mana spring, capable of fully restoring HP and removing most debuffs, a rare treasure conveniently located in his new house. Wasting no time, he prepares a bath, appreciating the physical effort here compared to the simple click in the game. Feeling the flow of energy through him, he grips his blade, knowing this house is perfect for training. With full recovery always available, there's no reason not to push himself to the absolute limit. 2 weeks pass, and during that entire time, he remains secluded in the training room. By now, he can summon the Black Flame at will while wielding the Mountain Breaker sword. Raising his blade, he executes the first move, Mountain Crusher, flowing seamlessly into the second stage, Mountain Divider, and finishing with Mountain Piercer, driving the sword forward with perfect precision. He's not only mastered the technique but has also learned to merge it with the Black Flame. Alongside this, new skills have been acquired: Crushing Strike, Single Point, Meditation, Mana Stabilization, and Fire Resistance. He leans back, exhaling with satisfaction. With the training goals complete, only one challenge remains: the Mana Cultivation technique. Unlike ordinary skills, it can't be gained through practice alone. Had he refined the nectar correctly, he would have reached level 3, but at level 2, residual mana still lingers in his body. To fully absorb the nectar's mana in advance, this technique is essential, and it comes with a staggering cost of tens of billions. Yet he knows where a copy exists without spending that fortune. Making his way to an antique shop, the shopkeeper regards him with a puzzled expression. "Are you certain you want this? It's been untouched for over a decade." Memories flood back of when he played Arcane Soul and uncovered the secret. He might be the only person who knows the technique is hidden here. He strolls toward the market where the shop resides, thinking casually, time to level up. But upon arrival, something feels off. The shop's door is locked, encased in a pulsing blue mana barrier. Touching it, he senses the energy hum, a mana seal firmly blocking entry. Scanning the surrounding market, bustling with shops in the game, he sees them all closed except for this one, leaving the barriered store isolated. In real life, it's completely unlike the game. This anomaly makes him narrow his eyes, a chill running down his spine. The world of Arcane Soul isn't quite as he once knew it. Jun-soo notices one store still illuminated in the deserted market and walks over, asking the man inside if business has been rough. The shopkeeper shakes his head, saying it's obvious just by looking. He's constantly fending off thugs, making it impossible for customers to come. Jun-soo mentions he thought only the Iron Fist gang was active, but the man corrects him, explaining that after the Dagger Gang's destruction, multiple groups have been clashing non-stop. The Iron Fist gang, the Venom gang, and the Naked gang. No one sane would risk stepping into that chaos. Now Jun-soo understands why every other market is closed. In the original story, the Iron Fist gang eliminated the Dagger gang and controlled the territory, including the market. But now, having defeated the Dagger gang himself, Jun-soo has unintentionally turned the area into a battleground for other gangs. As he considers his next move, shouts erupt, calling for someone to be taken down. The old man remarks they're at it again, and Jun-soo decides to investigate. Turning a corner, he sees a man being thrown roughly into a small tent. A woman steps forward, reminding the Iron Fist gang member that they're trespassing in Venom gang territory, flipping him off as she orders him back to his own turf. That's when Steel Scorpion, the Venom gang's sub-boss, makes his presence known. The Iron Fist member bleeds from the mouth, stunned, when a refined, commanding voice cuts through the chaos, asking what all the commotion is about. All eyes turn to see Captain Underpants arriving with his allies. Scorpion immediately yells that the perverts have shown up. The leader of the Naked gang, also known as Captain Underpants, declares the three-way intersection his domain and commands everyone to clear out. He warns that anyone wanting to keep fighting should think twice. The Iron Fist members start retreating, calling them lunatics and urging each other to leave while they still can. One of them accidentally bumps into Jun-soo, who mutters that the whole situation is a mess. Recognizing him, the Iron Fist member is helped up, and Jun-soo tells him to focus on his duties before shouting for both Captain Underpants and Scorpion to stop playing around and face him. The rescued man questions his actions, and Jun-soo calmly explains he's here to help restore order, establishing a clear hierarchy for the market. Scorpion snaps, demanding how he dares give orders, while Captain Underpants jokes about making an offering. Jun-soo clarifies that fighting at full strength would likely win but cause needless damage to the merchants, so he's decided to demonstrate his true power from the very start. Both leaders immediately recognize the black flames dancing along his sword and realize he is the same warrior who single-handedly crushed the Dagger gang. Jun-soo confirms his intent, mentioning that this time he's feeling generous and offering a deal they can't refuse. He wants to avoid dragging things out, proposing a one-on-one duel instead. Scorpion scoffs, laughing at the thought of facing a warrior directly, but Jun-soo reassures her that the fight will take place in the arena where she's most confident. After some negotiation, he speaks with Captain Underpants, who boasts that his specialty is mind control, declaring that if Jun-soo resists it, he wins. Excited, the cult leader praises Jun-soo for understanding him, while Scorpion watches in disbelief. Captain Underpants continues, suggesting Jun-soo could simply join his obscure, unnamed religion, but Jun-soo flatly declines, pointing out that it isn't even recognized among the major or minor faiths. Laughing, Captain Underpants tries to impose his will, summoning a green aura and demanding Jun-soo kneel to meet his goddess. Recognizing the seriousness of a combat priest's mind control, Jun-soo struggles against it, fighting the urge to submit before delivering a brutal uppercut that sends the cult leader crashing to the ground. As his followers rush to help, Jun-soo casually warns that no force could bend him. Turning to Scorpion, he invites her to show her skill with poisons. She smirks, confident the Venom gang's abilities surpass those of the perverts he just handled. Jun-soo grins, challenging her to use her strongest poison, and she happily obliges. Despite warnings from the Iron Fist member that it's suicide, Jun-soo waves them off and drinks the vial containing the notorious picnic knockout poison. Pain hits instantly, his body burning and knees buckling, while Scorpion taunts him. He focuses, channeling the venom through his own mana, acquiring a new trait, drug resistance. Drawing his sword, he slashes his palm, converting his blood into venom. The crowd falls silent as he expels the poison. Before Scorpion can react, Junsu strikes, twisting her finger off and leaving her screaming and trembling. She backs away, vowing revenge, while the Iron Fist gang cheers their victory. Junsu exhales, noting that the real challenge is reopening the shops. Merchants glance nervously, unsure if extortion will continue. Folding his arms, he reassures them that his actions were meant to bring stability. Turning to the Iron Fist gang, he announces that the market's protection fee will now be half of what the Dagger gang previously charged. The gang reacts in shock, realizing there's no profit, while the merchants rejoice, seeing this as a miracle. Junsu chuckles, acknowledging that he simply did what was necessary but hints he'll be enjoying some market discounts for himself. The merchants immediately offer him an 80% discount, and Junsu can't help but smirk. Good thing I leveled up my NPC affinity, he thinks. With the antique shop finally open, he steps inside, greeted by the shopkeeper's warm smile. The shopkeeper mentions hearing much about him from other merchants, calling him the hero who saved the market. Junsu shakes his head, insisting he only did what was right, but the shopkeeper laughs, insisting he shouldn't be so modest after years of gang torment. Lifting his bandaged arm, he explains he had to close the shop after being beaten, his arm broken in the attack. Junsu frowns and asks if he received proper treatment, and the shopkeeper nods, praising a Qigong therapist in the city who got him out of the hospital. Junsu expresses surprise, and the shopkeeper offers an introduction, but Junsu thanks him, saying he's here to buy something first. The shopkeeper gestures toward the shelves, claiming they have everything except what they don't, and Junsu laughs, admiring the quality before tapping his foot and requesting to see the collection downstairs. The shopkeeper hesitates, surprised at Junsu's knowledge, but Junsu flashes a smug grin, hinting he has his ways. They head downstairs, where the shopkeeper explains he normally keeps the collection hidden from new customers, but will make an exception. Junsu appreciates it, and below, the secret collection gleams, a treasure trove of magical artifacts. His gaze sweeps across the items, confirming Chunbok's rare pieces both in the game and now, but his eyes lock on the ultimate prize, the hornpipe of the ancestral god, holding a secret mana cultivation technique. This is the jackpot. Now that he's secured the most crucial item, Junsu decides to grab a few extras as well, piling everything onto the table upstairs. I'll take these, he says. Chunbok eyes the selection, impressed. As expected, you've got good taste, he comments, listing each item. Junsu tunes out until the total price hits him, 2 billion. He stares in disbelief, and Kim Chunbok laughs heartily. Relax, that's the price for strangers, he says, but for you, the market's guardian angel, I'll give you a deal, 500 million. Junsu exhales in relief, muttering that the 80% discount nearly saved his life. The only thing left is a superhuman priest capable of removing the sacred seal on the hornpipe, and luckily he already knows where to find one, purely by chance, of course. After getting the Qigong therapist's address from Kim Chunbok, Junsu navigates deeper into the city until he spots someone at the door of room 101. He calls out, but gets no answer, pressing his ear to the door to check. Suddenly, it swings open, revealing a pale, white-haired man glaring at him, clearly irritated. What do you want this early in the morning? Junsu raises an eyebrow, correcting him. Dude, it's the afternoon. The man shrugs, saying morning's relative for him and urging Junsu to get to the point. Junsu studies him carefully and nods to himself. This is definitely the guy. He compliments the therapist, mentioning he's heard of his exceptional treatments. The man's expression softens, suspicion replaced by curiosity. Thought you were some gangster, he mutters, motioning him inside and toward the bed. Where's the injury? Junsu glances around, noticing a statue tucked in the corner, confirming his suspicions further. The therapist frowns, telling him to lie down, but Junsu smirks and pulls the hornpipe of the ancestral god from his bag. Actually, he explains, he isn't here for treatment, he wants the seal on this artifact removed. The man furrows his brow. Remove the seal? He's a therapist, not a priest, and suggests going to a temple. Junsu shakes his head, pointing out the cost and risk of confiscation, then adds a smirk, offering 100 million for the job. The man freezes at the name Priest Kim. Jun-soo casually explains how he knows it from Arcane Soul, describing Kim as a priest of a long-forgotten religion whose god died 3,000 years ago, one of the few genuinely pure priests among countless corrupt ones. Jun-soo grins, noting that means Kim will be very useful, but insists they keep it secret. Kim scratches his head, admitting it won't be easy but agreeing to try. Jun-soo smiles, pleased, and they sit on the floor. Kim places the hornpipe between them, closes his eyes, and breathes deeply, a divine aura slowly enveloping the artifact. The seal weakens, the sacred ribbon loosens, and finally snaps, revealing the artifact's true nature and the hidden mana cultivation technique inside. Kim stares, amazed. Jun-soo nods, acknowledging his talent, and then lifts the hornpipe to his lips, blowing into it. A surge of energy fills the room, purifying his mana circuits and absorbing the bad energy within. A profound calm washes over him, signaling that if he continues, he'll reach level 3 in 2 weeks. Kim claps, impressed. This is the first time he's witnessed a warrior using a mana cultivation technique, a truly rare sight. Jun-soo replies and Kim grins, noting he must be exhausted and should lie down for a while. Jun-soo shivers slightly, admitting he's been hit with too much information and feels fried. He exhales deeply and collapses onto the floor, saying he'll rest and is in Kim's care. Kim chuckles, telling him that for what he paid, he can stay as long as he wants. As Jun-soo drifts into deep sleep, a thought lingers. This guy is as reliable as in the game, and having a trustworthy priest will be a huge advantage later. Sometime later, a sound wakes him. Confused, he opens his eyes to the strong smell of gasoline filling the room. He turns to see Kim pouring it over the bag full of money, eyes widening in shock. "What the hell are you doing?" Kim sets the Kim down, pulls out a lighter, and mutters a prayer to the forgotten god, dropping the lighter as flames immediately engulf the bills. Jun-soo can only think, what the hell is happening? Jun-soo lunges forward, grabbing Kim's wrists and forcing him to the floor, pinning him by the shoulders, demanding why he's burning the money he just gave him. Kim, eyes glowing with devotion, insists it's an offering to his god, the only way to gain divine power. Jun-soo clenches his jaw and crosses his arms, pointing out that the god has been dead for 3,000 years and that even in the game the religion had no influence until its resurrection. He tells Kim that his method is completely wrong, cash shouldn't be burned. Only gold, melted and vaporized, is acceptable. Kim glares, outraged, calling him a heretic, but Jun-soo shrugs, saying maybe only someone who truly understands the process would know that. Kim scoffs, claiming the order has practiced the ritual for thousands of years, but Jun-soo smirks, asking why the god is still dead. The point hits hard, leaving Kim speechless. Jun-soo stands, dusts himself off, and notes that melting gold is complicated these days, but he has another solution. Kim narrows his eyes, suspicious, asking what solution Jun-soo has in mind. Jun-soo grins and reminds him that he helped him obtain his cultivation technique, so now it's his turn to help. The scene cuts to a pot filled with shimmering golden liquid. Kim hesitates, warning that they probably shouldn't be doing this here. Jun-soo pushes a bowl toward him, insisting he drink it. He explains that Kim's divine power will increase drastically, but he must focus and sense whether his god is responding. Kim bites his lip, muttering that Jun-soo won't stop nagging, and downs the liquid in one go. Jun-soo smiles, watching as Kim trembles, his chest burning, hair stiffening, and divine energy surging through him. Jun-soo crosses his arms and asks how he feels. Kim's eyes widen in shock, exclaiming that this is real and far better than burning millions in cash. Jun-soo nods, telling him his growth will skyrocket if he sticks to this method. Kim wags his tail excitedly, unsure how to repay him, then remembers and pulls a necklace from his robes, handing it over. Jun-soo inspects it, a sacred artifact with healing abilities. Kim smiles, saying his god will be pleased to see Jun-soo with it. Jun-soo holds the necklace, thinking it's even more profitable than expected, especially since Kim's order provided incredible quests in the game. He suddenly grabs Kim's hands, looking him in the eyes, and asks to pray together. Kim blinks, confused, and asks why. Jun-soo grins, saying it's his way of repaying him. And just like that, Jun-soo had effectively captured Priest Kim. A week later, the room was filled with bottles of shimmering golden liquid. Kim pleaded desperately, saying he couldn't drink any more or he'd turn into gold. Jun-soo crossed his arms, insisting he keep drinking until he became Midas himself. Kim trembled, claiming he would die from mana poisoning. Jun-su's eyes gleamed like an anime protagonist as he reassured him it wouldn't happen. Kim swallowed hard as Jun-su picked up another bottle, tilted his face, and poured the entire contents into his mouth, telling him to just pray. Kim thrashed in protest, but Jun-su only smiled and added that each of the 4 tutorial characters had unique traits. He noted that while Warrior Kim would turn completely white, Priest Kim was immune to mana poisoning, allowing his growth rate to skyrocket. As the bottle emptied, Kim felt awful, but his divine power suddenly exploded, forming a glowing circle so intense it blinded Jun-su. Kim had reached level 3, realizing he could now begin preparing to become an apostle. Jun-su laughed, saying at this pace he'd be ready soon and had accumulated more than enough divine experience. He added thoughtfully that now Kim needed to call a regional assembly to gain official recognition as a bishop. Kim nodded, grateful, acknowledging his 2 bishops and the rapid growth thanks to Jun-su's help, promising he would never forget the debt. Jun-su waved off the thanks, saying he just liked helping people, while silently betting Kim would want to repay him for life, giving him access to the artifacts in Kim's god's vault. Kim took a deep breath and asked Jun-su to be his bodyguard for the regional assembly, worried about going alone since another bishop would also be present. Jun-su smiled and agreed. With Kim's growth complete, the mission line was ready to begin. The next day, the church was still under reconstruction, and the faithful surrounded Kim, congratulating him on reaching level 3. Kim thanked them politely while Jun-su looked on, disappointed at how small the gathering was. A man entered, looked around, and scoffed at the sight. The other bishop finally appeared, glaring at Kim and demanding to know who had given him permission to organize an assembly. Kim took a deep breath and explained that every priest in the order could call one, but the bishop only smiled coldly, saying that only applied to regular priests. The bishop leaned forward, his expression dark. Apostates were a different matter entirely. Kim frowned. He hadn't renounced his faith and didn't understand what the bishop meant. The bishop smirked, noting Kim had reached level 3 in just 3 months, impossible by normal means. The implication hit him. He must have betrayed his brothers for stronger divine power. Kim's eyes widened in disbelief, insisting he had only found an efficient method. The bishop waved his hand, summoning soldiers to capture him. Before they could act, Jun-su stepped forward, warning them not to intimidate the boy. The soldiers turned, demanding to know who he was. Jun-su laughed, declaring himself Kim's bodyguard. The bishop narrowed his eyes, claiming outsiders had no place in the order's matters. Jun-su crossed his arms, smiling, dismissing the logic, and Kim added that drinking gold to level up wasn't a crime. The bishop erupted in fury, calling it heresy and raised a hand, summoning a fireball to purge Kim. The explosion filled the room, but when the dust settled, Jun-su stood protectively in front of Kim, his mana shield glowing. He scowled at the attack, calling it true blasphemy. The bishop sputtered, asking why his magic was blocked. Jun-su teased, questioning why he would attack a potential apostle. The bishop insisted a heretic could never ascend, leaving Kim confused. Jun-su pulled something from his pocket, telling him to eat it and pray. The bishop tried to intervene again, threatening to burn them both, but Jun-su only smiled, confident that Kim's awakening would prove him an apostle. A golden aura filled the room as Kim knelt, eyes shining, and began to pray. The bishop's fear was evident as Jun-su crossed his arms, scolding him for being mentally delayed and envious of Kim. Jun-su's grip tightened on his blade, knowing the key for Kim to awaken was consuming a golden relic from another order. The bishop's eyes widened as a golden halo formed above Kim's head. Jun-su raised his blade, his gaze cold and sharp, ready to teach the blasphemer a lesson as the true apostle emerged. Jun-su turned his gaze to Kim, a sly smile on his face, and said he wanted to ask something of his god. He asked how to punish someone who killed a bishop out of envy, and tried to frame his own son as a heretic to cover it. The bishop went pale, shocked that Jun-su knew. Kim, hearing his god's voice, lifted his head and replied with unwavering certainty that the only answer was to kill him. Jun-su swung his blade toward the bishop's neck, stopping just a hair's breadth away, smiling as he said he could not refuse a divine order. The bishop trembled, begging for mercy, but Jun-su drew the blade across his throat. Blood sprayed, and the body crumpled to the ground. The church fell silent, the air thick with shock. Someone had died in the house of their god. Jun-su's expression remained indifferent, remarking that the problem had been solved before the bishop could do any more harm. Even Kim was momentarily stunned, noting that the man had been one of their bishops. Jun-soo shrugged, saying there was no reason to pity him. He had deserved his fate. Jun-soo turned his gaze to Kim and asked what his god commanded. Kim closed his eyes briefly, listening, then exhaled deeply. His god had ordered him to go to the Levant region, where their order began, and offer gold there. Jun-soo smiled, crossing his arms and reminding him that gold was always the best choice, then told him to go and expand his influence. Kim bowed deeply, unsure how to repay Jun-soo, who simply patted his shoulder and said it wasn't necessary. He already planned to take advantage of the situation. Later, Jun-soo returned home and paused before a statue of Kim, smiling in satisfaction at the rewards from helping the priest. Among the treasures, he found his first holy sword worth billions, but the most intriguing was a divine statue that created a sanctuary around it, turning an area into a safe zone where enemies faced expulsion or suppression if they tried to intrude. Finally free to train without interruption, he began practicing intensely, his sword slicing through the air with excitement. Sometime later, he submerged himself in a bathtub, holding his breath to test his limits, emerging looking wrinkled and gasping. He admitted he might have overtrained, as even the mana source wasn't healing him fully, but he had honed his energar cultivation and mountain-crushing swordsmanship. Ready to assess his progress, he picked up his phone, calling Choi. She asked if he'd been doing well, and he laughed, admitting he needed a warm-up, stretching with excitement. When asked if he could help with anything, Choi's face fell, mentioning a rather troublesome request. Jun-soo paused, recalling the first landfill mission. Choi asked if he remembered it, and he immediately did, the job where he fought the porcupine. She explained that a whole cleaning team had been massacred there, meaning at least 6 active mutants remained. Jun-soo frowned, questioning why the Janitors Association hadn't been called. Choi explained the authorities wanted it handled secretly to avoid scandal. He snorted, warning that if this leaked, many would lose their jobs. When asked about the reward, she admitted the payment was modest, 100 million for a level 1 mutant, 300 million for a level 3, but then smiled, revealing an artifact, an arcane rifle with a cursed debuff, tied to the old order of the Father. Jun-soo's eyes lit up, remembering the black flame debuff that consumed its user, though he had overcome it before. He rose from the bathtub, fired up, and headed straight to the landfill, sensing a sinister aura as soon as he arrived. Holding his rifle, he muttered about the chaos from a few days of neglect, preparing for a surprise attack. Activating his sensory focus, he immediately detected rapid movement in the mist and heard sounds from all directions. A strong wind hit him from behind, and a gargle-like bat lunged at him. He fired, riddling it with bullets, but it escaped wounded. Realizing his bullets ricocheted off its wings, he rolled aside as it attacked again, noting that his evasion trait had saved him. He knew this fight couldn't drag on and took careful aim, firing a single shot directly between its eyes. The creature crashed, blood gushing, and he laughed victoriously, unlocking a high-level shooting trait. Footsteps alerted him to more mutants, too many to handle directly, so he activated stealth and hid behind a pillar, waiting. Soon, a group of bizarre clay-like creatures appeared. Smiling, he threw grenades to catch them in one spot, detonating the landfill in a massive explosion, then unloaded bullets on the survivors, laughing at the efficiency. Suddenly, he noticed a new threat: silent specters, necromancer's minions, surrounding him. A radio crackled to life, a voice addressing him directly. Jun-soo narrowed his eyes, asking if it was speaking to him. Jun-soo notices the speaker attached to the specter and exhales, finally understanding. He comments on their clever use of the specters for communication. The voice on the device identifies itself as the necromancer and demands to know why he's wreaking havoc in its territory. Jun-soo scoffs, calling the landfill contaminated and thinking about the bigger picture. It suddenly clicks. On the surface, the Cleaners Association seems like a noble group, cleaning contaminated mana, but in reality, they're one of the most dangerous organizations in Arcane Soul. The mana cleaning is just a cover. Behind it, they manipulate crises, expanding influence and using situations like this to consolidate power. Jun-soo closes his eyes briefly, smiling with adrenaline. The necromancer speaks again, suggesting there's no reason to fight, and even offers him a position in the association. Jun-soo dismisses the offer, questioning why he would join a group that spreads terror. The voice insists, promising top rank, but Jun-soo flips it off, mocking the name and style. The necromancer laughs, then turns cold, ordering him to die. Spectres charge. He fires, causing a massive explosion, but they regenerate with mana. Frustrated, he switches to his sacred sword, invoking its attributes against them. The necromancer's voice is momentarily shaken at the revelation of the sword. Junsu cuts through the specters, severing limbs and limiting movement, growling that he will find the necromancer and make them regret this. As more specters keep coming, he mutters that it's time to change tactics. Activating his resistance traits and combining them with artifact abilities from his sword, gloves, and necklace, he now has 9 traits active. He launches forward, releasing 4 aura blades that push specters back, but energy drains fast. With a final effort, his body glows blue, and he surges forward like lightning, activating a new charge trait that lets him move at high speed, damaging everything in his path. He grins, thrilled by the unexpected ability. Junsu rockets through the specters, already planning his next move. He bends, leaps, and unlocks a new trait, jump. Laughing at the simplicity of it, he realizes combining charge and jump makes attacks and escapes effortless. Descending at high speed, he taunts the remaining enemies, leaping and charging like a human projectile across the battlefield. Eventually, exhaustion takes over. Most specters are destroyed, but his body is pushed to the limit. The necromancer's laughter echoes through the speaker, teasing him for being a paladin and claiming he wants him even more. Struggling upright, Junsu demands the necromancer show himself. The voice sneers, questioning why a mage would face a warrior directly, then offers a gift, a moving corpse, a level 2 shield bearer. Junsu clicks his tongue, noting he hasn't fully healed. The shield bearer swings violently. He narrowly dodges, but a purple arrow laced with dark mana strikes his back. Spinning, he searches for the source and hears the necromancer taunt, hinting at turning him into a death knight. Recalling Arcane Soul's rule about necromancers, Junsu feints an attack in the air but dives beneath the undead's shield, spotting the culprit on a balcony. Activating charge, he dodges the shield bearer and rockets toward the necromancer, drawing his sacred sword. Karen, the necromancer and a rank or director of the Cleaners Association, smirks, underestimating him. Spectral purple hands erupt from Karen's back, restraining Junsu as magical arrows and electrical blasts rain down. Trapped, Junsu grins and summons a massive black fireball, his ultimate move. Karen is startled, questioning his effort. Junsu explains he never intended a quick fight, hinting that equipping the right traits amplifies ultimate attacks. Karen shoots the black flame, but Junsu aligns sword, magic, and physical power, manifesting a supreme technique, the blade that cuts through all. He brings his sword down, a golden burst slicing the black flame in half. Light floods the battlefield as Karen trembles, powerless, as the golden cut splits him in two. The black flame explodes, and the shockwave throws Junsu back. He crashes to the ground, gasping, almost dead, but a relieved smile spreads across his face. He won. Karen, the dungeon boss, is defeated. Normally, defeating this boss at level 2 requires a full group, and even at level 3, winning alone with basic traits and gear is impossible. Years of experience made it possible. Now it's time for loot, all for himself. Cut to Choi's office. Choi waves at him, admiration clear. Junsu shrugs, pretending it was nothing. She lightly touches his shoulder, making him wince. He warns her, joking about where he got hurt. Everyone else stares in disbelief, struggling to process that he did it all alone. Junsu pauses, scanning the room. When I entered the landfill, something went wrong, different from what you asked. He slams Karen's equipment onto the table, pieces of mana gear used to create specters, clearly belonging to Karen and the Association of Cleaners. Silence falls. He confirms it wasn't an accident, it was planned. Anger flares as the man at the table slams his fist, fuming over past fees, conflicts, and now the extreme act of turning innocents into mutants. Junsu crosses his arms, cold. They never liked you from the start. If you want, I can make the next section even punchier, keeping the same detail but making it feel like a high-speed battle aftermath narration. Do you want me to do that? Junsu studies the man's reaction. Did he really not know? Then it clicks. Players only learn the association's truth after this mission. The man lowers his head, ashamed, apologizing for putting him in danger. Junsu shrugs, saying he just did what was needed to take out the bad guys, smirking. The man nods, placing 2 boxes on the table as promised rewards. Junsu frowns. Why 2? One holds the arcane pistol. The other is a bonus for surviving the dangerous mission. Opening it, his eyes widen. Sacred water. Essential, expensive, and now free. The man warns them to stay safe, explaining the evidence will be used to formally accuse the association. Jun-soo clicks his tongue, realizing retaliation is inevitable. The man confirms, but says justice can't be ignored. Jun-soo smiles confidently. He'll survive. That night, he drives through the city with Choi. He suggests lying low, the association won't forget. Jun-soo shakes his head. Hiding won't help. After the landfill mission, the game triggers a chain of quests. A clash is unavoidable. He just killed one of their directors. He looks out the window, thoughtful, noting the association's quest splits into two paths. Doing nothing risks the president attacking their home with superhumans, while the route he prefers is dangerous but manageable. He turns to Choi. Ever heard of Jianyubong? He stiffens. A restricted area south, with a massive poppy plantation, and if caught, death is certain. Jun-soo smiles sideways. Exactly. And that place belongs to the Association of Janitor. Choi's eyes widen. Poppies? Jun-soo shakes his head. It's not about poppies. The place is for body modifications and human trafficking. They're just a luxury crime syndicate. Choi stares in disbelief. Jun-soo nods. That's why he plans to strike first. Choi jerks the wheel, nearly crashing, demanding he repeat that. Jun-soo ignores him, pulling out a phone with a list of claymores, EMP bombs, and other costly, dangerous items. Choi blinks stunned. Where did you get all this, and how much will it cost? Jun-soo smirks. Money is for amateurs. These came from cleaning the landfill. Choi inspects the gear, impressed. But even so, he warns, the association's president is level 4, executives level 3. Jun-soo leans back, confident. Who said he's fighting alone? For now, just gather the supplies. 2 nights later, at the Jeonabong farm hideout, shadows move in the dark. Guards patrol, oblivious to Jun-soo sneaking behind them. He presses a cloth to one guard's face. The body goes limp. Another turns, bam, a shot to the chest drops him instantly. Jun-soo deactivates stealth, cracks his neck, smiling at the thrill of infiltration. He grabs his communicator, but a man crashes into the wall, face deformed. Iron Fist appears, thanking him and reporting underground controls secured. He surveys the lab, disgusted by the body modifications and trafficking. Jun-soo nods. That's why they need to end this. Iron Fist inspects the workshop. Jun-soo promises to help strengthen his men once it's theirs. Iron Fist hesitates. Taking on the association could have consequences. Jun-soo laughs, lighting a flame between his fingers. This farm is their main income, but security is weaker than elsewhere. Perfect place to start dismantling the association. Next morning, at the association tower, a man burst into the president's office, panting. The Jeonabong was attacked by the man who killed Karen. The president clenches his fists, smashing his desk in fury. A screen flashes his name, Park Dae-yup, president of the Association of Cleaners. His assistant trembles, holding out a phone. On the screen, a brazen selfie of Jun-soo appears, the Jeonabong blazing behind him. The president grits his teeth, fury twisting his eyes, and crushes the phone in one hand. He vows to turn the warrior Kim to ashes. Sometime later, the poppy farm lies in ruins, replaced by a battalion from the association. Soldiers scan the wreckage stunned. That warrior Kim is insane. In the middle, a bald man steps forward, stating their only job is to capture him and prove their strength to the president. The troops advance while Baldy scans the buildings for snipers. One man grips his weapon, ready to shoot. Suddenly, a glint catches Baldy's eye. Gunfire rips through the air, striking a rifle's barrel. He smirks, predicting Kim's location. The troops cheer, but then the ground explodes beneath them. Panic spreads as claymores detonate and rockets streak through the air. Baldy curses. In the underground security room, Jun-soo watches via cameras, laughing. His traps and stealth make it impossible for them to react in time. Soldiers retreat, stepping into more mines, chaos consuming the battlefield. Jun-soo crosses his arms, satisfied. He may be crazy, but he won't face hundreds head-on. Explosions rage, and amid the carnage, a gleaming mana barrier appears. The association president, Dae-yup, narrows his eyes, impressed yet enraged. A man steps forward, analyzing every pattern coldly, precise enough to seem robotic. The screen labels him, Cyborg, Superhuman Class, R level 3, vice president of the association. Daeup snarls at him, ordering his death. A grenade detonates nearby, but Cyborg doesn't flinch, the blast too weak. Rockets fire, and he swats one aside, exploding it behind him. His men are stunned. He tracks a shot, instructs them to fire, but it hits only automated turrets. Cyborg grins. They're nearly at Kim's hideout. Inside the bunker, Jun-soo clenches his teeth, recognizing the expected inhuman precision of a cyborg. A red alarm flares on the control panel, catching Jun-soo off guard. They've arrived faster than expected. The newbie hunting event lives up to its name. The doorknob explodes and the door bursts open, revealing two women with sharp smiles. Ebony and Viper, Level 3 superhumans and association executives, step inside, their presence commanding the room. Screens flicker with images of Jun-soo flipping them off. Viper narrows her eyes. How did he know we were coming? Jun-soo, invisible in the corner, grins. I saw this coming. As they sweep the room, he observes their predictable tactics. The association wants a show, a straightforward fight, while their assassin executives attack from behind. Too obvious, he thinks, chuckling. He pulls the pin on a flash grenade and hurls it to the floor. Both are blinded instantly, realizing too late it was a trap. Jun-soo dashes past them, laughing. No time for you, he mutters, already sprinting up the stairs. Viper, still dazed, screams in fury, but gunfire erupts, bullets zipping past his head as the assassins give chase. He twists, teeth gritted, realizing the assassins are already on him. Focus on defense, he thinks, activating his mana barrier in the hallway. Bullets slam against it, yet a sharp crack runs through the shield. Jun-soo smirks defiantly. Shoot all you want, I'll block everything. Ebony steps forward, smirking. Bang! A bullet pierces the barrier, and shards scatter across the corridor. Stumbling back, Jun-soo struggles to recover as Ebony's gun still smokes. How'd that taste? The bullets carry explosive magic, she says. Jun-soo curses under his breath, then his eyes catch a clock, drawing his attention. Viper fires a crossbow bolt from the side. It whistles through the air, striking his side. Pain flares, but he grits his teeth, mocking them as dime store villains in latex. Viper lunges, kicking him into the clock he noticed. Poison courses through his veins. Good luck surviving, she laughs. Ebony grabs him by the collar, claiming it's over, but Jun-soo smiles confidently. Now you're in my domain, he says, exhaling as if relaxing. Tick-tock, he gestures toward the clock, hinting at the trap inside. Channeling mana into his feet, he rockets down the corridor, mind racing. Ebony and Viper are stronger than Karen. A direct fight would be risky, so he played weak, luring them toward the clock. Inside, he planted white phosphorus munitions worth over $1 billion. Pressing the detonator, he smirks. Boom! The explosion engulfs the corridor. Ebony and Viper's weapons fly from their hands, eyes wide in horror, realizing too late they've walked into his trap. After the explosion, Jun-soo laughs, having taken out the executives, but more reinforcements are already coming. He quickly activates all his healing abilities, knowing the guy with the machine could appear anytime. Suddenly, a group of cybernetic men approach. Speak of the devil, he mutters. One snarls, vowing to modify him until he begs for death. Jun-soo smirks, mocking their mechanical enhancements, and warning it's a waste of time talking. The enemy extends a metallic claw, others raise weapons. Jun-soo grins at their self-modifications and presses a red button. Sparks fly, an electrical surge paralyzes them. Without hesitation, he opens fire, EMPs and rifles tearing through the stunned robotic men, his best tools against machines, cutting them down mercilessly. One enemy still stands. The real Robocop, Jun-soo mutters, eyeing the unfazed warrior. Damn, how much did you dump into that body? EMPs don't even touch you. The cybernetic fighter growls, dragging his blade across the floor, charging with lethal intent. Jun-soo narrowly dodges, losing a gun in the process. Keep dodging forever, the enemy taunts, fight like a man, or better, like a machine. Damn, he's fast, Jun-soo thinks, slashing at his midsection, but iron plates cover everything except his human eyes. What a joke, the enemy laughs, that sword is pathetic. With a burst from foot thrusters, he lunges, kicks Jun-soo into a concrete wall, blood spraying, mana shielding him from further damage. Before Jun-soo can react, the enemy pins him down, mocking his weak human body. Wait, Jun-soo narrows his eyes. Mana-powered mechanical movement? Impossible. The enemy raises his blade, threatening to replace Jun-Su's arms with umbrella handles. Then he notices a tiny pistol. What's that? He scoffs. Jun-Su smirks, saying these aren't ordinary bullets. He fires. The projectile embeds itself in the enemy. Black flames erupt instantly, engulfing him completely. Jun-Su explains that the enemy runs on mana, and black flame burns mana, making it unstoppable once it touches him. The cybernetic body is consumed, movement slowing, and Jun-Su taunts, mocking his endless modifications. As Robocop collapses, Jun-Su drives his sword into his eyes, leaving him lifeless. Now only one step remains, wiping out the entire association. He laughs while gunning down every enemy, explosions ripping through the garden as headless soldiers scatter. Suddenly, a deafening sound pierces his skull. The president of the association appears, eyes glowing red, a level 4 superhuman. He leaps like a superhero, landing before Jun-Su. Did he just jump from ground to a 5-story rooftop? The president sneers, relishing punishing Jun-Su for interfering. Jun-Su tries to draw his sword but is thrown back. Only his defensive abilities save him from death. Switching to offense, he attacks, but the president dodges easily. Jun-Su fires black flame rounds, but the president blocks with a barrier, nullifying his strongest abilities. He lands a rapid punch barrage, sending Jun-Su to the ground. The gap is clear. The president, SR rank, overwhelming stats, Warrior Kim, a weak NPC. The president taunts, but Jun-Su wipes blood from his mouth, revealing he took out Ebony and Viper with white phosphorus rounds. His body shifts, one way for a level 2 to stand against a level 4, trait activated. His body start mutating, muscle undergo mutation, Jun-Su form twists and bulges into something monstrous. Warrior Kim transforms once more, a mutant reborn. He chooses to embrace mutation. Jun-Su's breathing grows heavy, control will slip soon, but he's ready. A flashback shows him buying berserk glasses, granting the frenzy trait temporarily, perfect for this moment. He crushes them, a surge of focus and bloodlust flooding his mind, leaving only combat. Jun-Su unleashes a relentless flurry of punches. The president blocks, eyes narrowing, unaware of the new ability. One thing is certain, this fight just got far more dangerous. The president activates Rage, instantly boosting his stats. Both charge, fists colliding in a brutal, high-speed exchange. Jun-Su grins, this won't be enough to stop me. He lands a hard jab to the president's face, blood spraying as the impact pushes him back. New traits awaken, super strength and iron armor, while a primal roar erupts from Jun-Su, pure battle excitement flooding him. The president chuckles, admitting Jun is strong but refusing to analyze further. Sidestepping each sloppy punch, he counters with a devastating gut strike, drawing blood, then an uppercut that sends Jun-Su flying. Close combat favors the president, and Jun-Su's frenzy effect fades. Knowing hand-to-hand won't win, he channels energy to swap traits. The president sneers and charges, but Jun-Su grabs his wrist, locking eyes. Fine, you're better at fists, but I'm not a brawler, I'm a swordsman. Power flows into his hand, and a massive sword materializes, a blinding light stabbing straight through the president's heart. Gasping, he acknowledges the fight, then collapses lifeless. Jun-Su exhales, realizing he pushed too far. A system notification flashes, status effect disease. Waves of unbearable pain tear through him, but a golden light bursts from his body. His monstrous form fades, returning to normal. Warrior Kim ascends to level 3. Weakly, he chuckles, grateful for the timely level up, then collapses unconscious. When he awakens, he finds himself in his own bathtub. I'm home, Mr. Superhum. Are you alright? Jun-Su blinks at Director Choi's concerned face. What happened, Choi? I thought you were dead. Choi's eyes glisten with tears. You were lying there surrounded by all the association members. So you brought me home? Jun-Su asks, piecing it together. Yeah, Choi nods. I saw you were still breathing, so I threw you into a mana spring. You've been out for a whole week. Now that he thinks about it, Jun-Su feels much better. You're seriously amazing, Choi shakes his head. You single-handedly wiped out the president of the Plumbers Association. Yeah, Juna smirks. I guess I'm kind of a big deal now. Not just kind of, you're insanely incredible, stop flattering me, June laughs. Oh, and by the way, Troy adds, I collected all the loot from the fight. Check it out later and let me know if you need anything. Got it. But first, I need to fully recover, Junsu says, his expression darkening slightly. Now that I'm level 3, there's somewhere I need to go, a malicious smile crossing his lips. 1 week later, he arrives at the Mana Measurement Center. At level 3, he will be officially promoted, receive a certificate, and gain countless benefits. This is insane, Choi exclaims. I've never seen anyone level up this fast. You're going to start your own country soon at this rate. Junsu scratches his head, embarrassed. I wouldn't go that far. Maybe I should get my certification now. The examiner chuckles, of course, please come this way. After a short while, the girl hands over the certificate. Thank you. I'm so jealous of you, she says. Me? Why? Junsu asks, puzzled. I wish I were as strong as you, Beck admits, showing an emotion so strange it feels unimaginable. Her berserker warrior persona, ruthless and psychotic, rarely betrays softness. Junsu pauses, thinking. He has no immediate plans. So, hey Beck, want to become a superhum? Of course. Who wouldn't? Then how about becoming my student? Beck blinks, surprised. If you agree, I promise to make you a strong superhum. And exactly how will you do that? Trust me, Junsu smirks. Warrior Kim can see latent potential. Beck's cheeks flush slightly. Junsu nods, grinning, making a Dragon Ball Scouter reference. Junsu asks, after all, he can sense the potential radiating from an SSR rank individual like her. So what do you say? Want to be my student? Beck hesitates briefly, then firmly shakes her head. Beck says, all right, I guess I can trust you. Junsu replies, a wise decision. Junsu says, you won't have to pay me anything. Just return the favor once you awaken as a superhuman. Beck replies, that's nice and all, but I should warn you, I already failed to awaken once, even after intense training. It won't be easy even for you, Mr. Superhum. Junsu grins, don't worry about that. Have faith, because I already know what will trigger your awakening. He's seen your story unfold in the game. Junsu explains, Beck's unique awakening, Sterilar of the Heavens, embodies pure bloodlust, a force that stains the world red. Berserker level 1 trait effect, combat experience plus 1000%. While this boosts battle experience dramatically, it risks corrupting the mind, turning her into a bloodthirsty psycho killer obsessed with combat. Junsu warns, her awakening perfectly matches this trait. You'll need to prepare yourself. Beck asks, prepare? I'll need a lot of money. I don't earn much here, she jokes, gesturing quietly. Junsu shakes his head. No, you'll need something far more important than money. Mental fortitude. Beck tilts her head, confused, but before she can ask more, a staff member interrupts. Excuse me, Mr. Kim, you've been invited to a meeting. Would you follow me to the 5th floor lounge? Junsu's eyes narrow. An invitation to the 5th floor? That's strange. As Junsu and Beck step into the elevator, Junsu realizes that superhumans in this tower are divided by power levels. Being summoned to the 5th floor means a level 5 superhuman called him. Who could it be? Seo Yujin greets him as the doors open. Professor? Wait, it's really you? Yujin, a level 5 superhuman, says warmly, congratulations on earning your level 3 certification. I'm so happy to see you here. Junsu replies, I'm happy to see you too, though inside he notes that despite Yujin's natural talent and wealthy background, reaching level 5 this fast is surprising. He's already surpassed him. Yujin continues, I'd like you to have this, handing Junsu a small ornate box. Junsu says, you didn't have to. Inside, he reads the item description. Item acquired, Mana Focus Crystal, a rare artifact that enhances mana control and efficiency. Perfect for a warrior who relies on mana. For a moment, Junsu almost drools, but he clears his throat and says, I shouldn't refuse a friend's gift, right? Thanks, Yujin. Yujin nods. Then his expression turns serious. Junsu says, Mr. Warrior, there's another reason I called you here. Junsu raises an eyebrow, a favor? Yujin nods. Junsu leans in slightly. Why do you suddenly look so serious? Yujin asks, could you help some of my friends who are also suffering from divine fever, just like you helped me? They contracted it as well. Yujin explains, the 4 of them have dealt with this since childhood, blessed alongside me. Junsu thinks, wait a second, if he means those characters, this is the perfect opportunity to make things easier. He nods, radiating an angelic aura. I could never refuse to help those in need. Yujin replies, thank you so much, Sir Warrior. for your generosity. But before we begin treatment, I'd like to meet them first. Junsu says, of course, I'll arrange a meeting right away. The next day, Junsu walks with the girl he promised to help. She freezes after smashing through a wall. I can't believe there's a hidden space in this mall. Junsu grins, see? I told you. This is where you'll awaken. You have no idea how much effort it took to get us here. She wrinkles her nose. Are we really training in a place this dirty? Junsu stretches a hand, of course, it'll be fun. He explains, characters with the star that kills the sky trait can't awaken normally. They must be pushed to the edge, forced into life or death situations. This dungeon is undiscovered, but it's exactly where Byakuren awakens in the future. Her voice trembles as she hugs her arms. So warrior, it's so dark and smells awful. Junsu senses her fear. Suddenly, a zombie lunges at her. She barely dodges, her glasses fall off. Junsu tosses a sword down. Training starts now. She protests, excuse me? Junsu snaps, kill it yourself. What? Fight for your life. That's the only way you'll awaken. She shouts, what nonsense is that? The zombie attacks again. Get away from me, you monster! She swings instinctively, cutting it clean in half with one devastating strike. Junsu's eyes widen, what the hell? That single slash had insane power. Beck, maybe she's even more gifted than I expected. As she stands, sword trembling, a red aura pulses from her body. Beck shouts, very well, you started strong, but that's cruel. You can't just make me fight with no warning. Junsu replies, but you gave it your all, didn't you? She hesitates, sadness in her eyes. Even without awakening, she fights like a sky-destroying star trait character. The moment battle starts, she transforms completely, like a different person entirely. Junsu claps as Byakuren pierces the zombie with her sword. Well done, off to a good start. She shouts, you're so mean, you can't just tell me to fight without warning. He points at the zombie, but you did fine, right? She says yes, though her nerves show. He thinks, as expected from one of the top 3 warriors in the game, even without awakening, she fights like a character with the heaven-slaying star trait. Once she steps into battle, she asks, do I really have to fight myself? He says yes, but don't worry, I won't let you die, at least not yet. She shouts, what? That doesn't sound reassuring at all. He chuckles, and they move forward, taking on every zombie in their path. He asks, you did take some superhuman lessons before, did you learn swordsmanship? She replies, no, I never took any sword lessons, but you said I had talent, right? He grits his teeth, thinking, and I had to endure all kinds of hell just to earn a single trait. Too OP. She says, but this place is deeper than I expected, I can't see the end, how far do we have to go? He says, maybe there's an exit ahead, but in truth, it won't end until you awaken. A zombie with a needle-like drill leaps at her. She dodges, shouting, zombie with a drill. He thinks, drill zombies were tricky in the game too, maybe I should help. Before he can act, she slices off its hand, shouting, if you're a zombie, stick to bare hands, how dare you use a weapon, and cuts it in half. His eyes widen, that's one clean victory. She says, it felt like my body just moved on its own. The zombie bites her leg, and she shouts, you annoying bastard, kicking it away. What should I do? She cries. Junsu sits, examining the bite. Well, common sense says you become a zombie if bitten. She pleads, please end me before that happens. He replies, of course, I brought a solution. She gasps, oh my god, is that holy water? He thinks, the game already developed a cure for the zombie virus, so I can treat her. Later, they rest by a stone. She, breathing heavily, says, I was so surprised, I thought I'd become one of those hideous things. He says, it's a tough world out here. She notes, but the zombies are strange, from their attire to their weapons, this place feels artificially made. He agrees, the Galaxy Mall was built much faster than normal, thanks to countless workers, but the tight schedule caused injuries and deaths, though the official record says 0. The companies just buried the casualties here. When the mall's representatives heard, the world's image was at stake, so they hid this area and its secret. She asks, but how did you learn about this secret? Junsu didn't answer but thought the old father's order had unleashed the zombie to take over Seoul, and the dungeon that appeared was Galaxy Mall's forbidden area. He took a deep breath, it's just, let's say I have a special ability. He thought this place, where Bayek and Soren had awakened after a zombie attack, would be optimal for her awakening, but there was no sign yet. She said the victims have to suffer even after death. Standing, she added, At least we can help them find eternal peace. He smirked. That's some determination. She continued, and I just have this strange feeling I should keep fighting. He stood. Not bad, let's go, thinking it's finally starting. As they went deeper, she felt cold until they reached a massive warehouse. Inside, a radio played. There are 3 bears in the house, Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, Baby Bear. She murmured, that's a children's tale, that's scary. The radio repeated over and over, the sound growing so loud they covered their ears. Suddenly, a sharp, ice-like object struck from behind, piercing Junce's shoulder. He hadn't expected the ambush. Before them floated a conjugated ghost boss, a level 3 mutant of Galaxy Mall's forbidden area, a gaseous, disgusting mass. Junce clenched his arm. You need to get out of here, you can't handle this yet. Beck began to reply, but before she could speak, a multi-bodied monster hurled icy spikes at them. Dodging the attacks, Junce shouted in pain, then noticed a glowing light on the monster's abdomen. The light expanded, firing toward him. He tried to block the solid ice, but the force pushed him back, pinning him to the wall. Beck shouted, what should I do? He said, you need to run. She cried, how can I leave you here? One of us has to survive, he said. Tears streaming, she said, I can't do that. He called her name. The reason I was so certain about your talent is because you are the heaven-slaying star. Her eyes widened. He continued, trust yourself, and you will awaken. That ends my lesson. The creature floated above, striking with countless icy spikes toward them. She closed her eyes, thinking, trust me, how could I? Then something strange happened. The ice shards shattered. Junce noticed it was Beck herself, completely frozen. She said, okay, I will trust myself and you, Mr. Warrior, so don't give up. Turning, her body radiated a golden aura. She had awakened. With one motion, she shattered the ice around Junce. She exclaimed, what is this power? I really awakened. As her focus shifted to her power, another monster attack came from behind. Junce handled it. Now that you're awakened, time to end this act. She asked, what do you mean? He said, the heaven-slaying star awakening requires a battle that risks your life and the mental strength to prevail. She realized, did you put yourself in danger just to awaken me? He pushed a sword forward. You've done a great job, now it's time to fight. Heaven-slaying star Beck Soren. The monster roared, and Bayek noted its anger. Junce reassured her, saying she'd be fine as long as she dodged before it hit, swinging his sword and adding, see, not too hard. She turned and realized she was completely frozen. He asked if she was alright, thinking even awakened at level 1, she couldn't do everything perfectly yet. She admitted to getting hurt but shrugged it off. He smirked, noting everyone gets a starting trait upon awakening. She gained Indomitable, boosting resistance to abnormal statuses. She marveled that before awakening, every fight felt life-threatening. Junce reflected on her OP growth and his own ability to see opponent traits. She admitted she wasn't much help yet. He told her not to worry and introduced Heaven-slaying star training. The monster launched frozen spikes. Both dodged. Beck earned rush, impressing him with her rapid battle growth. She felt light, eager to keep fighting. Massive frozen pillars came. Junce leaped to intercept, telling her to hold on. She used leap to evade. The pillars struck the wall, causing a huge blast. He praised her. She felt like flying, and he wondered if she'd surpass him soon. She asked what to do next. They pressed forward as the monster kept attacking, dodging every strike with Bike's help. She shouted for more attacks, activating Accelerate and Breakthrough. Junce noted her gaining even more traits. Her talent was exceptional. Deciding to finish it, he leaped, yellow aura glowing, and slashed the monster, causing a massive roar and blast. Beck praised him. He downplayed it. Spotting a phone, he explained it was the monster's mana core. She asked how a smartphone could work as a core. He said ghost-type monsters often use objects tied to lingering resentment. This one belonged to a worker who cherished his daughter, and his death possessed the phone. She hoped he could rest in peace, he assured her. The core glowed yellow, forming 2 frozen crystals, one black and one blue. Holding the crystals, he said they were called crystals and could be used to obtain powerful equipment, thinking it was an incredible reward for defeating the Galaxy Mall dungeon boss. Suddenly, a gust shook the mall as if an earthquake hit. She asked what was happening. He said the forbidden area was collapsing. She asked what to do. He told her to use the movement skills she just learned. He shouted for her to run if she didn't want to die, and they dashed at lightning speed. She struggled to keep up. He urged her to go faster. Fear flared in her eyes, which turned red, and she shouted that she couldn't die after everything. Her awakening surged as she ran faster than Junsu, using leap to clear obstacles. She spotted the portal and called to him. He clenched his teeth, realizing he couldn't help further. She still needed her final trait to become one of the strongest units. As she leaped, stones struck her, and she fell with bruised hands, declaring she wouldn't give up and would shine no matter what. And with that, she gained a new trait, Runaway Train, moving so fast that Junsu muttered, "I can't even see her anymore." Stones tumbled around her, and he clenched his teeth, fearing she had failed. But she made it, embracing him tightly, leaving him blushing. They stepped through the portal and emerged in the center of the crowd, where a screen announced, "Trait Narrow's Cape grants a second chance at life, only on the brink of death." Whispers spread among the people, wondering where they had appeared from. Junsu smiled, thinking, "Yes, I knew you could do it." They had obtained the Narrow's Cape trait, completing all three of Beak and Soren's main traits. But she had completely fainted, unable to speak. He called, "Are you fine? Can you stand?" She murmured, "Yes, I'm fine." He frowned, "What do you mean you're fine? Your face is all red." She hugged him tighter, saying, "That's because Mr. Warrior let me stay like this for a bit. Could you hold me a little longer?" Clinging to him, she whispered, "Mr. Warrior, let me stay like this a bit longer." Later, noticing her torn clothes, she said she needed a moment to fix them. Once done, she smiled and thanked him, and he replied, "You're welcome," thinking she surprised him. She stood up, noting it had been a close call, but they made it out. He observed her smiling face, realizing she had changed from the game, perhaps because she had awakened differently, surviving where she once perished. He said, "All right, let's get out of this mall," holding a crystal for her. She asked its value. He confirmed it was worth billions and told her to grow faster with it. She hesitated, saying it was too much, but he reassured her, "Just repay me later," thinking there was a reason he spent so many resources on her. He explained the Mars sword technique was one of the top 3 sword techniques, and the arcane soul trait allowed rapid growth, but only Beck could use it, so the only way to learn it was via a memory chip. She thanked him, and he pointed to the crystal, telling her not to forget it, thinking he wanted to see her learn that technique. Later, exhausted, he was about to collapse when Yujin's car arrived, offering a lift. Junsu thought the world of arcane soldiers wouldn't leave him alone. Yujin mentioned they had scheduled a meeting with the armor maester, and though Junsu groaned inwardly, he knew skipping it wasn't an option. Yujin explained this master could craft level 7 armor, astonishing Junsu, who shouted in excitement. Upon arrival, full guards lined the area in welcome. Junsu, stunned, asked if it was real, and Yujin marveled at the house of such a great craftsman. Junsu asked if Yujin knew which religion the craftsman followed. Yujin replied, "Religion? Why now?" Junsu realized he probably didn't know, thinking of the suffering under the old father's order. This was Jachel's house, a devoted craftsman of the order, and despite Junsu refusing baptism, he still agreed to craft armor. Suddenly, a guard demanded Junsu's hand for identification. He resisted, thinking, "What the hell?" Their hands burned as Junsu snapped, "Satisfied?" The guard glared, and Yujin protested, "We have a reservation." Jachel arrived in a wheelchair, commanding them to stop and bowing. The guard acknowledged him. Jachel praised Junsu for refusing baptism and awakening the back flame, calling him a distinguished host. Junsu twisted his hand, asking, "Is this how you treat me?" Jachel replied with, "Forgive me, the light and savior recognized by the saints." Junsu muttered, "What nonsense." Jachel then invited them inside to discuss equipment. Rows of armor filled the room as Jachel explained each type, but Junsu, deep in thought, pointed to one and said he'd take it. Jachel shouted in disbelief, "That's impossible." Junsu insisted, "I like this style." Jachel frowned, "It's very hard to infuse magic for holy armor like this." Junsu replied, "I don't need holy armor, just imbue it with giant and extreme." He realized the order was trying to trap him. Holy armor, or Plegence armor, gave extreme stats but required divine power, which meant joining their religion. Holding Jachel's hand, he said, "Then I expect the best from you, craftsman," and with Yujin, they left. As they stepped outside, Jachel said he could only imbue a few traits into that armor. The guard asked if he'd really follow Junsu's request. Jachel replied, "Do you want me to defy the sentry?" The guard murmured, "He's really the light and savior of our order. I can hardly believe it." A week later, Junsu bowed over bottles of medicine, drinking quickly. The man warned him not to take Mantragora cells all at once, but he burped, thanking him. The shopkeeper asked if he was all right. Junsu winked, thinking he got the trade he needed. The shopkeeper said, "You saved our market. Business is booming thanks to you." Then another man bowed to Junsu. He patted him on the back, recognizing him as the Iron Fist gang member, and asked how he had been. The man requested a moment to meet their boss, leading Junsu to a car. Inside, the man said they'd prepared a high-end bulletproof vehicle. Junsu noted it was decent but felt uneasy, recalling Mayo Rim as a slum. The man said they needed to stop for gas. At the station, Junsu's eyes widened at the billboard, sensing something wrong. The man stepped out with a sinister voice, wishing him a good rest, and Junsu clenched his teeth, thinking, "Is this a trap?" Junsu reacted instantly, grabbing the man's hand and shoving him into the car, saying, "Buddy, do I look like a fool? How do you think you're messing with me?" The man stammered, "Pardon, what do you mean?" Junsu leaped out of the car, closing the door behind him, and said, "You stay right here with all the bombs you planted, forever," before hurling a granite at the car. The explosion tore through the area, and Junsu dashed away using his breakthrough technique. As he reached the elevator, he thought the blast was too big for a single granite. This was a betrayal. The bulletproof car sped toward Mirin and the gas station, and deja vu hit him. It mirrored when Iron Fist Kim was betrayed. His thoughts were cut short as bullets rained from the front. People shouted, "There he is! Kill him, and we'll get $1 billion!" Junsu clenched his teeth, realizing it wouldn't stop at a car full of bombs. He ducked behind a car, thinking it wouldn't protect him long, then leaped, using his technique to escape the building. Bullets followed immediately. He raised a mana shield, noting their speed. Someone shouted, "Aim for the center!" All fire struck the shield, cracking it. Junsu realized the insane accuracy and knew he couldn't delay. He tossed all his smoke bombs, enveloping his attackers, who shouted, "We can't let him escape. We need the antidote." Junsu muttered, "Who do you think you're after when you're not even superhuman?" and dashed to another building. Landing safely, he analyzed the attackers. Their speed and focus suggested battle drugs, temporarily boosting their combat abilities. Considering the mention of an antidote, he concluded Myram, a master of cowardly battle and human hunting in Myram, orchestrated this. The plan followed 3 steps: betrayal to plant a bomb, Ragu's under battle drugs attacking, and his specialty, sniping. From the side of the building, a sniper's bullet whizzed toward Junsu, grazing his forehead. He muttered, "If I had reacted a moment later, I'd be dead, but this gamble was worth it. I now know where he's hiding." On the burning building, the sniper crouched, and Junsu dashed downward, shouting, "I got you now, you little bastard," running into the flames to confront the cowardly hunter who only strikes from afar. He endured the searing fire as he pressed forward. The sniper struggled to see him through the blaze, missing his shots, while Junsu thought, locating him is priority against a skilled sniper. Above the building, the sniper cursed, "Damn it, I can't see him," scanning the fire helplessly. Junsu leaped higher, aiming to close in and create an expected barrier. The sniper looked up, furious at being challenged. Junsu activated all his traits, his gun glowing red, and fired as the sniper simultaneously pulled his trigger. Both fired at the same time, holding a tense breath in this all-or-nothing moment. The sniper's shot tore through Junsu's arm. Damn, he really is a sniper, even under surprise. But Junsu never acts without reason. With a grin, he declared it over, landing a shot on the sniper's shoulder. Shocked, the sniper felt flames quickly spreading over his body, black fire engulfing him as he screamed. Junsu barely hit the ground, struggling with his injured arm. Even grazing bullets drained the enemy's mana. Wincing, he proclaimed victory, only to find himself trapped, sand forming a magical snare beneath his feet. The human hunter taunted, calling him a brat and a fool, pouring holy water over himself to douse the black flames. Damn, this is bad. If Junsu doesn't escape now, he's dead. The hunter snarled, "Once I put out this fire, I'll fill your body with bullets. You'll look like a damn sieve, damn it, I need to think fast or I'm dead." He hadn't expected this to turn into a race against time. He needs to slow the magic's infiltration and minimize damage. Equipping mana barrier, perseverance, and resolute, he adds brute strength, and super strength. Pressing both hands to the ground, he yells survival comes first, pouring all his power into escaping the trap and activating purification to destroy as much mana in the trap as possible. Before he can fully react, the enemy appears, fully recovered. Acknowledging Junsu's resilience, He sees the black fire already extinguished. This victory is mine, he thinks, raising his gun, but Junsu vanishes. A fist slams into his cheek, making him spit blood. Junsu, relieved the last-second Earth resistance trait worked, taunts, "Since you're a sniper, don't even think about fighting back at this distance." Who ordered this assassination? The enemy admits defeat but wants to light a cigarette first. Fine, speak, Junsu allows. As he lights it, Junsu senses something off. The enemy, savoring the cigar like sweet victory, looks zombified. Just as he prepares to attack, a sudden gunshot rings out, and a hole appears in the human hunter's chest. So, you knew what was happening, Junsu thinks. Of course he did. Did he really think a player with 10,000 hours wouldn't recognize the mutant-inducing cigar? What a mess. In the end, he had to be put down. It was unexpected. The hunter, usually cunning but surrendering after defeat, fought to the very end, transforming into a mutant. Not that it matters, survival is what counts. Searching his clothes, Junsu finds a flash drive and smirks. Let's see who's behind this. The next day, the news reports Miram in chaos. A gang shootout, gas station explosion, dozens dead. The president doesn't believe Junsu was involved and asks how he survived. That's a long story. Suddenly, the door is kicked open, and the Iron Fist gang president throws a body in. Both are startled. The leader apologizes for failing to control his subordinates, but explains it was a lower-ranking member, desperate for money after losing in illegal gambling. The betrayal's motive is clear, and Junsu accepts the apology. The president shows the flash drive Junsu retrieved. It belonged to the superhuman who tried to kill him. Junsu plugs it into a computer. He has a license, after all, and discovers the human hunter had killed at least 20 superhumans. Checking the most recent job requests, he sees the last bounty, 20 billion. Even Junsu is stunned. The client? The Ascendant Group or a major corporation? As the name appears, recognition hits him, son of a __. The paladin who had gripped his hand tightly before. Things just got a lot more complicated. It was that bastard, the guard Junsu had seen at Juko's house. Choi asks why the rich kid would try to kill him. Junsu says he might have a suspicion and asks Choi to pull up the Ascendant Security family tree. Choi agrees and quickly brings it up. Just as Junsu suspected, he begins to piece things together. Ascendant Security, a private military company under the Ascendant Group, one of Arcane Soul's top 5 corporations, is headed by a powerful family. Lee Jaeol, the eldest son, was originally first in line to inherit the company. After receiving the baptism of the order from his father and becoming a paladin, however, he was pushed to the very bottom of the inheritance line. Now, his only path is to succeed as a paladin. Meanwhile, the saint has been obsessed with Junsu, calling him the light and the savior. Perhaps out of jealousy or fury at losing the saint's attention, Lee Jaeol may be taking revenge. Watching Junsu surpass the baptism and rise in prominence seems to have driven him mad, enough to order an assassination. The president is outraged, shocked that he would target Junsu out of his own inferiority, and shouts that he must be taught a lesson. But the challenge is daunting. Lee Jaeol isn't just an heir to a small company. He belongs to a major corporation, and one wrong move could bring the entire company crashing down on him. Junsu smirks and says he has an idea. The president had already expected Junsu's response. Junsu said they should start by focusing on expansion if they need to take down a big name. Hours later, Seo Yujin shouts, furious, slamming his fist and breaking the table, cursing the audacity of the assassination attempt. Junsu calmly tells him he's fine, but Yujin stares with concern. The others notice something different about Junsu. He's no ordinary person. They gape at the shattered table, realizing how invaluable Yujin's support is. Not only is he incredibly rich, he's a level 5 superhuman who won't let this go. The thought of retaliation crosses their minds, imagining the cost of hiring someone against the eldest son of Ascendant Security. But Junsu interrupts, ready with a plan. Jansu interrupts, saying he has an idea. Yujin asks what kind of idea, alarmed. Jansu explains he'll challenge Lee Jaeol to an official duel. The others are shocked, but he reasons it's necessary. If Jaeol is allowed to act freely, he'll keep sending stronger assassins. The target might hire someone else to fight for him, but either way, this duel is the fairest option. He analyzes the situation. He can't face Jaeol on equal footing, so he must rely on the duel, and with solid evidence, he has justification to challenge him. He'll accept if Jaeol sends a substitute, and keeps the duel private. The president agrees, preparing the formal duel request, and Yujin offers to handle a notary, knowing a former Supreme Court judge. Jansu thanks everyone, noting their somber looks, but insists he's not going there to die. The gang leader asks if he's confident, warning the enemy will send at least a level 4 fighter. Jansu admits it won't be easy, especially since he can't use his mutation ability, but he already predicts the opponent. He requests preparation and asks Yujin to spar with him. Yujin nods immediately, promising full support, and Jin grips his sword with a wide grin, pledging to help however he can. Junsu thinks back to their last fight, remembering how close he came to death, and silently urges him to take it easy. 3 days later, everyone gathers in an arena inside a warehouse, a small crowd cheering. The president shows up dressed like a cheerleader, and the gang leader stares in disbelief. The girl who sparked Junsu's determination sits in the stands, shouting encouragement. Exhausted from 3 days of relentless training, Junsu has finally completed his preparations. Dusik, the paladin captain of the Order of the Old Father, appears, laughing lightly as he recalls past duels. Junsu notes that Joel acts high and mighty, yet is clearly subordinate to his captain. Dusik offers a polite apology for the unpleasant situation, shocking Junsu with his civility. The saint declares that Junsu, warrior Kim, shall be their light and savior, and proposes that if he loses the duel, he must join the order. Junsu is bewildered by their insistence, while Jiol trembles with rage in the background. An official interrupts, signaling the duel's start and calling for confirmation of the duel oath. If the paladin wins, Junsu joins the order. If he wins, the terms shift to his favor. Li Jiol is barred from harming him in any way and must also provide financial compensation. Both nod in agreement. Junsa feels a tightness in his chest. Dual oaths in Arcane Soul are magical contracts, and breaking one literally destroys your heart. Even in this chaotic world, no one risks defying it. The official confirms the duel rules. It will follow International Superhuman Federation standards. All personal powers and weapons are allowed, but consumables must be crafted on site. Dusik is ready, but Junu requests time to craft his items. 10 minutes per item is granted. He grips 3 potions, a true alchemist in motion, designed to counter paladins: Elixir of Steel Body, Elixir of Flash, and Elixir of Arcane Dragon. Confirming their contents, he drinks all 3 at once, knowing doping is essential in PvP. Both sides prepared, the duel begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, both warriors stand face to face. Dusik addresses him, inviting Junsa to join their order, but Junsa signals to start. Dusik raises his hammer, radiating an overwhelming aura like a Greek god. Junsa grips his sword, dwarfed by the immense power, knowing he cannot win without risking his life. 3, 2, 1, 0, the paladin charges, then vanishes, leaving a trail of destruction. Junsa searches frantically. He didn't disappear, he activated haste. In a heartbeat, Dusik reappears behind him, hammer raised, declaring that warrior Kim shall ascend and become a god. Junsa blinks, startled. Become a god? Dusk swings at Junsu, unleashing a massive aura explosion that lights up the battlefield like 2 nuclear forces colliding. Junsu's friends watch from a distance, stunned. What is that power? The president mutters in awe. Did it end with just 1 strike? Yujin asks, worry etched on his face, while the gang leader stands speechless. But the girl spots the truth. Through the smoke, both warriors are standing, Junsu with his mana barrier up, Dusk holding hammer and shield, his aura hinting at godhood. Dusik's curiosity sharpens. The kid actually dodged his attack. Junsu had sprinted from the start, a high-level surprise tactic, then quickly activated every defensive trait: area shield, mana defense, protect, inner cultivation technique, and mana heart. Even so, Dusk's strike was strong enough to shatter the triple-layer defense. Dusik now understands why the saint values him so highly. Stop the praise and explain. First light and savior, now a god. It's exactly as it sounds. You, warrior Kim, are the hope of our order, the one who will save us from the coming judgment day. Jinu struggles to grasp it. The hope of the old father's order. Now he recalls, the god they serve is dead. In the story, years later, the saint revives her god, triggering a massive boss battle with the city-wrecking octopus. So, savior really means the vessel of God. Dusik confirms with a sly grin, noble sacrifice, sacred devotion. These insane bastards. They've planned to sacrifice Junsu all along. Your body and soul will join the old father and his avatar because you will lose and join our order, Dusik shouts, radiating pure hostility. Yeah, go to hell, you bastard, Junsa mutters as he charges, activating his sprinting trait and striking Dusik with his sword. He's not fast enough. Dusik blocks easily with his shield, yet the blow sends Junsa flying, eyes wide in shock. What power is this? Then his new traits activate: strike, rush, endurance, strength, super strength, perseverance. Confusing? Absolutely. He's optimized for offense now, lunging again with relentless swordsman strikes, forcing Dusk to defend. In an instant, he switches traits to mountain-breaking swordsmanship, smashing strike, unleashing a barrage that pressures Dusik. Your swordsmanship's quite the challenge, isn't it? Junsa seizes the moment, switching traits to strength, super strength, endurance strike. He grabs his axe and lands a solid hit on Dusik's left rib, drawing blood and forcing him back. Finally, things get interesting, he laughs. The 3 days of preparation weren't wasted. A flashback shows his training with Hyujin, mastering instinctive traits, switching in a fraction of a second, offense, then defense, blocking counterattacks. Back in the fight, he uses defensive traits at the right moment again, swiftly blocking Dusik's hammer strike, though the power shatters his shield, forcing him to step back slightly. Within a second, Junsa switches his traits again, activating offensive warrior skills for a surprise strike. He dashes at Dusik, who blocks, then switches traits mid-attack to keep the pressure relentless. Dusik struggles, forced entirely on defense. This is the perfect opening, Kim Junsa thinks, wielding both axe and sword as he activates berserker traits to push forward. For a level 3 superhuman to fight level 4, constant trait switching is the only way. He drives Dusik back like 4 warriors in one. How is this possible? Junsu notices a brief distraction and seizes it, disarming Dusk, sending the hammer flying across the battlefield. All the paladins gasp. Impossible, they whisper. Even Dusik is shocked, glaring at Junsu, realizing Junsa might actually win, but he won't be sacrificed. He grips his shield, aura surging. Dusik channels power into his shield, warning Kim this next strike could be lethal. With a sudden motion, he hurls it like a spinning blade. Junsa raises his shield, but it shatters instantly, sending him flying across the arena. The power just skyrocketed. Was Dusik really holding back all this time? Before Kim Junsa can recover, Dusk appears and delivers a devastating punch straight to his stomach. How dare you mock our order, he growls. Kim Junsa crashes into the wall, spitting blood as his body slams against the thick stone. If he begged now, Dusik might accept surrender, but Kim rolls to his side, smirking. The only way he loses is if he dies. Both charge into a full frontal clash, either yielding. Kim Junsa strikes, Dusik blocks, then deliberately takes a few hits to land a clean shield blow on Junsa's shoulder, cutting deep. Pain nearly overwhelms him, but he counters instantly, driving his axe into Dusik's rib. Dusik retaliates with a powerful kick, sending Kim flying again. They lock eyes, battered and exhausted, at their absolute limit. Dusik declares it's time to end this meaningless fight. He raises his shield, praying to his lord as a massive storm swirls above. Dark clouds churn, and the arena trembles like a raging sea. Kim Junsa realizes Dusik is unleashing his ultimate move, Darkness Tsunami. Seeing it firsthand, he knows that if it hits, he will lose completely. There's no way to dodge it. To win, Junsa has to face the tsunami head-on. He locks eyes on the approaching wave as his sword begins to glow. The world around him fades to gray, as if time itself slows. Fear presses in, but he trusts the traits he has honed as Warrior Kim. He takes a deep breath, shutting out everything, existing in another realm entirely. Mountain-breaking swordsmanship, sharpened through battles and sparring with Seo Yujin. Einherjar cultivation, honed through years of practice. Mana heart grown alongside him. Rush born of sheer willpower. And finally, the ultimate trait, capable of cutting through anything. A surge of divine power crashes over him. He trusts in his abilities, in the time and dedication poured into them. A brilliant 4-pointed star flashes as Junsa lunges headfirst into the tsunami. The arena explodes in blinding light. Friends gasp, bewildered. When it fades, Kim kneels, gasping, bloodied and battered, while Dusik remains standing, or so it seems. Suddenly, the truth is revealed. A massive hole gapes through Dusik's chest. Kim's overwhelming power pierced the ultimate ability, shattering the shield and tearing through his body. All that remains is Dusik, lifeless and hollow. The announcement is made. The judge raises Kim Warrior's arm, declaring him the winner. His friends rush toward him as the arena, now scarred from the battle, comes into view. Jun-soo smiles, proud he defeated a higher-level superhuman without using the mutation trait. He really is the best, the professor remarks. Almost inhuman, their girl adds, beaming with joy. The president, tears streaming, says he knew Kim could defeat that paladin. The gang leader nods, amazed at what Kim accomplished. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Son of a bitch." It's Joel, gripping his axe and aiming at Jun-soo. "Die now, cheater," he yells. But Yujin reacts instantly, shielding his master. A punch lands with a blue explosion, sending Joel crashing meters away near the other paladins. "How dare you challenge the outcome of Dusik's defeat?" Yujin's voice thunders, his stance fierce, rage flashing across his face. Yujin warns Lee Joel not to forget the magical pact both fighters agreed to. Acting recklessly could make his heart explode. Kim Warrior feels the crushing weight of magic pressing down, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The paladins shout that the Order of the Old Father will seek revenge, accusing Kim of killing Dusik. Junsu interrupts firmly, declaring that Jeol is the true culprit. Though an enemy, Dusik had fought honorably to the end, a captain protecting his battalion, only to fall because of Joel's selfish assassination plot. Joel, crying, admits the truth, realizing Dusik died defending his reputation. The paladins lift Joel and retreat, leaving vengeance behind. The next day at Choi Workforce, the president calls, ecstatic over hiring Kim, the superhuman who defeated the captain of the Order of the Old Father. He quickly ends the call as Jun-soo enters, relieved that master craftsman Choi crafted his armor perfectly with giant and extreme traits. Jun-soo presents a gift from the president, a handcrafted luxury training suit with self-cleaning and regeneration magic. Kim tries it on, impressed, and Jun-soo jokes he almost looks like a model. Then Jun-soo brings up work, explaining that since Kim's work history is short, some question their contract. He offers Kim the perfect role at the Sun Magic Tower to study his black flame for research. Kim, familiar with the rewards of the tower, accepts. Jun-soo, grinning, leads him to the designated location where magic and science combine, welcoming superhuman warrior Kim to the fascinating site. The man introduces himself as Park Hyangju, a young senior researcher and level 5 mage, explaining that Junsu is here to let them study his black flame. Junsu expects an ordinary test but is led to a capsule surrounded by cables and computers. Asked to step inside, he hears the robotic voice announce ultra-precision measurement. Suddenly, data about his traits appears on the screen, revealing all his secrets. Furious, he smashes the machine, insisting the contract only required a black flame demonstration. The assistant is slapped by an older man, Yu Myansik, chief researcher and level 6 mage, who exposes Park's plan to sell Kim's information. Park apologizes and is exiled. Yum-yang reassures Kim, apologizing for the incident, and upgrades his membership, granting access to commercial and training facilities. Exploring the tower, Junsu encounters a floating golden orb that shocks him with lightning. Enduring the pain with his perseverance and traits, he gains electric resistance, the ultimate resistance for all 6 attributes. Just as he's about to be fried alive, the lights turn red and a robotic voice announces the system is now manual. Someone has tampered with the settings. The golden orbs gather massive energy and unleash it in a concentrated electrical blast aimed at Kim. Shocked, he shouts in protest, "Hey, calm down! What the hell is this?" Jun-soo receives the enormous concentrated surge of energy, and Hyangja laughs, mocking him for interfering with his business and declaring, "Now die." Moments later, Hyangja freezes in shock, realizing Jun-soo is actually withstanding the massive electric discharge. It's impossible for him to be brought down by what Hyangja considers a low-level lightning strike. Jun-soo's trait window reveals why. 5 resistances already acquired: divine from enduring the holy baptism, fire from boiling in the mana spring, darkness from fighting necromancer Sharon, cold from surviving the conjoined ghost's blizzard, and earth from escaping the human hunter's magic trap, plus the newly gained electric resistance. With all 6 combined, a brilliant green aura surrounds Jun-soo, as if his body is undergoing a powerful mutation. Jun-soo's body begins changing from within, his heart pumping harder as more veins form to strengthen it. A new trait, magic resistance, emerges, and a green shield forms around him. Hyangju is stunned. How can someone block a level 3 magic spell with just their body? The facility alarms blare, warning that the program is out of control and evacuation is required. Using his perception trait, Jun-Soo dodges all attacks, quickly gaining movement and dash, which combine into a new trait, Secession. At this rate, he might even obtain the high-class trait, Air Raid. Hyangju panics, frantically pressing buttons to kill him, but his assistant stops him, insisting on resetting the training program. The system stabilizes, and everyone is left in disbelief at Jun-Soo's endurance. Kim explains the consequences if Jun-Soo were expelled, magically marked to never learn magic again, ending his life as a mage. As an apology, Jun-Soo receives a miraculous elixir restoring full HP. Despite the gift, he requests a proper challenge, to experience the 4 magical spells from the Great Towers, starting with the solar explosion. The doctors worry, saying even a level 3 superhuman couldn't survive it, but Jun-Soo estimates he can endure 15 seconds, aided by his black flame that burns enemy mana. A massive cannon aims at him, preparing the solar attack, which only disciples, dual victors, or those with high favorability can endure. The solar explosion activates, and Kim stands chest exposed, ready, protected by the magic armor trait in his gear. Everyone realizes the superhuman's level isn't 6, yet he withstands the impossible assault. Jun-Soo, only a level 3 warrior, endures all 15 seconds of the strongest magic. The observers are stunned. How can a level 3 withstand it? Despite preparing thoroughly and acquiring every needed trait, the assault still inflicts pain. Finally, the solar eruption stops, smoke rising from the machine, and Jun-Soo breathes a sigh of relief. Those 15 seconds felt longer than any battle before. Warrior Kim's endurance impresses everyone, especially as he used Black Flame to survive the attack. Later, Jun-Soo sits enjoying tea with a man who comments on how impressive it was to use Black Flame to endure the solar flare, saying he'll be a great help to their long-awaited project. Jun-Soo replies that it would be his honor, raising the man's favorability. The man laughs, appreciating Jun-Soo's words, and says he has a request. Jun-Soo asks what it is, and a boy enters from a door, asking if he was called. The man introduces him as Mr. Kim, a level 3 superhuman. Jun-Soo stands to greet him, and the boy responds with his name, Magic Kim. Jun-Soo recalls that Magic Kim is a mage-type tutorial character appearing after Iron Fist Kim and Priest Kim. Magic Kim apologizes for being late, and the man explains that he is his grandson, with potential for high-level power, though his growth was halted at level 1. Jun-Soo finds this strange, and Magic Kim apologizes for being odd and a possible embarrassment to the Magic Tower. Jun-Soo reassures him he said nothing of the sort. The man then asks if Jun-Soo cured Director Seo's son, and if he might know how to awaken the child. Jun-Soo confirms he does, and the man, thrilled, promises him anything he desires if he succeeds. Jun-Soo agrees smartly, realizing this marks the beginning of the solar flare hidden quest. The man asks Jun-Soo to repeat himself, questioning what he said he'd receive. Jun-Soo clarifies solar flare, and offers to spell it out. Straightening his tie, the man agrees, saying he can grant it since the tower's future depends on Jun-Soo, though he doubts Jun-Soo could actually use it. Jun-Soo insists it should come as a memory chip so he can learn it immediately. The man concedes, as long as Jun-Soo solves the problem. Magic Kim interrupts, asking how he will be trained. Jun-Soo explains they first need to identify the root cause. The man complains his grandson's biggest issue is his lack of math knowledge, making him unfit for mage training. Jun-Soo thinks internally that Magic Kim is intelligent enough for a business major at Seoul University but abandoned math, leaving him unprepared for magic research. Out loud, he suggests learning magic that doesn't require calculations. The man questions this, and Jun-Soo proposes using spirits to make him a flame sorcerer. The man protests that a flame sorcerer isn't a proper mage, but Jun-Soo challenges him to choose between leaving his grandson stagnant or unlocking his potential. The man asks for details. Jun-Soo explains the problem lies in incantations. Magic Kim can't handle formula calculations, so the spirit will perform the difficult work, while he merely channels mana. The man worries about Magic Kim's unfamiliarity with spirits, and Jun-Soo clarifies he won't control the spirit, he'll contract with it, embedding it into a mana circuit so the user manages the mana while the circuit handles the spirit. The man marvels at the concept, and Jun-Soo, internally frustrated, thinks it's impressive only because the idea came from the future, not him. The man warns the spirit realm gate is closed, so Junsu suggests using a spirit animal instead. The man questions how, and Junsu reassures him. Later, in a dungeon, countless phoenixes circle the air. Magic Kim marvels at the hidden Phoenix Valley. Junsu explains he found it by chance, and the man praises him. Junsu reminds him of the solar flare. The man promises to provide one that pleases Junsu. Junsu demonstrates a small black flame, explaining he aims to create his own polarization. The man laughs, noting their decade-long effort, and Junsu says approaching it as a warrior may yield different results. They agree on a 2-year bet. If Junsu wins, his wish is granted. If the man wins, he joins the tower's security. Junsu sits for verification. The man calls him amazing, and Junsu hopes the operation succeeds. The chief updates that a previously expelled mage scammed the Kuma group, who wanted Junsu specifically, but he refuses. Suddenly, the doctor and researcher announce total success, praising Junsu. Magic Kim thanks him, amazed at how easily he can use magic, already starting at level 3. Junsu advises Magic Kim to drink fire attribute elixir, and Magic Kim thanks him for guidance. The man waves at Junsu, praising him and handing over his promised reward, the solar flare and a money-filled box, secured with space expansion magic. Junsu grips them tightly, exclaiming his love for the Tower Master. At Seonsu Workforce, Choi notes a 5 billion bonus, and Junsu laughs, ready for greatness. He decides it's time to drink a saved nectar and asks Choi to refine it. Joey opens a room filled with potion equipment and lists ingredients. Junsu debates, finally choosing a horned tiger heart. Choi warns it's rare and endangered. Later, Choi drives, sniffing out the tiger heart using a newly gained dog nose skill, enduring a terrible smell but appreciating the ability. Junsu stands before a deer, sensing danger as a car arrives, guns blazing. The massive horned tiger appears, the king of the mountain, and lunges at him. Junsu tried dodging the tiger with invasion, but realized dragging it out was impossible. He had to end it in one strike. Trusting his instincts, he readied himself as the tiger leapt again. Using all his traits, he struck, but the tiger dodged easily, forcing him to land hard on the ground. The tiger charged again, and Junsu fired a black flame bullet. The tiger roared in pain, yet remained standing. Junsu shouted that if the bullet wasn't enough, he'd go for close combat and dashed at the king of the mountain. The massive tiger, over 1.5 tons, accelerated perfectly, its infamous precision intact. Just as it hit the ground, seemingly still, Junsu lunged from behind, but the tiger sprang up, forcing him to repeatedly clash with its fangs. Junsu said you can't dodge this one, then leaped and slashed the tiger in half. Later, at the monster exchange, people were taking photos of the body. Junsu showed a transparent box holding the heart, saying it's the king's heart. Everyone was amazed. He thought he handled it himself, avoiding a contractor and gaining a trail in the process. I only need a heart, he said, the rest can be sold. People started bidding, 1 billion, 2.5 billion, which made him happy. Then a girl shouted 5 billion. Junsu confirmed, 5 billion it is. She said she'd deposit right away. He gave his account number. She asked if he hunted the king alone. Yeah, he replied, lucky. She shook her head, saying hunting isn't luck, it's skill, and handed him her business card from the Hunter Association. She looked familiar. 2 days later, Junsu held the potion, noting the nectar's color and remembered Choi's words. He used the king's heart to prevent side effects. Trusting Choi's skill, Junsu gulped the nectar, feeling his body heat up. A screen appeared, body revolving, hormones shifting, adrenaline rising, efficiency improving. Mana circuits resurrected, stats soared. His body glowed gold. I'm level 4 now, he thought, feeling his soul ascend. A new trait appeared, audacity. Junsu thought, as Choi said, the nectar worked perfectly. That's why I hunted the monster, sold the items, and gained traits from battles. If I apply the traits to my equipment with this diamond, he rubbed it on his thumb and scratches, gaining a new trait, sturdy and gaining. Prep work is done, now for the final steps. He started punching a bag. The screen warned, status ailment, significant muscle fiber damage, skeletal structure readjusting, traits resonating. It felt like a rebirth. The screen announced giant strength, a new trait. His body grew muscular and powerful. Finally, he thought, this top-tier warrior trait is mine. Gazing in the mirror, he marveled at his size. He punched the wall, shattering it with just the shockwave. The screen noted significant muscle damage. Side effects, as expected. I need diamond body for sturdiness or invincibility for regeneration, both top tier. I can learn them from equipment, but I'm out of diamonds. No problem, he laughed, knowing where to get them. At the shop, the man said they were out of stock until next month. Too late, Junsa thought. The man offered to take him to mine diamonds. Really possible? He asked, surprised. That's a risky route, the man warned. Interested? Junsa winked, of course. In the car, the man reminded him about the risk. I know, Junsa thought, like everything in Arcane Soul. You can back out if needed, the man added. Junsa wondered about all the disclaimers. Turning toward Buchin, he realized the place, the Colosseum, the largest fighting ground in the capital, packed with a crowd. In the center, two superhumans battled, and the man repeated, "You know the risk." Junsa finally understood. The arena roared with cheers as the crowd shouted for their players. Junsa marveled at the Colosseum's scale, the largest fighting ground in the capital. The man asked if he knew about it. Junsa said he'd heard rumors and asked if the man was affiliated with the place. The man laughed, admitting it. Junsa realized this was the source of all the rare items he'd seen and remembered Kim Chunbuk's suspicious background in the game. A screen explained Chunbuk was the antique shop owner, a founding member of Shinwon Market who sold magical items from unknown sources. Chunbuk assured Junsa he wasn't there to force participation, but Junsa noted, "This is part of our plan, right?" Chunbuk agreed, saying nothing is free, and this was a way to get diamonds quickly. The rule: winner takes the loser's diamonds, and losers must break down their magic circuits to create them. Junsa thought it was like reselling a lifetime of battle experience, but the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Chunbuk added, if it doesn't suit him, they could leave. Junsa scoffed, "Leave? Sign me up." Chunbuk explained half the victory bonus would go to Junsu, the rest to him and the organization. Junsa nodded, wanting to test the arena first. Cracking his knuckles, he stepped in. On the arena, two figures clashed, one the man, the other Junsu. Junsa dodged every attack and the man, frustrated, slammed his hands. Junsa taunted, "Nothing happened, just your talk." Channeling his gained strength trait, he punched the man in the mouth, sending him flying to the ground. "One shot, one kill," he laughed. The referee announced the blue corner wins. The super rookie was born, now on a 5-win streak. Junsa marveled at the streak, guessing he'd earned plenty of diamonds. Not only that, he made a lot of money. Chunbuk asked what he'd do with it. Junsa said he'd get better items. Chunbuk commented on his focus, and Junsu affirmed, strength defines one's ability in Arcane Soul. He would never live like a loser in this world. Chunbuk said, "It seems you just received a challenge from a level 4 superhuman, the Destroyer King, rank 1st place. This might be very difficult, you don't have to accept it." Junsa thought, Destroyer King, and on the arena, he accepted the challenge. The crowd erupted, some shouting for Junsu, some for the Destroyer. The Destroyer pointed at him, saying he didn't expect Junsu to accept, and that he must be out of his mind. Junsa thought he was certainly a tough opponent, an SR rank bare-knuckle fighter with giant strength, practical combat skill, and 3 upper-rank traits. In the game, he was level 5, but here he was level 4. Junsa also realized diamonds weren't enough reward for this fight. The Destroyer charged, shouting to wipe the smile off Junsa's face, but Junsa dodged every attack. They exchanged taunts and cursing mid-battle. Eventually, the Destroyer grabbed Junsu. Junsa thought as expected, he'd go for the joints first. The Destroyer King, a wrestler, aimed to lift and pin him. But Junsu activated giant strength, super strength, and strength, timing counter-strike perfectly. As the Destroyer lifted him, Junsu twisted back and landed an elbow into the stomach, making the opponent vomit blood. The Destroyer tried to choke him, and Junsu anticipated the armbar, countering it smoothly. Smirking, the screen announced trait suppression unlocked. Junsa thought suppression was perfect for predicting opponent moves. Now he had it. The Destroyer looked confused, unable to understand how Junsa dodged every attack. Junsa said, "You look surprised. I'm just getting started." He realized that by gaining suppression, he now had all 6 basic combat traits, which would combine into a single evolved trait, practical combat. Junsa grew stronger with every move. The Destroyer looked increasingly confused, unable to follow what Junsu was doing. Now Junsa took the offensive, moving so fast that even the shockwaves hit the destroyer. He struck repeatedly, thinking that equipping practical combat kept his basic skills in constant combo mode while adding bonuses to all combat moves. With practical combat, combining the lower rank traits again meant even the destroyer king couldn't withstand him. Grabbing one of the destroyer's hands, Junsu broke it. Seeing no alternative, the destroyer surrendered. The referee announced, "The winner is Warrior Kim." Everyone gasped. He had claimed first place in the Level 4 Superhuman division. Cheers erupted, and they dubbed him Warrior King. Junsu thought, what an embarrassing name. The referee continued, "Now we will start the diamond creation process." Junsu wondered if he'd lose the strength he gained, but the destroyer ground his teeth, requesting to use a special contract. Junsu knew what this meant. The referee asked if he agreed. The special contract, available only when the destroyer king is rank 1, lets the organizer provide the diamonds if the king is defeated, but only with the winner's consent. The destroyer said, "If you agree, I'll give you 10 diamonds. The referee said, "That's unprecedented, I suggest taking it." Junsu said that's not enough. He added, "I request one more thing, not about diamonds. If you give me the steel fist, I will accept your condition." Junsu said he would accept the condition only if he received the steel fist, thinking to claim that SR rank magical weapon. The destroyer shook his head in disbelief, pretending ignorance. Junsu thought it was too late to act surprised. He had already seen the look on his face, and insisted he would accept nothing less than 10 diamonds and the steel fist. The destroyer cursed, realizing he had been figured out, and finally agreed, but only on the condition they duel later in the Colosseum with the steel fist on the line. Junsu nodded, saying they could decide the timing later. Sliding the gauntlet onto his hand, the steel fist glowed with a brilliant blue aura. He admired the fresh, radiant energy, while a screen notification confirmed that it increased stamina and strength and reduced all damage for 10 seconds. Junsu thought the damage reduction was minor compared to the diamonds he had earned and realized he could combine it with top-tier traits using the cure traits from the necklace given by Priest Kim. As he applied the diamonds to the necklace, a massive burst of energy erupted, and a screen announced he had obtained the immortality trait. Now with strength and immortality secured, he only needed one more to complete his Trinity Warrior build, vowing to take good care of the diamonds. His phone rang. It was Young Jin Young, and the girl who had bought the tiger's remains earlier appeared, saying their guild leader wanted to meet him. Junsu agreed, thinking it would be good to meet the well-known NPC Hunter Guild leader. She opened the door, announcing Warrior Kim's arrival, and the old man greeted him warmly. He was Yoon Byung-jin, the Hunter Guild leader. Junsu was stunned. This wasn't just a guild leader. It was the boss of an assassin organization. Shaking his hand, he said it was an honor, and Yoon laughed, claiming the honor was his. Junsu recalled vague lore about Yoon being ousted from the Hunter Guild long ago. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a fat man rushed in, apologizing for being late. Yoon asked about the dispatch, and the man, Director Kang, laughed, saying he had come as soon as he heard the Slayer of the Mountain King had arrived. Junsu immediately recognized him from the game as the guild leader Kang. He thought of the united competition, realizing it was today. Kang shook hands with Junsu, introducing himself warmly, but Junsu quickly replied that he could never dare address him so casually, thinking Kang seemed to enjoy making jokes. When Kang mentioned the Hunter Guild, Junsu hesitated, admitting he needed time to think. Privately, he considered that becoming a full member for free sounded appealing, yet his caution lingered because of the guild leader. Yoon then spoke frankly, explaining that the guild was setting up an executive hunting ground in Yongkyeon to stabilize their position, since at present they could only hunt with permission from the two armies. If that permission were revoked, the guild risked dissolution, so their aim was to secure territory where they alone could hunt. He stressed they needed someone like Superhuman Kim to make it possible. Junsu thought it sounded reasonable, but Kang suddenly interrupted, saying that was not their true goal, because Yoon wanted the guild to be recognized as an army and eventually build a military kingdom in Yongkyeon. Surprised, Junsu asked if something that ambitious was even possible, considering the two generals already held enormous influence due to their military history. Yoon insisted it could be done if Junsu lent them his strength, even promising him the guild leader position in the future. Junsu thought to himself that Yoon's eyes burned with overflowing ambition. Kang then told him not to worry about such things for now and to simply join, promising to take care of him. The girl interrupted, challenging them by asking if they thought she could not handle matters like this, and tension filled the room. Junsu glanced at her, then at Yoon, thinking the man was vicious and unpredictable, and it would be troublesome if something happened to Director Kong, who was known to hand out valuable quests in the future. Kong suddenly shouted that if Junsu joined, he would gain tax benefits and be able to enjoy hunting at the United competition that day. Junsu, deciding to protect Kong, agreed and said he would join. Later, while a car rumbled over the distorted road, Kong drove with Junsu in the passenger seat, saying he now owed him a favor. He admitted he had rushed over earlier because he worried the guild leader would get close to him first, and said it was fortunate they could ride together now. But Kong rambled on endlessly, which irritated Junsu until he changed the subject, asking why Kong opposed the executive hunting ground. Kong explained it was because of the Yankian Party, a faction loyal to the guild leader who cared more about politics than hunting. Junsu realized the guild leader had been trying to recruit him to their side, and Kong confirmed this, saying it was the wrong approach because merit should matter more than politics. He also revealed that lately, members who agreed with him had been sent away on dispatches, leaving his position unstable. Junsu smirked inwardly, surprised to find that beneath Kang's cheerful exterior, he thought quite deeply. When they arrived at the secret hunting ground of the Hunter Association Guild, Junsu noticed a large crowd of hunters gathered there. The girl waved to him, asking if he had come with Director Kong. He nodded, pretending Kong had suddenly gone to the bathroom, and she told him it was good she caught him alone because she had something to say. He should not get too close to Kong. He asked if she thought he would side with him, and she replied that it seemed he already knew about the factional conflict within the guild. He said he had a rough idea that there were differences in thinking, and she confirmed it, saying Kong focused too much on small details and lacked the vision to see the bigger picture. As she straightened her hat, Junsu noticed her yellow eyes and a scar, realizing she looked familiar. She was part of Yoon Byung-jin's assassin organization, and he connected the dots that the Yankian Party was the predecessor of the Sesson organization. She added that Kong was even obsessed over minor illegal activity related to the hunting ground. Junsu admitted he liked Kang's straightforwardness, as he did not badmouth others and seemed genuine. She apologized, biting her lip before turning away and warning him not to regret his choices later. Junsu thought that now he had a grasp on the situation, it was time to prepare. Inside the washroom, he slathered on sunscreen repeatedly until it hurt, obtaining the trait's sensitive skin. Washing his face, he thought about how he finally acquired it despite buying cheap sunscreen, and then combined his traits into one ultimate ability, Sixth Sense. Sparks lit up as he realized it was useful not just for hunting but also for situations like this. Stepping out, he wondered if he should test whether anyone around harbored evil intent. Scanning the hunters, he was startled to see that nearly all of them carried evil thoughts. Shocked, he wondered if most of the people here were corrupt. Just then, Director Kong returned carrying a bowl of food and drink, cheerfully inviting Warrior Kim to join him. Kong introduced two men at his side, calling them his right arms, and one of them added that Kong had praised him greatly. Junsu declined the drink, thinking to himself that the men Kong trusted most radiated nothing but the venomous stench of betrayal. As the sun rises, Kong and his two men sing and dance while Junsu works at the grill, thinking they do not realize a spy is among them. One man approaches and asks him to watch Kong for a moment, and Junsu agrees, deciding to wait. Kong comes over and asks if he is enjoying the party, and Junsu forces a laugh, choosing not to mention the traitor yet. When the drinks arrive, the man offers to mix Kang's favorite ratio, but Junsu interrupts, telling him to sip it first. Startled, the man refuses, showing his guilt. Junsu accuses him of poisoning the drink, and Kong demands an explanation. Junsu presses the man to prove it by drinking, but he angrily throws the glass and shouts that Kong betrayed him first, claiming he blocked his promotion. Kong denies it, but before more can be said, Junsu smashes the man's knee, twists his arm, and holds a sword to his neck. He asks if Kong wants to finish it himself. Kong, face set, takes an axe and beheads the traitor, blood splattering as he mutters that he always knew the man was greedy but never thought he would go this far. The car speeds down the road, and Junsu urges they escape quickly before revenge comes for the spy's death. Kong curses Yoon Byung-jin, realizing he sent his men away to set him up. A truck appears beside them, and Yoon points a gun at Kong, accusing him of decapitating Manager Choi. Junsu reacts instantly, slamming the accelerator as bullets fly, while Kong roars at her betrayal and fires a rocket that misses. Kong grabs the wheel for him as Junsu leans out, activating his traits to read movement and fire with deadly precision, blasting the enemy's tire and sending their car crashing. Odd shouts follow, calling him a monster shooter, but Young rams their car with her truck. Junsu narrowly avoids disaster, pushing harder on the gas until his speed makes passengers sick. Finally, they reach their destination. Kang introduces Junsu as a level 4 superhuman with the Hunter Association, and questions rise about what happened outside. Cars surround them, and Young steps out, demanding they leave weapons behind. A guard warns that any disruption here is a challenge to the Corps commander's authority. Junsu agrees to comply, but Young protests, calling them murderers. The guard refuses, stating hunting ground disputes are not their concern, then narrows his eyes and draws his sword, asking if she means to challenge the Eastern Army commander's authority. Faced with that, Young is left speechless. Yoon mocks Kang for running like a rat, and asks if he hired a racer. Kang laughs it off, saying it was thanks to Hunter Kim, skilled in both driving and shooting, even joking that if he had a daughter, he'd let him marry him. Junsu shudders at the thought of being this man's son-in-law. Yun's temporizes, insisting Junsu should not side with Kang and demanding Kang come over to avoid bloodshed. Kang snaps back, reminding him this isn't his territory. Suddenly, a powerful voice silences the crowd as Gu Youngwoon, level 7 warrior and Eastern Army Division commander, arrives. Everyone bows, and Yun quickly apologizes, claiming it was just a conversation. Junsu recognizes him instantly as one of the 4 division commanders. Gu thunders that hunters can fight all they want outside, but not here, declaring this place is no playground. His gaze then fixes on Junsu, and he announces he will mediate the dispute on behalf of the Eastern Army. Shock ripples through the crowd, with protests that this is Hunter Association business. But Gu declares it an order from heaven, clearly implying the Corps commander's will. He decrees that at noon tomorrow, an honor duel will be held before City Hall, where only one representative from each side may fight. Junsu wonders why the commander is staring straight at him, and Gu adds that the loser must offer their head, warning that refusal will bring condemnation. Kang asked if he was sure about the duel. Junsu told him not to worry, saying this test was planned from the start. He declared out loud that they could evaluate him all they wanted. Yun smirked that it was a shame Junsu didn't join them. Junsu replied he had no interest in working with the dirty lot. Yun laughed, and promised to kill him. His nails sharpened, his teeth grew, and red aura spread as onlookers gasped, calling him a vampire. Junsu thought he had already known and prepared countermeasures. The night before, Kang handed him diamonds while Park asked if they'd really help. Junsu told him to wait and see. He forged a diamond body trait, merging it with giant strength and immortality, calling it the Eternity build. Back in the present, Yun lunged, but Junsu blocked with ease. Yun snarled that a mere level 4 shouldn't be able to stop him. Junsu answered that monsters couldn't kill him. With a strike, he sent Yun crashing back. Stunned, Yun asked if he had faked his level. Junsu thought this was the synergy of 3 overpowered traits, giving him strength beyond his rank. His body loomed like a mutant as he swung again, breaking Yun's steel claws. Yun's eyes widened, then he transformed further, body twisting into a monstrous form. Gasps echoed as he revealed a secondary awakening, the mutant trait, a dangerous power that risked his mind but could wipe out a whole party of level 4s. Junsu thinks that subduing it before it reaches full growth is the top priority. Yun suddenly transforms, his body twisted into a beastly form with long spider-like legs sprouting from his back, and he charges straight at him. Junsu realizes that if Yun withstands the black flame long enough to finish his growth, he could very well reach level 7. Yun's leg slashes into Junsu's abdomen, sending him flying back, and the shock makes him realize just how much stronger Yun has become. Yun tells him it's a shame to kill such a gifted warrior, then launches at him with full force. A massive blast follows, engulfing the battlefield in dust. Out of the haze, Junsu emerges, his body enlarged and mutated, fists encased in steel gauntlets that reduce all damage for 10 seconds. Yun stares in disbelief, saying he should be dead against his awakened power. Junsu admits inwardly that it's true. If not for the black flames slowing his growth, he would have lost. He calls out that Yun's fun ends here, and with his opponent's growth stopped, only one option remains: kill it before completion. Declaring goodbye to the horrid monster, he slashes his sword down with such force that the pressure and shockwave tear through the air. Yun shouts in terror as lightning engulfs him, the explosion throwing up dust until only ashes remain of his body. Manager Choi, stunned, praises Junsu, saying he actually defeated a level 5 vampire, a sight he can hardly believe even with his own eyes. Junsu replies it was a close fight. The crowd begins praising him, though the association members simmer in frustration, especially Hunter Young, who grows furious. Junsu turns to Kang, asking what he plans to do about the association. Kang suggests Junsu himself should take the president's seat, but he refuses, saying Kang knows the association far better and he trusts him to handle it well. Inwardly, Junsu thinks he can only obtain his must-have quest if Kang becomes president. From ahead, Gu approaches, commanding warrior Kim to follow, for the corps commander wishes to see him. Junsu thinks to himself, as expected, "You were watching me, Kyujigum." At the Tiger King's palace, Junsu bows respectfully, introducing himself as warrior Kim while wondering if the old man before him, who looks far from his supposed 100 years, is really that old. Seated high on a stage is Kyujigum, who says he saw Junsu's entertaining battle and asks about his teacher. Junsu, feeling the heavy presence of the man without even a hint of mana being released, replies that he has none. Kyujigum raises a brow and asks if that means he is self-taught. A woman at his side remarks that his movements were indeed unrefined, and another adds that his swordsmanship was simple and his combinations lacked fluidity. Junsu feels the sharp sting of their criticism but holds himself steady. Kyujigum calls him an interesting fellow and offers to take him in as his student. Junsu, caught off guard, recalls how this exact moment also happened in the game, and that becoming his student would guarantee rapid growth and the reward of the Tiger King's own technique. Still, he declines politely, saying it is an honor but he wishes to walk his own path. An elder nearby explodes in outrage, calling him mad for refusing such an offer. Junsu thinks to himself that accepting would bind him with too many restrictions, and the easy path is not always the right one. Suddenly Kyujigum releases a killing intent so overwhelming that Junsu feels as though his body is being stabbed by countless blades. Straining against it, he endures, and the old man smirks in surprise, admitting he did not expect such resilience. He then presses further, asking why Junsu still refuses even with such talent. Junsu answers firmly that he has a dream. He wants to reach level 9. Kyujigum reminds him that to reach such a stage, he will need advanced swordsmanship, a strong mana cultivation method, and enlightenment itself, warning that his current bad habits could hinder him once he reaches level 7. Even so, Junsu declares he will keep to his chosen path, right or wrong, because that is his resolution. Kyujigum chuckles, saying he respects such courage, and with a swift motion he throws a sword toward Junsu. Catching it, Junsu's eyes widen in shock when he realizes it is the SS-ranked Black Tiger sword. Holding the sword, Junsu realized it was the SS-ranked Black Tiger sword. The old man told him to come closer and handed over the Tiger King's swordsmanship, stored like a USB. He explained that Junsu's mountain-breaking style embodied dominance, while Tiger King's swordsmanship fused dominance with speed, making it a perfect match. Junsu thanked him but asked why he would grant such a gift. The old man said he saw passion and talent in him, and if he reached level 9 within 10 years, no, even level 8, the Eastern Army would be his. The declaration stunned everyone present, including Junsu. One man rose in protest, calling it nonsense, but Kyujigum silenced them, declaring that anyone in the room who reached level 8 would inherit his position. He gave 10 years but warned that failing would mean returning the Black Tiger sword. Junsu replied that he would remember, and promised results within 5 years. Kneeling, he thought he had no desire to lead the Eastern Army, but having an option would not hurt, and refusing such favor would be discourteous. Later, while sipping tea with Kang, he was teased as the honor of the Black Tiger sword. Kang asked why he had rejected the offer of becoming a disciple. Junsu answered it was because he wanted to be independent and free, planning to gather all 3 top-tier sword techniques. He thought about Baihek Soren, awaiting her awakening of the Mars sword, and about Janet and Carly, whom he had yet to meet. Kang laughed, saying he was unlike anyone else and that without him their association would have been in danger. He then suggested Junsu decline the role of president and instead take the honorary director position. Surprised, Junsu asked what that meant, and Kang explained he would only need to attend quarterly meetings while receiving full welfare benefits. Junsu smirked, asking for time to consider, thinking it was a dream job with pay and little work. Kang agreed, then revealed a briefcase filled with luxurious guns, widening Junsu's eyes. Kang introduced the Daisen gun, explaining it was crafted by Chong Yee-Ji-young, the T-Mountain arcane engineer, and offered him 2 pieces owned by the association. He added that collecting all 5 could lead to the magic tomb of Daisen. Junsu thought it was a relic unlocking the upper-class trades for the gunslinger build and resolved to gather more pieces when possible. Kang then asked if he would sign the contract, calling him Director Kim. Shaking hands, Junsu agreed, saying he looked forward to working with him, correcting himself to call him Director Kang, not President Kang. At home, Junsu practiced the Tiger King swordsmanship he received from Kugigum, moving through its 4 forms: Advance, Furious Strike, Twin Slash, and finally the core move Soaring Heaven, where mana control and power movement release sword aura. While training, his blade carved a massive gash into the wall, and he muttered that such force proved how much more he needed to practice. He admitted he could only unleash this much aura thanks to the item, but was satisfied since combining Quick Draw and Moon Slash traits had paid off. Soon he would unlock the Sword Expert trait, only a couple trades away, though for now he decided to rest. Pouring tea, he noticed a car pull up outside, and Iron Fist Kim stumbled out, badly injured, begging him to save his younger brother. Shocked, Junsu asked what had happened. That night, the two stood atop a building, where Junsu remarked that Kim's own subordinates betrayed him over his obsession with business. Kim revealed they had been running human trafficking behind his back, and when he punished them, they turned on him. Junsu suspected there was more to it, sensing the betrayal tied into the game's storyline, even though he thought it should have ended with the human hunter's defeat. Despite Kim's weakened state, many armed men remained, which meant they were now after him, likely backed by the human hunter's siblings, a bomber and a demolition expert. Junsu told Kim he would storm the main entrance while Kim searched for his brother. Kim protested, warning it would be trapped, but Junsu cut him off, telling him to trust a level 4. Gun in hand, he walked straight into the entrance, earning shouts from the guards that he really had entered head-on. Junsu locked eyes on the betrayer, who laughed and claimed Kim betrayed them first by opposing the organization's plans. Junsu aimed his gun and retorted that human trafficking was still too far. The man taunted him to fire at his bulletproof shield, but Junsu chuckled and pulled the trigger, blasting him back with sheer force. Gritting his teeth, Junsu thought about the weapon, the overpowered Dosen gun, capable of piercing any defense. The man screamed for the guards to open fire, and a hail of bullets rained down. Junsu smirked, weaving between them while reflecting that his first weapon from the Hunter Association was this very Dosen gun, whose bullets crushed anything in their path. Squeezing the trigger, he unleashed devastating shots that tore through the enemies, then stacked his traits to amplify the weapon's synergy. As his bullets found their marks, he declared that he would wipe them all out and uncover the real culprits behind it all. Bullets from Junsu's gun tore through the enemies until only one man was left standing, trembling and begging for his life. Junsu coldly told him there was no way he devised this plan alone and demanded to know where the others were. The man stayed silent, but then his phone rang. Junsu picked it up, and from the other end a mocking voice greeted him, calling him Warrior Kim and offering a gift. In that moment, realization struck. Above him, a massive explosion detonated, and the entire building began to collapse. Junsu dashed repeatedly with his traits, narrowly escaping the falling debris, cursing that those lunatics had turned the whole structure into a trap. Determined to discipline them, he activated his skill and a red light formed, guiding him toward the attacker's location. Sprinting forward, he thought they could hide all they wanted, but his trait allowed him to track them even with his eyes shut. Suddenly, another missile streaked toward him, but he dodged at the last second and dashed again. He muttered that if this was how they wanted to play, then he would end their grudge today. Using his equipment trait, he noted how it felt almost like playing an FPS game, standing atop a building and locking onto the men hiding inside another structure. He fired, and a bullet ripped through, striking one of them. The man fell, and his comrade shouted in panic, asking how Junsu had spotted them when they aimed to stay hidden. Watching from above, Junsu told them that the bullet he now fired ignored walls, piercing the tangible to hit the intangible. With a final shot, he pierced through the other's head. Thinking to himself, Junsu noted he hadn't finished them outright since the bullets only struck their physical essence. But that was fine, the rest would resolve itself. Later, both brothers lay defeated as Iron Fist Kim arrived, seeing them from behind. Just then, his loyal men appeared, with Kim's younger brother in tow. They assured him they had been protecting the boy, and Kim, relieved, admitted his worry before quickly asking about the others. The men reported that all imprisoned members had escaped safely and were now hunting the traitor. When asked what he would do next, Kim replied that first they would erase every trace of the trafficking operation, but before that he would personally deal with the one who dared to cross their organization. Junsu stood on the ground muttering that Iron Fist Kim was taking longer than expected, when Kim finally arrived, dropping to his knees and begging to be taught how to grow stronger. He admitted that this incident showed him the weakness of his power, that without greater strength he could never protect his people, and swore he would even live as a slave if Junsu trained him. Junsu thought that instead of a servant, a proper reward would be more useful, though with the right method Kim could indeed become a stronger reinforced soldier. Kim insisted they seal it with a magical oath and pledged his allegiance, to which Junsu agreed but warned that training would be brutal, beginning tomorrow. Kim expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Later, as they walked together, Kim revealed the place ahead was the body modification facility seized from the Janitor Association. Junsu confirmed it was also where the traders continued their trafficking, and Kim admitted he had once ordered it to be used for reinforcement experiments. Realizing Junsu had brought him here to be modified, Kim asked nervously if it was safe. Junsu replied that this facility was ideal for creating enhanced soldiers and explained he would undergo both biological mutation and prosthetic insertion at once. Kim clenched his fists, worried about mana overload, but Junsu told him not to worry as long as the mutation factor and prosthetic component were balanced. Inside, Kim entered a capsule while Junsu worked at a terminal, noting that the materials were fewer than expected but enough for a level 3 reinforced soldier. He planned a hybrid method, both standard and unorthodox, then warned Kim that the process would be painful. Kim declared he was ready, and with a click, energy surged through the capsule, flooding into Kim's body as machinery sliced into him, replacing his arm and altering his form. Junsu reflected that Kim's new combat style, an arcane soldier with a prosthetic arm for close combat and a submachine gun for mid-range, made him a versatile all-rounder. Instead of limiting him to one specialty, Junsu chose adaptability, leaving room for future evolution. At last, he embedded a mana core at the base of Kim's neck, its energy searing through his bloodstream as Kim screamed in agony. Junsu thought with satisfaction that it was a complete success, then asked how it felt to be reborn, revealing Kim's body now transformed into a towering werewolf. The screen displayed the message that the werewolf mutation factor was drawing mana into the prosthetic, enabling mutation, a necessary step for the rapid growth of a reinforced soldier. Junsu told Kim that if he kept enhancing, reaching his goal would be no problem. Overwhelmed, Kim thanked him and asked what the Iron Fist gang should do now. Junsu suggested expanding their influence across Gawanak-gu, thinking he needed a gang to maintain order and keep watch on the poison and naked gangs. Kim repeated the name of the district, realizing with his newfound power it was actually possible. Just then, guards rushed in, calling for their boss. Shocked at his appearance, they asked what had happened, and Kim explained he had upgraded himself through body modification before asking what brought them. One guard reported they had discovered the human trafficking site used by trader Ko Jumbum and also found signs of a bio-experiment, but it was impossible to approach because a young witch was firing lasers. The word instantly caught Junsu's attention, raising his suspicion that the witch was tied to a dangerous experiment, but before he could finish the thought, the ground shook and explosions ripped through the building. Kim pointed to a carriage, saying it was the witch's doing, and warned that the whole structure might collapse if they delayed. Junsu realized that with such overwhelming power, it could only be Janet, one of the 3 most powerful warrior units. If Byax Soren was a heaven-slaying star, then Janet was a natural-born force, ranked among the most overpowered units in existence. But her reckless use of such an ability meant she was already close to collapsing from mana exhaustion, instinctively unleashing attacks just to protect herself. From within the cage, she lashed out at them, forcing Kim and Junsu to dodge. Kim cursed that they would never get close at this rate, but they pressed forward anyway. As Junsu advanced, a direct strike blasted toward him, but when the dust cleared, he stood at the front of the cage, having crushed through the prison bars while grimacing that it hurt more than expected. Inside, Janet appeared drained and frail, yet she still extended her hand to fire another blast. The explosion shook the place again, and Kim shouted in panic, asking if Junsu was alright. When the smoke settled, Junsu was holding the exhausted girl in his arms, remarking he nearly got burned alive but had managed to calm her with a potion. He ordered that they leave quickly before its effect wore off. Kim asked if he should send guards to take her to a hospital, but Junsu refused, saying he would take responsibility and bring her to his own place to heal her himself. At home, a girl stepped inside and greeted Junsu, who noted she had already reached level 3. She smiled, saying she knew he would notice, and asked what kind of training he wanted by calling her here. He explained that things were a bit complicated since his second disciple candidate was sick, revealing Janet slumped on the sofa in a fragile state. He remarked on what the child must have endured, then said she could not yet control her power, but he intended to take her as a disciple and awaken her true talent, asking the girl to help as a senior. She agreed without hesitation, saying that if this was what being a senior meant, she would gladly do it. Days later, BK and Junsu were sparring against Janet's unconscious strikes, her hand glowing as she lashed out even in her sleep. BK asked how much longer they had to deflect attacks, since it had already been a week. Junsu replied her mana should be replenished soon and that she would regain consciousness any moment. The attack ceased, and Janet slowly opened her eyes, asking where she was. BK rushed to her side, relieved, and asked if she was hurt. Janet said she felt fine but wanted to know where she was and why. BK explained that the man before her had rescued and healed her. Janet rose and thanked Junsu, introducing herself. He replied it was good to see her healthy, then asked how she ended up in that place. Janet told him her parents died while escaping the Iliang magic tower, and she was captured. Hearing this, Junsu thought it matched the game's story. He then offered her a place to stay and asked her to become his disciple. Though hesitant, he encouraged her, saying she could avenge her parents if she trained to become a superhuman under him. She worried she had nothing to repay, but he told her she could repay once she was strong. Overcome, Janet released a huge aura and begged him to make her a superhuman, vowing to repay in the future. He smirked, welcoming her, secretly thinking she was the key to learning one of the 3 most overpowered swordsmanship skills. But in her excitement, Janet unleashed a blast that forced him to dodge, and she quickly apologized. He told her they would begin by practicing mana control. When asked if she knew what her energy meant, she guessed it was like sword aura. He confirmed and explained it was a rare trait similar to the heaven-slaying star, but she needed to strengthen her body to withstand it, since a small vessel would always overflow. Janet asked if she could really build such strength, and he assured her he would teach her everything, inwardly resolving to use the transmission system to forge her into a diamond body, which hardened both body and mind, exactly what she needed after her suffering. When she asked where to start, he told her to eat as much as possible since training would be brutal. She devoured food like someone starved from birth. 2 weeks later, outdoors, BK and Janet sparred fiercely while Junsu watched, amazed that they had advanced so far in such a short time. He thought both were true natural talents, noting BK had already awakened the swordsmanship trait. Stepping forward, he told Janet he would take over. She asked if he was sure, and he replied that this part was crucial, instructing her to block his attacks. He launched strikes while she shielded and dodged skillfully, again and again, until her movements forced him back. Feeling her precision at last, he smirked, recognizing that she had gained full control of her trait. SSR Janet. Beck gives Janet a big hug, saying she did it, and Junsu tells her good job and congratulates her on awakening. Janet thanks them, adding that it is all because of their help. Junsu thinks to himself that an SS rank truly is different, to think she reached level 3 as soon as she awakened, though considering the others it should not be too surprising. Beck then says he cannot let his junior catch up to him and runs off to train again. From behind, Junsu thinks it is good and tells him to grow fast and master swordsmanship, adding that he himself cannot fall behind. Before his second disciple's personal quest begins, he decides to handle something else. He looks at his phone and travels to a beachside city, thinking it finally feels like being overseas. This is Ahin, the city where divine annihilation once happened. Beneath the ruined shell of a building lies an extra-dimensional space known as the Great Labyrinth, a dangerous place where phantoms of a forgotten god constantly attack. But humanity's strongest group, the Guardian League, protects the city. Junsu's true reason for coming here lies elsewhere, at a diner bar, because he can inherit the Einherjar cultivation technique in this place. Inside, a woman greets him and asks if he is here for a drink. He replies he seeks information instead. When she asks what kind, he says he is looking for a man named Sigurd Sigurdsson and will pay well for the information. She tells him money is not enough, as Sigurd's wife is gravely ill. Junsu recalls reading that Sigurd once lost his wife and asks if he may see her. The woman leads him to a room but warns that Sigurd will be sensitive. Inside, Sigurd's wife is being treated by an archbishop using holy light, but Junsu rushes forward and grabs the man's hand, telling him the treatment is meaningless and will only worsen her wounds. The man demands to know who he is and how he knows this. Sigmund, another man in the room, angrily tells Junsu to leave, claiming a mere superhuman cannot understand her condition. The woman insists they listen, But Sigmund snaps that every second matters and she must receive holy light. Just then, Sigurd's wife begins seizing, her body lifting into the air as purple energy erupts from her. Sigmund shouts to resume treatment, but the priest admits it is too late. Holy light can no longer stop it. Junsu declares she is still treatable, revealing her illness comes from the demon god's stigma inflicted by the pitch-black chimera. Shocked, Sigmund asks how he knows this and if he can really cure her. Junsu replies that he has spoken only the truth since entering. Desperate, Sigmund kneels and begs him to save her. Junsu agrees but says they must keep their promises. He explains that stigma is a disease contracted from the demon of the labyrinth, one of the worst curses, where decayed divinity scars the soul and gradually drains life force. The man notices her seizures stop as Junsu puts her to sleep with mana. Assistants bring materials, and as candles are lit around the bed, Junsu begins creating a potion using his creation trait. The woman nervously asks if this treatment can really cure her, and Junsu answers that he only hopes she can overcome it, since the debuff is not easily removed. He recalls that in the game, pouring healing only strengthens the corruption, so to overcome stigma one must summon the hidden sprout causing it. Her body rises again, wrapped in purple energy, and man cries out that she is turning into a demon, questioning the treatment. Holding a cross, Junsu assures them it is going well, for a demon must be faced directly. He strikes the cross against her abdomen, releasing a huge burst of energy. For a moment she transforms into a demon with wings, but then the wings fade and she collapses to the ground. Opening her eyes, she calls for Sigurd, who rushes to her side and takes her hand, telling her she had been unconscious for half an hour and would have died if not for Junsu. Later, Junsu and Sigmund sit sipping tea. Junsu thanks him and asks why he came all the way here, to which Sigmund replies it was to meet him. He explains that his ancestor, Sigurd, was the most famous mortal hero in Norse mythology, and the Sigurd cultivation technique, passed down through his bloodline, is a superior trait of the Einherjar technique. As Sigmund teaches him, Junsu feels every cell awaken, his mana attribute strengthening, becoming tougher and sturdier, until he gains the Sigurd cultivation trait. Smirking, he notes that his total mana has increased by over 30%, and with this growth, learning more swordsmanship will be no problem. Soon after, a priest arrives to report that Sigmund's wife's treatment is complete. Overjoyed, Sigmund rises, while the priest turns to Junsu and praises him for curing the stigma, asking if he knows how to treat others as well. Junsu replies he knows a few, and the priest eagerly asks if he could teach them, promising payment. Junsu considers using this chance to grow closer with the two orders and then agrees, saying he will teach both them and the Guardian League, since they work hard to contain the Great Labyrinth. Shocked, the woman exclaims in disbelief, but Junsu continues, adding that unlike in the game where only two choices existed, he knows another path, and refuses any payment, offering the method for free. Both orders are struck by his words, but Junsu knows the truth. This is the beginning of a hidden quest. The market bustles with a lively crowd as Sigmund and his wife treat Junsu to drinks, laughing together while Junsu silently wonders how much they can drink when he is already close to passing out. A week earlier, he had taught the orders how to remove stigma, explaining that while demon blood is always the base, countermeasures differ depending on the demon's origin. Beyond the two orders, he also shared this knowledge with the Guardian League to help warriors suffering under the curse. On stage, he demonstrated by striking to expel a demon from a man's body, earning widespread praise. With that, he altered the fate of a hin, and the city now celebrates with a grand festival. Yet after so much drinking, Junsu staggers, barely able to walk. A man approaches, introducing himself as a director of the Guardian League. He says he was worried Junsu had left without receiving proper thanks and asks for some time. Junsu, exhausted, replies that he would rather talk later, but the man insists, adding that their president wishes to see him. Shocked by the name, Junsu suddenly declares his fatigue gone and agrees to follow, thinking that the president of the Guardian League is none other than the youngest disciple of the Heaven Demon, the SSR Blood King. Soon, Junsu bows before the president, who greets him warmly as Chen Wai. Junsu replies that he is well aware of Chen's dedication to guarding the labyrinth. Chen thanks him, invites him to sit, and remarks that he has heard Junsu spread the method of treating stigma, calling him remarkable. Junsu, settling on the sofa, asks if Chen had heard about him before. Chen answers that nothing escapes the ears of the Guardian League, and from what he knows, Junsu is already called Korea's rising supernova. Chun leans forward and asks if Junsu has considered becoming his disciple. The question stuns him, and he asks what he means. Chen explains that he carries an air that reminds him of his master, almost like foresight. Junzi asks if he means the heavenly demon, and Chen nods, saying the greatest of all, whose martial prowess touches the heavens. It has been decades since he last saw him after entering closed training. Junzi thinks of his disciples, Lord, Divinity, Demon Lord, and Blood King, all SSR rank and level 8, but the heavenly demon stands in a tier of his own, tier 0, thanks to the heavenly demon martial art that combines offense, defense, mana cultivation, and movement. Though Chen laments that his senior inherited that art, he says his blood heaven divine demon fist is also formidable and promises Junzi will not regret seeking its strength. Junzi clenches his fists, thinking that technique is tier 1 and not a bad option, but aloud he says he must decline. Chen asks why, and Junzi replies it is not from disrespect but because he already turned down another master. Chen guesses the black tiger sword and calls him an old geezer. Junzi says he cannot dishonor such a natural hero, even though he knows the blood heaven divine demon fist is equal to black tiger sword's art. Chen sighs that his luck ran out, having finally found a promising disciple only to be turned away again. Accepting it, he takes out a token and hands it to Junzi, saying only master and disciple have ever carried it, so he should treasure it well. Junzi, delighted, thinks Chen is telling him to come back if he ever changes his mind, just like the corpse commander once did with the sword. Overwhelmed by two legends taking interest in him, his hands tremble, and Chen asks why. Junzi bows deeply, saying it is because he is moved, and promises to care for it before excusing himself, thinking of the reward gained from the hidden mission. Later, priests present him with a chest, saying it is a small gift for Mr. Superhuman. He tries to decline, but when he opens it, his eyes widen at the sight of Mjolnir, an SS rank weapon that excels against dark monsters. They also gift him a shield from the GIA Order, nectar, diamonds, and the tear of the angel. But what shocks him most is a bottled demon heart, which they explain should be consumed with nectar. Smirking, he wonders if he should push for more and asks if they have a magic fire dragon heart. At first they say it is for fire attribute mages, but when he insists he can wield black flame, they agree and bring it forth as their final gift. Holding it, he thanks them warmly, and they add that the Pope himself has declared him an honorary paladin of the Thor Order. The GIA representative echoes the sentiment, asking him not to feel pressured. Smiling, Junzi thinks of how important it is to keep growing stronger, then rises and accepts, saying he would like to take the honor. Internally, he knows he may need the power of both orders in the fight against the Old Father's order. At the market, people bustle with cheer while Junzi thinks it is time to head home, but a familiar voice stops him. He turns to see a tense man in clogs and blurts out Saga Kim, yet Sage quickly covers his mouth, whispering that the Old Father's order is on his trail and they must move. In a narrow alley, Sage exhales in relief, saying he truly thought he would die this time. Junzi asks what happened, since he expected him to be in Levant. Sage explains he discovered a treasure house and, thanks to the golden crafts within, rose to level 5, but was then caught by the Old Father's order because it belonged to their springhead. Junzi thinks that makes sense, since Sage Kim's order is not recognized in the Divine Inhalation Treaty. Growing restless, Sage admits he fears his trial is harder than it should be and insists he must reach level 7 quickly to revive their god. Junzi asks if there is any way he can help. Swallowing hard, Sage says that is why he sought him out, and asks if he could take him to the Great Labyrinth. Junzi realizes that for Sage's order to be acknowledged as a true religion, they must gather more divine power, and hiding within the Great Labyrinth until then is indeed the perfect plan. After the massive gale, two guards stand watch as Junzi and Sage, covering their faces, approach. The guards demand their reason, and Junzi explains they seek entry into the Great Labyrinth. When asked why at such an hour, he simply replies it is for personal reasons. He notes to himself that their suspicion is natural, since many criminals use the labyrinth to vanish into a lawless zone where surface rules hold no sway. The men jot down their names and warn that their identities will be checked upon exit. Both agree and proceed inside, with Junzi reflecting that their doubts are not entirely wrong. After all, Sage Kim is a dangerous cultist. Within the labyrinth known as the Seal of the Fallen God, they shed their masks. Sage teases that Junzi claimed fame here, yet the guard failed to recognize him. Junzi dryly replies it would have been worse if he had. Sage remarks that the place seems quieter than expected, less perilous than rumored, but Junzi's senses flare as he mutters that he smells brimstone. Demons are near, no, running straight toward them. He draws Mjolnir and tells Sage to bless it, which Sage quickly does. Junsa thinks it is the perfect chance to test his new weapon, and with a light toss, the hammer unleashes a sky-splitting burst of golden energy, erasing the horde of demons in an instant. Later, they arrive before a towering gate. Junsa praises both the weapon and Sage's blessing, while Sage admits he feared the old father's order would follow, but with the 9th floor beyond the door, he feels relief at last. Yet Junsa hears a voice and stiffens. Things will not go smoothly from here. The gate bursts open, and members of the old father's order emerge, mocking that he took longer than expected. Sage hides behind him while Junsa wonders how they track them, realizing the woman leading them shares his traceability. She declares the chase over and insists they will join her order. Junsa scoffs at the nonsense, but she insists the Saintess has decreed it. He will be treated as her equal, but both body and soul will belong to the old father. Junsa thinks grimly that they are openly declaring their intent to consume him, and snaps back that such madness will never happen. She only smiles, saying the process of ascension will begin here, clearly intending to subdue and sacrifice him. He challenges them, warning that acting so recklessly will bring the wrath of Westphalia, but she reminds him this is the great labyrinth, bound by the law of sacrifice, where outside constraints hold no weight. With a chilling command, she orders the paladins to slay the false god's follower and deliver the savior to their hands. Junsa declares that since this place is free from the law of sacrifice, tearing them apart will not be an issue. Sage worries if he can handle it, pointing out 2 enemies at level 5 and the rest no lower than level 3. Gripping Mjolnir in one hand and a grenade in the other, Junsa answers confidently that he can manage because Sage will bless him. Sage begins chanting, and Junsa's weapon glows brighter with divine power. Without hesitation, he hurls the grenade at the woman leading them, and a massive explosion shakes the ground. Yet as the smoke clears, the order remains unharmed. Junsa immediately raises his heavy gun and fires a bolt, but she conjures a dome that shields them all, declaring this to be the might of the old father's savior. Refusing to back down, Junsa channels his cigarette cultivation technique. His hand flares, blood boils, mana surges beyond its limit, and his head feels as if it burns white-hot. With this overwhelming force, he charges into the guards, slicing them apart one after another. A sweeping moon slash from his sword cuts men clean in half, their cries breaking in panic as they realize something is wrong. Thinking that he has already destroyed their weakest defense, Junsa pushes further before they can regroup, unleashing the Tiger King's twin slash. A spectral tiger roars forth as his blade cleaves through the ranks. The woman, rattled, urges her knights to hold fast under their god's gaze, forming another defensive line, but Junsa snarls that it is useless and tears through them with Tiger King's ferocious strike, shattering their formation in a storm of steel and energy. Tension flickers in the woman's face as she spreads her arms, proclaiming that his death will please their father, that no difference in rank or number can outweigh the might of the true savior. Yet even as her soldiers fall, she trembles in awe, whispering that to see such brilliance is an honor, calling him the beautiful savior and the true light. Junsa scoffs, asking if she finally intends to release her strongest warriors. She nods, promising to send out her most loyal ones, and before him appear 2 towering knights radiating power. Raising his blade, Junsa smirks and tells them to try their hardest not to die. The 2 knights charge at once, but Junsa blocks their strike and counters immediately, sending one flying while spinning around to drive his blade through the other's shield. Smirking, he mocks that their strength is too little to even warm him up. Clenching their fists, the knights grit their teeth at his overwhelming power, yet they dash forward again. Junsa twists, and with a swift slash, a head rolls across the ground. Watching with a faint smile, the woman says she expected nothing less from their savior, urging him to reveal more of his hidden power. Junsa coldly asks if those are her last words, and one knight scoffs that nothing more needs to be said. The woman then proclaims that all that remains is to wait for his soul's arrival in the divine land. Moments later, their defiance ends as every last one of them lies dead. Sage, wide-eyed, marvels that Junsa truly wiped them all out. Junsa brushes it off, crediting Sage's blessing for the victory and calling it good work, though he notes how unsettling it was that the woman kept chanting until the end, proof of the danger of zealots. He admits he went too hard, leaving nothing salvageable, which he finds a shame, but from the battle he at least gains a material needed to craft a higher trait for facing the 1,000. Soon after, they arrive at the fortress on the 10th floor of the beginner Great Labyrinth. Overjoyed, Sage thanks Junsa and rewards him with the Heart of Abundance necklace, explaining it came from the Levant treasure store Junsa once told him about. Delighted by its stealth boost and luck trait, Junsu gratefully accepts. Sage then asks his next destination, and Junsu replies that he must return to South Korea to find the final item needed for level 5. In Kamwon Forest, he breathes in the familiar air of home, muttering that the location should be nearby and deciding to venture deeper. Suddenly, a masked man presses a knife to his throat from behind, demanding to know what brings an outsider here. Junsu recognizes his hidden frame, a skeleton snake, an SR rank mutant. The man repeats his question, but Junsu calmly answers he has business here and thought this was the path to Hope Village. The mutant freezes, asking how he knows that name. Realizing that this so-called monster village is known to its people as Hope Village, Junsu thinks it must be a password for entry. Satisfied, the mutant lowers his blade, saying that one who knows the true name will be guided, and orders Junsu to follow. As Junsu walks deeper into the forest, the hidden village gradually reveals itself, filled with mutants staring in shock at the sight of a human. This is no ordinary place. It is a monster village, yet one that holds the very items he seeks. A towering bear-like mutant blocks his path, demanding of Skeleton Snake why he has brought a human inside. The snake replies that the man knew the true name of their village and came for business. The bear narrows his eyes, insisting he has never seen Junsu before and asking his purpose. Hostility lingers in the air, for most mutants, cast out by society, have learned to despise humans. Junsu answers steadily that he came with a request and seeks a mutant manticore. At once the bear swings a strike at him. Junsu dodges and the mutant growls with a grin that now he can crush him to pieces. Junsu quickly protests, saying he came not for a fight, but the bear roars louder, demanding if he would ever sell his own family's body for a few coins. With tensions about to ignite into battle, Junsu raises his voice, urging him to calm down, insisting he is not talking about money. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a glowing cup of ramen, pours water into it, and sets it down, saying they can talk properly after eating. The furious bear hesitates as the savory scent drifts into his nose, drool forming despite his resistance. Admitting he has never smelled anything like it, he sits down with Junsu. Junsu explains he heard Hope Village struggles to find proper food. The bear, softening, replies that he did indeed hear something and then declares himself the village chief, claiming he only eats the noodles to study human culture. Yet as he takes a bite, his expression shifts, overwhelmed by flavor, unable to hide how much he enjoys it. Amazed, he demands more, and Junsu smiles, laying out other treats from his inventory. Soon the village gathers, feasting on ramen, ice cream, and snacks, their distrust easing as laughter spreads. But the moment is broken when Skeleton Snake notices a jar of powder and blurts out that it looks like monocore powder. The crowd freezes, anger and suspicion rising, for they know its dangers. It can drive mutants berserk if mishandled. The bear growls, demanding to know Junsu's intentions. Calmly, Junsu replies that if they doubt him, they should seek guidance from their guardian angel, the one they call the godmother of the village, the tree god, bearer of prophecy. The guardian angel of the monster village, the tree god, though weaker than other transcendents, carries divinity, so all important decisions fall to her. The bear mutant bows before the great tree, asking if Junsu's powder is safe. A gentle voice answers that it was only level 0 manicore powder, cleansed by holy water, and has given them nourishment. At once the villagers kneel, thanking their godmother for her wisdom. Skeleton Snake admits his fuss was needless, but Junsu calmly says he understands. Smiling, he sets out more food and invites them to a Korean barbecue feast. The village celebrates warmly, grateful for the rare joy. Later, while they eat, Junsu asks why they call him human but not themselves. The bear replies it is habit, since not long ago they were treated as little more than talking animals. During the Japanese occupation, hunters targeted them openly. Junsu remarks that despite it all, they achieved much, even contributing during the Korean War, which earned them recognition. The bear shakes his head, saying it was not by him alone, then wipes his tears, moved by Junsu's kindness, and offers him 4 manicores. Junsu accepts them gratefully, thinking to himself that he is finally ready to reach level 5. Later, as he prepares to leave, Skeleton Snake approaches, saying he has not properly thanked him. Junsu replies that the village's gift is already precious enough, but the snake insists Junsu has given them something far greater, promising to give his own manicore if needed. Junsu is taken aback and urges him not to speak like that, saying he cannot take the heart of one still living. Yet the snake explains he truly means it, for the godmother prophesied he would give a part of his body to someone who would return his blood and flesh. Junsu frowns, wondering if this is tied to the snake's quest, but admits he never heard mention of a manticore. Aloud he suggests perhaps it is only a metaphor, and the snake agrees, saying time will reveal the meaning. Thanking him again, he sends Junsu on his way, and Junsu finally begins his journey home. Back at his new home, Junsu beams, thinking the massive single-family house before him, over 7,100 square feet with its own pool, now belongs to him. More than the luxury, he values the hidden training facility that drew him here. He never imagined reaching this day. Choi appears, asking if he is enjoying himself. Junsu thanks him for suggesting such a perfect place, but Choi brushes it off and wonders why he suddenly decided to move. Junsu explains that his disciples visit often, so he wanted to give them a better environment and also needed more space. Before he can finish, Choi cuts in, assuring him everything is prepared to help him climb to level 5. What he refers to as a capsule, inside which a fairy spirit greets Junsu as her master. He orders her to start precise measurements. Entering the capsule, he hears the voice repeat the command, and data flashes on the screen: level 4, warrior class, musculoskeletal class, giant. More specs roll in until errors appear. The fairy warns that his mana circuit could not be measured, and he admits it is because he can alter it in real time. Shocked, she says such a thing is unheard of, but he replies she just witnessed it herself and asks for a custom level 5 elixir. After a moment, she confirms it is possible but must be specially designed. At his command, he begins listing his abilities, including 11 high-tier traits. When she finishes compiling, she reports a total of 136 abilities and says the design is complete, modeled after the theoretical elixir of the Celestial Throne. Though surprised, Junsu decides to trust her judgment. She then announces the production of a level 5 elixir, and the process begins. Later, B8 and Janet arrive with a gift to celebrate his advancement. Curious, Junsu asks how they knew, and they reveal Choi told them. Soon, Choi himself appears along with Captain and Iron Fist Kim, each bearing gifts and even a large bouquet. Embarrassed, Junsu cringes, knowing that now as a level 5 he must remain discreet, yet such attention will only make him stand out. Just then, a car pulls up and a woman steps out, introducing herself as Si-young of the Puma Group and congratulating him. He narrows his eyes and asks her purpose. She explains they plan to leave Ariko West and want him to participate as their champion in the succession battles, promising generous rewards. Junsu thinks to himself that the Puma Group is currently locked in a succession war, and involvement will complicate things. Refusing would be wiser. Yet she unveils a pistol as payment, a weapon radiating destructive power unlike any ordinary gun. His eyes widen, and without hesitation he tells her to bring the contract at once. Junsu remarked how generous it was to offer the Daesang gun, and she replied that since he already owned 2 in the series, she knew he would accept. He asked, if this is just a fee, what would the reward be for winning the duel? She promised another Daesang gun with healing powers, adding that if he won consecutive matches, further incentives awaited, though all his opponents would be level 6. He answered that he only needed 1 win, once for all. Later, at the arena, men approached, one calling Si-young his little sister and mocking her for showing up. She ignored him and walked on with Junsu. Annoyed, the man, eldest son of the Puma Group Seong Hee-jiun, muttered about her rudeness, but the second son told him to let it go since the real match was between them. Sitting beside her, Junsu noted the two did not see Seong as a threat. The duel was announced between the eldest and the second son's companions, both strong opponents. On the stage, one fighter was an SR armed soldier, the other an SR pyromaniac. Junsu thought they sure had many reinforced soldiers, a level 6 cyborg and a level 6 flame-wielding mutant. Si-young explained the armed soldier was Kim, team leader hired by her second brother, known as the number 1 figure to watch. As the battle raged with devastating blasts, the pyromaniac emerged victorious, shocking the audience. Junsu realized he wasn't an enhanced soldier, but a mage casting solar flare, a spell forbidden outside the sun magic tower. Then he sensed it wasn't aura but an eclipse buff, and wondered if it could be true. He asked Si-young if it was their turn. She confirmed, but urged caution, noting the pyromaniac was shrouded and unidentifiable, and suggested leaving him to another level 6. Junsu refused, saying he could win because he believed he knew who the man was. He recognized him as Pargus Heungjo, a mage banished from the Sun Tower who later joined the Akuma group. Watching, one of the sons wondered if their youngest recruit could defeat the pyromaniac. When his gaze fell on Junsu's weapon, he exclaimed if that was the Black Tiger sword, but sneered that even it could not rival solar flames, dismissing Junsu as just another corpse to clean up. On the arena, Junsu said he never expected to face him again. The man asked if he recognized him, and Junsu replied that he did, accusing him of copying Eclipse school trickery and abusing solar flare. He demanded if Elder Joan knew of this. The man waved dismissively, saying his teacher knew everything. Junsu recalled the information he once received from Director Cho before the Puma Successor War began, when Cho had said the media ignored the incident though a heart was burned to ashes. Remembering that, Junsu thought the chairman's sudden murder could only have been the work of Tower Masters, perhaps even Elder Joe himself, and if he was tied to the Puma Group's succession, it was frightening yet possible. Still, he resolved to confirm it later. The man formed a blazing orb, shouting that since Junsu recognized him, he would exact his revenge and reveal his hidden power. Junsu remarked that surviving a solar flare without one's body was one thing, but a solar magic blast was a different matter. It would turn him to ashes. Watching, Xiong thought it impossible that a level 5 could withstand a level 6 magic blast. As the smoke cleared, Junsu stood with his shield, thinking he had nearly died, then declared he would borrow the flame for a moment. Raising Mjolnir, lightning surged into the weapon. The man shouted in disbelief, asking how he had stolen his solar blast. Junsu lifted Mjolnir higher as it drew immense lightning, then unleashed all 6 traits at once in a burst of light that crashed down on his opponent, leaving the man unable to even comprehend what had just struck him. The man is reduced to ashes, leaving everyone staring in shock, and Junsu calmly says it is time to prepare for the next match. Later, inside the office, Song opens a briefcase full of rewards earned by Junsu, grinning with satisfaction. After 3 more consecutive victories, the tournament ends with Xiong declared victor. Junsu could have fought further but holds back, unwilling to reveal all of his strength when the world's eyes are fixed on the Puma Group's succession war. Asked if this makes him the frontrunner, he denies it, saying the duel was only a pretext to sway the council. His brothers had believed their victory assured, but their plan failed, though they would not give up so easily. Song notes that being the youngest places him at a disadvantage, and Junsu reflects that the Kuma Group values nothing but overwhelming strength. Clenching his fists, he vows not to let them act unchecked and agrees to take on a new request. When he asks what kind, she reveals a holographic projection of a glowing raven, explaining that the raven chip contains a mutated gene linked to their family's DNA. Securing it would allow her to reach level 7 and overturn the entire situation. Junsu accepts without hesitation, thinking only a fool would refuse. As President Xiong, he promises to find it, already certain of its location. She offers a stack of gold, promising double the amount, worth 10 billion won, if he secures the raven chip, and adds that once she gains the chairman's seat, he will also receive the Kuma helmet and belt her brothers possess. But her words falter when she notices his face turning red, and he mutters that his nose itched, while inwardly thinking that the Kuma equipment set, which rivals SSR rank gear, would ultimately end up his. She warns him not to let her brothers find out, and tells him to treat this request as confidential, adding that he may ask for anything he needs, and he casually requests diamonds. Later, Junsu stands atop a building overlooking Gangnam, marveling at how wealth has equipped him so lavishly, then clenches his fists and begins absorbing the magical power from all the items in his possession, drawing every last trace of energy into his body until he gains a new trait called Air Raid, smirking as he notes that he has secured a movement skill, declaring the preparations complete. He leaps down and lands before the raven statue, noting the difference the Kuma boots make, then contacts President Song, reporting that he has located the target. When she asks where, he replies it lies hidden inside the statue in the lobby, but warns that retrieving it will cause noise, reminding her that she will have to bear responsibility as chairman. Raising his weapon, he smashes the statue, and from the shattered remains emerges a golden raven clutching the chip in its claws, prompting him to claim the raven chip at last and ask for his next destination. She instructs him to head to the body modification facility on the 2nd floor, and as he dashes off, urging her to hurry before her brother realizes what happened, she assures him she has lived in the shadow of being the youngest all her life, but this time she intends to be faster. The lab door bursts open as Seong steps in, ordering the girl inside to ready the body modification room, and once she boots up the system, she nervously asks what he plans to do with it, but he only remarks that he made it just in time. Inside the chamber, Junsa stands waiting with the chip in hand, declaring himself prepared, while she climbs into the capsule and entrusts the rest to him, to which he replies that she need not worry. Carefully placing the chip onto the circuit board, he begins the process as Seong assures him he will oversee everything. Water starts flooding the capsule just as Seong's brothers arrive, one of them shouting furiously at her betrayal, while the other warns she has already begun the procedure. They demand she be stopped, but Junsa blocks their path, meeting their glares. One scoffs that defeating a few superhumans before does not mean he can stand against him, boasting of his status as president of Kumo Electronics, only for Junsa to smirk and call him the ex-president instead, which makes the man grit his teeth in rage. His brother interrupts, claiming that with the honor of the Black Tiger Sword, even Junsa cannot withstand 2 level 6 superhumans at once, and they attempt to bargain, promising him the same reward she offered or even a vice director's seat in Kumo's security if he sides with them. Junsa pauses as if weighing the offer, then laughs off their pitch, mocking them for their outdated thinking, saying betraying a defenseless client is not his style and that trust outweighs greed. He adds that even if they had offered double or triple, he would still refuse. Mid-sentence, one of the brothers suddenly leaps with his blade, crimson feathers scattering around the chamber as he strikes down at Junsu. Junsu meets the strike head-on but staggers under the crushing weight, thinking the blow hurt far more than expected and realizing this is the might of a level 6, regretting his earlier taunts since handling both at once might be reckless. Yet even as he braces, one brother gasps at the sudden wound carved deep across his abdomen, unable to comprehend when it happened, while Junsu smirks, remarking that his aim was a little off but close enough. With a swift moon slash, he presses the attack, relying on his experience to outmaneuver opponents lacking real combat practice. The other brother, enraged, draws twin pistols and unleashes a barrage, shouting furiously, but Junsu grits his teeth and smirks, saying his shield feels sturdier than usual and no amount of bullets will force him back. The brothers falter, one urging the other to act quickly, but before they can react, Junsu fires a stolen Daisen gun of Helting, striking one of them cleanly. Shocked, the man demands to know where he acquired such a weapon, only to realize Junsu has already vanished. In truth, he has invoked the air raid trait, exploiting their opening and descending upon them like a sudden strike from above, asking coolly if they are ready to give up. But Heejun only laughs at the idea, calling Junsu's power insignificant, and the atmosphere shifts as his body twists grotesquely, sprouting raven-like feathers while his hands warp into claws, proclaiming himself the Raven of Pitch Darkness. Junsu finds himself encircled by countless subordinates as Heejun vows to end his insolence, forcing him to admit even survival is uncertain. At that instant, however, the capsule flares with radiant light, silencing the room. While the enemies tense, Junsu's eyes brighten with hope as the chamber bursts open, revealing a golden figure, Song Hyung, the third child of Kuma and a level 7 superhuman. She steps forth, declaring her brother's delay, and unleashes Solar Raven. Shaun rises reborn as the Solar Raven, her brilliance forcing the brothers back in shock as they shout in defiance, demanding to know who she thinks she is to intimidate them and challenging her to fight. But before chaos erupts, an older man lays a steady hand on Heejun's shoulder, urging restraint, warning that if the youngest president fought seriously, the entire building would collapse in moments. He identifies himself as Jang Gunjun, founding contributor of the Kuma Group, and calmly rebukes them for disregarding the procedures established by the shareholders. When Heejun stammers that it isn't his intention, Jang presses further, asking if he is scheming beyond even the chairman's death. Turning away from the brothers, Jang congratulates Song and promises to see her at the shareholders' meeting for the election of the next chairperson. Days later, Song and Junsu share drinks at a gallery. She explains that by tradition her brothers have retired from their businesses and moved to the United States. He congratulates her on becoming the next chairperson, and she thanks him, asking if he received the promised rewards. He nods, confirming he now possesses the Kuma belt, helmet, and boots, completing the set, and tells her to call on him anytime she needs help. She hesitates before producing an SSR rank ring box, kneeling as she proposes marriage. Startled, he declines, apologizing. She cries out in disbelief, insisting she lacks nothing as a partner, and though he silently admits she holds wealth and beauty, he tells her she is simply not his type. Outraged, she demands why such a trivial matter should count, but he insists it matters deeply, that he seeks genuine affection, not a union built on power. Resigned, she calls him unpredictable but suggests forming a corporate alliance instead, offering to support each other when needed, to which he agrees, and they toast together. On his way home, Junsu broods that perhaps he wasted a chance to live a life of luxury, the thought leaving him with a bitter taste. Being still in his 20s, he feels marriage may be too much, though dating might have been different, but when his imagination drifts toward Shaun in questionable scenarios, he slaps himself back to focus. He reminds himself the situation is already diverging from the game he knows, and his priority must be Elder Joe of the Sun Magic Tower. Just then, his phone rings, the caller ID flashing Magic Kim, and he thinks how convenient the timing is. At Phoenix Valley, Junsu enters only to find the place devoid of phoenixes, and from ahead approaches an elder who greets him warmly, noting it has been some time since they met, calling him either Superhuman Kim or the wielder of the Black Tiger Sword. Junsu returns the greeting, addressing him as Tower Master, while the man remarks that Junsu has grown impressively and laments that his own grandson lacks such maturity. Irritated, Magic Kim cuts in, urging his grandfather to skip the formalities and get to the point, then faces Junsu to explain they summoned him with a request. Junsu guesses it concerns the disappearance of the phoenixes, and Kim confirms, admitting he has no idea where they vanished and suspects a mythical beast may have taken them. Junsu agrees the theory is possible but asks if unauthorized poaching has been considered, yet the elder insists their security is flawless. Junsu then suggests that if someone at elder level made a move, that would change things, and Kim grudgingly admits it could be possible, though wonders who would dare. The Tower Master declares that misusing phoenixes is a grave violation of their rules and formally asks the wielder of the Black Tiger Sword to uncover the culprit. Junsu clenches his fist and accepts, vowing to find both the missing phoenixes and those responsible, while privately adding that a bonus fee must be promised. Later, he rides with Kim in a blazing fast car that speeds across even water, the sheer velocity pushing Junsu's face back until he can hardly breathe. Kim boasts about the vehicle, asking his thoughts on this red cooker, then casually mentions his surprise that Junsu managed to secure it as advance payment, since he never imagined driving it himself because his grandfather cherished it dearly. Junsu replies that he needed it to fulfill this request, and as the car roars on, their true pursuit becomes clear, a massive blue bird soaring high above them. Moments earlier, Junsu had crouched on the ground, carefully shaping steel wire into something unrecognizable until Kim asked what he was making. Junsu teased him to guess, and when Kim hesitantly called it a phoenix but doubted its resemblance, Junsu smirked, saying the quality didn't need compliments just yet. Once Kim held the wire figure, Junsu requested a drop of his blood, and with his hand armor coated in it, the sculpture transformed into an artificial phoenix. Now, riding in the car, Kim marvels at how just a trace of his blood awakened the wire construct, amazed by the outcome. Junsu explains that his blood carries the essence of the phoenix, so by using its homing instinct, they can track the real flock. Their search leads them to a field where countless phoenixes lie grounded in weakness. Landing, Kim frowns at their condition, noting they should have lived for decades but instead appear drained. At Junsu's request, he channels energy through his hand to probe their mana, then grimly reveals that their life force was stolen straight from heart to vessels, leaving them scorched dry. Junsu silently confirms that Kim must now know the culprit, and Kim declares that the traces and patterns belong to the School of Eclipse. Junsu grips his shoulder, urging they contact the Tower Master at once, naming Elder Joe as the one responsible. When they report this, the Tower Master explodes with fury, his power surging violently as he vows vengeance on the traitor who tried to seize all phoenixes for herself. Kim tries to calm him, but he rages further, saying he already found only a clone left in her office and wonders if she is mocking him. Kim explains that body clone magic creates a temporary duplicate identical to the caster, one that eventually dies, meaning she is merely buying time. Junsu narrows his eyes, asking why she needs that time, then strings the hints together: the burned heart of the Kumo chairman, the return of exiled mages as enhanced soldiers, phoenixes harvested for power, and Elder Joe disappearing into hiding, and challenges the Tower Master to see the truth. The elder's face stiffens as he mutters in disbelief, realizing that Elder Joe may have resorted to the forbidden ritual of the School of Eclipse.